Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ash and friends are now walking down road thinking about their recent capture, smiling about the new Pokémon they just can't wait to take care of. Misty was for once smiling and not scowling, probably about the fact that she got 2 water types and an ice and psychic type. She couldn't wait to start training them when they were ready. Richie raised a brow. What's with the dopey face? She looked at him. I can't wait to start training my new Pokémon. I'm so excited. Figures. Richie sighed. Ash looked at his cousin. You say that, but you're probably excited yourself, right, Richie? The boy was about to respond but noticed what Ash was holding in his arms, which was Fennekin. By the way, Ash, why are you carrying Fennekin anyway? Fennekin glared at Richie, not liking what he was implying. Ash just smiled, scratching her head, because Fennekin wanted to stay outside and spend some time with the others. Besides, I don't mind having her out here with me at all. Bleh, she stuck her tongue out at Richie, making the others laugh. What about Meowstick? How come you don't have her out? Molly asked. Ash looked at his sister. She wanted to stay at Professor Oak's for a while to introduce herself to the new Pokémon. I think she's just happy to have other psychics to talk to, he smiled. Luxray stilled and growled, alerting everyone. What's wrong, Luxray? The boy was concerned. Is there something dangerous lurking around here somewhere? He noticed the electric type growling at the ground in front of them, making Ash understand why he was growling in the first place. The raven-haired teen picked up a nearby rock and tossed it in front of them. When it hit the ground, a pitfall was discovered as the rock landed in the same spot that would have been them if they had kept walking. What just happened? Richie asked. It was a trap. Brock exclaimed. Setting traps is bad. Molly said, to no one particular. Ursa, very bad. Petal, it's mean. That's right. Misty agreed. Ash's eyes narrowed, thinking that maybe this was done by Team Rocket, but didn't see them anywhere. Squirtle, it failed. Before him stood 5 Squirtles wearing sunglasses, except the one in the front whose glasses were different than the rest. Must be the leader. Are you the ones responsible for this? Misty yelled, you shouldn't do that. Somebody could have gotten hurt. Squirtle, Squirtle, zip it, Redhead, the middle one with the pointy glasses said. Ash sweat dropped. Okay. Misty fumed. What did it say, Ash? She growled. You sure you want me to tell you? He asked. The leader looked at Ash in surprise, thinking there's no way a mere human could understand him. Squirtle, you human, the leader called out. Huh? Ash turned back to the Squirtles. Squirtle, Squirtle, can you understand us? The leader demanded to know. He smiled at the water type. You said, and I quote, zip it, Redhead, unquote. What was that, you little turtle? Misty growled. The Squirtle Squad looked at each other in confusion. How is it possible that a human could understand them? Before the leader could say anything else, a siren was heard, making them take off, knowing what that siren was. The gang was taken off guard when the Squirtles suddenly bolted, but it disappeared when they saw the siren belonging to none other than Officer Jenny. Hey, did you kids happen to see the Squirtle Squad come through here? She asked. Yeah, we did see them, but they took not too long ago. Richie said. Brock went into flirt mode. Officer Jenny, what do you say we get some lunch? We discuss other matters later. He grabbed her hands. Misty pulled his ear. The only matter we're going to discuss is you, she said, pulling him away. Anyway, Ash looked back. Can you tell us more about the Squirtle Squad? Sure, why not come with me to the Pokémon Center? We'll discuss it there. Okay. Pokémon Center. You see, the Squirtle Squad are a gang of Squirtles that were abandoned by their trainers. And the one with the pointy sunglasses is their leader. Jenny explained. I see, but why did they set up that pitfall from earlier? If Luxray and Ash hadn't spotted it when they did, we all would have fallen in. Brock commented. The lady officer sighed. I'm afraid it's because they still harbor some ill feelings towards their previous trainers that they take it out on other trainers and some of the townspeople. She explained, if this keeps up then the townspeople will soon be taking matters into their own hands and trust neither me or Nurse Joy want that. Richie clenched his teeth, abandoning your Pokémon for any reason is completely stupid. It's disgusting. Misty commented. Molly wasn't part of the conversation because she was feeding the Pokémon so she wouldn't hear everything. She was too young to be experiencing some of the harsh reality of the world. Ash had a thought, when you stop and think about it the Squirtle Squad are just looking out for each other because of their similar pasts. He closed his eyes. When a Pokémon is abandoned by their trainer they take it really hard, especially if that Pokémon is a starter. They were bred to be given to trainers when they start their journey, to bond with them, train, and grow together. Going through all that then suddenly getting tossed aside because the Pokémon feels a certain way or the trainer doesn't want to raise it anymore, you can't really blame the Squirtle Squad for acting the way they do. Because they're still hurting. He stared out the window staring at the clouds as he explained this. His friends looked at him as he said those words. It was like he was really an old man in a 10-year-old's body. Wow, Ash, that was dash, Misty started. Deep. Very deep. Brock finished. It definitely gives you something to think about. Richie said. Jenny nodded, that's right. She stood up suddenly startling everyone. I know they don't trust humans very much, but I still want to try and get through to them. Ash smiled at her enthusiasm. Good luck then, Officer Jenny. Thanks, Ash, she responded. She left the center, hopped on her bike and took off like a speed demon, leaving everyone else with nothing to do. So what should we do? Misty questioned. Ash crossed his arms thinking about it. Well, we could go after the Squirtle Squad too. I'm worried about what the townspeople might do to them if they find them. Good idea. Brock said. Maybe we can convince everyone that the Squirtle Squad isn't really that bad. Just misunderstood. Richie said. Molly walked up to them. Where are we going? Her brother smiled. We're going to help our new friends. Who's that Pokémon? It's Squirtle. Squirtle. The Squirtle Squad was in the forest giggling and laughing because they just took some apples from a produce store. They were enjoying the happy time, well, all except one, which was the leader of the Squirtle Squad, who was thinking about the human from before. The human's smile left an impression in his mind. It was so honest and sincere. Why is this human so special? It did nothing but confuse him. He was brought out of his thoughts when a net came out of nowhere. He managed to get out of the way in time, but the others got captured. He heard a female laugh. We got them. The townspeople will pay us handsomely for this, the male said happily. Hey, you forgot one. A cat-like Pokémon pointed to the glaring Squirtle. You're right, I did. The purple-haired one shot out another net, but Squirtle jumped back and fired a water gun at the three, splashing the male in the face, soaking him. I got soaked. He groaned. Obviously. The red-headed female looked at him blankly. Let's see you dodge this. The feline Pokémon grinned, pushing a button and two giant arms appeared. Squirtle knew he had to be careful, but even if he did shoot one arm, there was still the other one. Both arms shot out towards him and prepared himself. Air slash, a voice called out. Next thing Squirtle knows, a light blue orb of energy appears, striking at the two mechanical arms, breaking them. Squirtle, what happened? There you are. The water type turned and saw it was the same human from before, running towards him with a bird-like Pokémon with a green head. He wasn't alone either, his companions were right behind him. Thank God. We got here just in time, he sighed in relief. Pika, I know. Lux Ray Ray, good thing too. Squirtle blinked in confusion. Is this human trying to help him? Team Rocket. Did the townspeople put you up to this? Mist yelled. So what if they did? We'll get lots of money if we turn them in. Jessie smirked. Since you're here, we'll take your Pokémon too. Meowth said as more mechanical arms appeared shooting down towards them. Use, Psychic. Zatu's eyes glowed blue and blue outlines appeared around the arms sending them back at Team Rocket, whose balloon shook and which caused the net to be snapped. It almost fell to the ground, but Ash told Zatu to use Psychic and hold it in place, bringing it over to them. Ash told Pikachu to cut the net with Iron Tail, which successfully cut it, releasing the Squirtle Squad. Squirtle was happy to see that his friends were safe. He looked back at the human who smiled at him. They're all yours, Squirtle. He said. The turtle blinked, the grinned, liking the fact that the human gave him permission to finish them off. The rest of the Squirtle Squad wore vicious grins themselves, making Team Rocket sweat a little. Squirtle Squirt, get ready. The leader said. They all lined up. Squirtle, fire. They all combined their water gun attacks, shooting it at Team Rocket, balloon popping it. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Molly stuck her tongue out at the flying rockets. Serves you right, you bullies. Ursa, bullies. Petalil, meanies. The leader of the Squirtle Squad stared at Ash in confusion as to why they helped him get his friends back. Thanks for your help, Zatu. Ash said, petting his Pokémon on the head. Zatu too, you're welcome. Squirtle. The leader of the Squirtle Squad approached Ash and his friends. They smiled at the water type. Glad you're okay. He bent down. I know I don't have a right to ask you this, but there's a fire in town and they could use your help, but like I said, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Squirtle looked at him, surprised the boy would ask a favor from them after the trouble they caused. They were all abandoned by their trainers, who they were raised to believe they would love and care for them, only to face the harsh reality of being tossed aside like garbage and never look back. But this boy looked at them in the eyes and spoke with them honestly and spoke nothing but kind words. Maybe that's why the leader was still thinking about him. Squirtle looked at his members and nodded. Squirtle, let's go. Ash smiled brightly. Great. But how are we going to get back to town fast enough? Misty asked. We'll have Zatu use teleport to get us back to town quickly. Ash explained. It knows teleport? Brock asked. Yep. He nodded. Zatu, use teleport to get us back to town. Zatu understood. Zatu's eyes glowed blue and they were all enveloped in blue light and appeared in town with the fire still raging and going strong. Ash, they gang turned to see Officer Jenny running towards them in relief. Thank goodness you're all right. Her traveled below and noticed the Squirtle Squad was with them. You brought the Squirtle Squad with you. That's great. The firefighters have tried all they can but nothing's worked so far. Ash looked at Squirtle. You hear that? They need your help, Squirtle. The water type nodded. Squirtle, line up. The Squirtle Squad got into position and began shooting water gun at the burning buildings, the firefighters helping them. Jenny couldn't believe the Squirtle Squad was suddenly helping them but didn't complain. After the fire was put out, Officer Jenny and the firefighters insisted on making the Squirtle Squad a part of their fire control unit. All the Squirtles agreed except the leader, who was staring at Ash's group. What's wrong? You don't want to be with your friends? Ash asked. Squirtle pointed to the Pokeballs on his belt. Squirtle, Squirtle, I'd rather go with you, he smiled. Ash blinked in surprise. Getting all 3 starter Pokemon on his journey wasn't planned, but his motto is to go with the flow, so he accepted Squirtle's proposal to go with him. Unclipping a Pokeball from his belt, he bent down and tapped Squirtle on the head, the device skinging him in and dinging instantly. Well, looks like I caught a Squirtle. Catching all 3 starter Pokemon on your journey, Brock shook his head. How do you do it? Who knows? Ash shrugged. Maybe it was fate that brought the Kanto starters to him, or maybe it was just a coincidence. Who knows? And so after rescuing the Squirtle Squad from Team Rocket and having them help take out the fire, thus gaining a new friend, now our heroes head off in the direction of Vermilion City as the journey continues. We follow our heroes walking through the forest reminiscing about what's happened to them so far in their journey, including a very happy Misty and Richie. Misty and Richie were bragging about their new Pokémon being better than the others, which of course turned into another argue between the two, making the others sigh out in annoyance. Why does everything have to end in an argument with these two? Ash groaned. Pikachu copied him. Fennekin shook her head, and Luxray just ignored the two, not really caring anymore. I'm sure it'll be over soon, Brock said, trying to stay positive about the situation. Molly, being the cute innocent girl that she is, just stared at the two as they continued to argue. The gang had to put up with their arguing friends until they walked out of the forest and onto the beach, which made Misty stop yelling at him and focus on the fact that they were out on the beach, making the others wonder if she's bipolar. Ash sighed but perked up when he saw a crab-like creature come out of the water. Hey, it's a crabby. Richie scanned it. Crabby lives near the shore. Its average height is about 16 inches. It's kind of small, isn't it? Richie pointed out. Krabby didn't appreciate that, so it walked up to Richie and fired a bubble beam in his face, making the boy fall down on his back. Pikachu, you okay? Sparky asked his trainer. Richie sat up. I'm good. He groaned. What was that for? He said angrily. Ash laughed at his cousin approaching him. It's because you called Krabby small, which made it mad. Krabby snapped its claws, letting the boy know that what he says is right. Oh, sorry then, Krabby. Richie apologized. Krabby merely snapped its claws, then looked at Ash as if asking for something. Not sure what the water type wanted, he took out a Pokeball on instinct. Do you want to be my Pokemon, Krabby? It responded by tapping the Pokeball with its claw and was SCKED in. Guess that answers my question. Richie sighed. Why do I get the feeling you naturally attract Pokemon to you? Ash stared at him as if he was weird. I have no idea what you're talking about. Brock and Misty looked at him. Sure you don't, they both responded. Ash sighed and pointed at something in the distance. Hey, look over there. It's a lighthouse. You're right, it is a lighthouse. That's good, maybe we can rest up there and I can make us some food. Brock said. I get to sleep in a nice bed. Let's go already. Misty took off so fast she was nothing but a blur. Somebody's excited. Richie said. Pikachu. Sparky nodded. At the lighthouse. Everyone was panting except for Ash, who has stronger stamina than everyone else but didn't make fun of them for it. Molly wasn't feeling tired either because Luxray let the girl ride on his back. Ash wasn't lying when he said Luxray likes children. Geez, Richie wheezed, why have a lighthouse all the way up here? I know. Misty was trying to catch her breath right along with him. Well, at least we made it here. Brock said, resting on the door. Ash was looking at the markings on the door with interest. Look at all these markings of different Pokemon. They all look at the door. Molly was looking up at it in awe. Big brother, what Pokemon is that? That's a Charizard. He answered. That one. Blastoise. That one. Drowsy. That one. Flareon. Okay, last one, Molly said. What's that one? Arcanine. Wow, talk about accurate. Richie said. That was actually kind of cute, Misty said. He really loves his sister, doesn't he? Reminds me of the relationship I have with my own siblings. Brock reminisced about the time his siblings would ask him all kinds of questions. Ash turned to them. We should probably let the person who lives here know that we're here. Right. Brock hit the button announcing their arrival. Unknown to them, they were being watched by a fox-like Pokemon who was hiding, observing them. It watched the group go inside and recognized one of the group members and went behind the tower. Inside the lighthouse. The gang was looking for the owner of the lighthouse, but didn't see him anywhere. Ash saw a phone. Guys, you don't mind if I make a phone call, do you? Go ahead. Brock said. I'll go with you, Richie said. I haven't talked to my mom since Pewter City. I'll go too. Molly said cheerfully. Walking over to the phone booth, he dialed Professor Oak's number first. The old man immediately popped up on the screen. Ah, Ash. How've you been? I've been good, Professor, thanks for asking. The boy smiled. By the way, Ash, Professor Oak continued, I noticed that you caught a Krabby just like Gary, even though yours is a little small. Ash blinked. So he caught one too, he could really care less about Gary's captures. Yes, take a look. The camera shifted to a bigger Krabby that was practically king-sized. He's been capturing a lot Pokémon on his journey. The people of Pallet Town are really proud of him. Ash noticed that Richie looked away in disgust while Molly glared at the screen. Professor Oak doesn't realize just how much of a touchy subject Gary is to these two. Not to mention the people of Pallet Town probably don't really care about him, Molly, or Richie that much anyway. They would have told the Professor Oak a long time ago, but out of love and respect for the old man they decided to just grin and bear with the scorn of half of the townspeople that despised their group the most. There were still those that found Gary to be an arrogant JRK and favored their group the most, so it wasn't all that bad. Professor Oak, the boy interrupted the old man's rant, I need to call my mom now if you don't mind. He said in a neutral tone of voice. Oh, of course. I'll let you get to it then. The old man then hung up, much to the relief of Richie and Molly. Of course the people of Pallet Town are proud of him, Richie spat out, they don't give a DMN about us. Petalil and Teddy Ursa were trying to cheer Molly up even just a little. The girl did manage a small smile, though it was forced. Brock and Misty saw the whole exchange with worried faces. They still don't know the whole situation with Gary and their friends. Richie mentioned that he made their lives miserable, but that was all, and judging by the look of disgust on Richie's face, the people of their hometown weren't so nice to them either. After Ash and Molly talked to their mom, it was Richie's turn to speak to his mom and told her that he's traveling with Ash now, so she doesn't have to worry about him anymore. The woman on the other end was relieved. She could trust her sister's son to take care of her Richie. I'm glad, she sighed out in relief. By the way, how is Ash? I haven't seen him in a long time. Or, and how about Molly? Wait. You know about Molly? Richie gasped. The woman rolled her eyes. Of course I know about her. Delia called me the moment she adopted her. She said Ash was ecstatic to have a little sister. Richie hung his head low, so I was the only one who didn't know. His mother stuck her tongue out playfully, my bad. Geez, Mom, Richie laughed, then noticed his mom's serious expression on her face. What's wrong? She didn't say anything at first, just took a deep breath then spoke. Did you tell Ash about Leaf and Yellow? Richie stiffened, then clenched his grip on the phone. Of course not, he growled. You, me, and Leaf vowed to never let Ash know what happened to the two of them. He would have snapped and killed Gary, so we agreed to keep it between the three of us. His noticed his mom fidget in her seat, making his eyes narrow. You told Aunt Delia, didn't you? She looked like a child that just got caught doing something she wasn't supposed to do. Well, yes I did, but since Ash hasn't asked you about them proves that she kept it a secret like she promised, she said, trying to reassure him. Richie sighed. Fine. I'm not upset, but seriously though, the last thing any of us wants is for him to find out about it. By the way, did Leaf start her journey too? I called her house and her dad said she wasn't there. Hi, Mom nodded. That's right, she started the same time you and Ash did. David called and told me. He says hi by the way to you and Ash. Richie smiled. Tell him we said hi too. His expression changed again, but his mom already knew what he wanted to ask. Yellow's parents are hanging in there, honey, but it not easy. They need all of our love and support, and they made it clear under no circumstances is Ash to know to what happened. He really cared about the girl like a little sister, something the two of them are entirely grateful for. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. I know. That's why I still don't understand how that BSTRD could do something like this and still act so DMN arrogant, he growled. Richie. His mother called out to him, first of all stop swearing, second you're not the only one who feels disgusted about what happened because we all do, but karma comes to those who've done wrong. Remember that. She said sternly. He sighed, you're right, thanks Mom. She smiled, you're welcome. Now enjoy your journey with your cousins. I love you. I will, and love you too. He hung up the phone and went over to the others who were talking to the owner of this house. Thank you so much for helping me out of that costume. He sighed out in relief, my name is Bill and this is my lighthouse. It's nice to meet you Bill. My name's Ash and this is Pikachu, Fennekin, and Luxray. Ash introduced his friends. My name's Molly and this is Teddy Ursa and Petalil. I'm Misty. Hi my name's Brock. And I'm Richie and this is Sparky. Bill smiled, pleasure to meet you all. Please come upstairs I have much to show you, he said it with such a happy expression that they couldn't say no. Ash and Molly were the first ones to follow after him, while Brock and Misty lagged behind with Richie. There was something they wanted to ask, hopefully they wouldn't come off as pushy. Brock was the one to speak first, Richie. Yeah Brock. He hesitated for a minute before asking, earlier when you called your mom I kinda overheard your conversation. Richie stopped to look at him, so then you know. Brock shook his head, I came at the part where you talked about some old friends of yours, and something about an accident that happened. Misty nodded, I kinda heard too. Richie sighed he was so into his conversation with his mom that he didn't stop to think of the possibility that Brock or Misty were listening in on him. You heard right. Our friend Yellow's not really doing so good and I don't know if she'll get any better. He looked down in sadness. Sparky rubbed his cheek against his trainers, Pikachu, Richie, the boy rubbed the mouse's head gently. I see, Brock said, but why keep it a secret from Ash? I was wondering about that too. Misty questioned. Richie looked at them seriously, Ash is kind, but he's also very sensitive. We just don't want him to know about it right now. It's selfish I know but I don't think he can handle it. A hand was placed on his shoulder he saw it was Brock, it's okay, and we won't ask anymore but know this. You guys can trust us. Always. That's right. We are friends after all. Misty smiled. Richie may not have realized it at first, but he realized that he and Ash have some awesome friends, thanks guys. After their conversation they followed after Ash and Molly who were looking at a screen filled with lots of different Pokémon. They stood next to their friends and listened quietly as Bill explained different types of Pokémon and just how many species there are out there. Wow! There's so many. Molly was excited about seeing different types of Pokémon. Indeed. It's very interesting. Bill smiled at the girl. Before he could continue the lesson he heard small footsteps coming up the stairs, oh. Looks like the little one decided to come and see my guests. Little one? Misty questioned. The small footsteps revealed a mammalian quadruped creature with silver fur, with a white tip of its bushy tail and large furry white-colored collar. Misty squealed, what a cutie. Richie scanned the Pokémon. Eevee, the evolution Pokémon. Eevee is a unique Pokémon that can adapt to its environment by changing its form and abilities when evolving. Note, the different coloration indicates that it is a shiny Pokémon. A shiny Eevee, awesome. Richie was ecstatic this is his second time seeing a shiny Pokémon, first Cloyster now Eevee. Misty approached the quiet Eevee, hi there cutie pie. Misty was about to pick it up, but the evolution Pokémon flinched and ran away from her going straight to Ash hiding behind his legs shaking a little, Eevee, as scary. Bill was astounded, oh my, why this is a surprise. This little one rarely goes near strangers. So it's shy? Brock asked. Bill nodded, very. This little one doesn't come near me that much but it does eat the food I give to including its friends. Friends? Richie didn't see any Pokémon when they came in. Molly turned back to the stairs, look, they turned and saw more Pokémon coming it was truly a surprise. There's so many. Misty said. This is amazing, they're all the evolved form of Eevee. Brock said. Richie scanned all of them. Vaporeon, the bubble jet Pokémon, and an evolved form of Eevee. The composition of its cells is similar to molecules of water, and as such, can melt in water. He moved to the next one. Jolteon, the lightning Pokémon. When angered or frightened, the hairs on Jolteon's body become like needles that are fired at its opponents. It absorbs charged atoms and can produce 10,000 volts of electricity. He moved to the next one. Flareon, the flame Pokémon, and an evolved form of Eevee. It stores some of the air it breathes in its internal flame sac, which heats its body to over 3,000 degrees. Richie heard about the standard 3 evolutions of Eevee, but the others are new, so he scanned them. Espeon, the sun Pokémon. Espeon are able to read air currents, allowing it to predict the future as well as its opponent's next moves. He whistled, impressed by the information the Pokédex said, and scanned the others. Umbreon, the moonlight Pokémon. When an Eevee has had sufficient training and is exposed to moonlight, it evolves into an Umbreon. Umbreon, he scanned the others. Leafeon, the verdant Pokémon. Leafeon is always surrounded by fresh clean air because it uses photosynthesis just like a plant. So it's a grass type. Brock stated. Guess so. Richie scanned the last one. Glaceon, the fresh snow Pokémon and the evolved form of Eevee. Glaceon can freeze the fur on its body, and make it stick out like sharp needles. I didn't know Eevee could evolve into these other forms. Misty said. Neither did I, but here they are. Bill said. Are they yours? Brock asked. The man shook his head. No, they're not. Before, they were already here when I came to this lighthouse, so I assumed they used this place as their home. He explained. After I found them here, I contacted Professor Oak immediately. He said that it's safer to let them stay here. The evolved forms of Eevee were sniffing the newcomers out of curiosity. The gang stood completely still and let the evolved forms of Eevee sniff them. Glaceon was sniffing frantically because it recognized a familiar scent that it smelt a long time ago. The ice-type eyes landed on all of the strangers before finally landing on Ash, who was petting the shy little Eevee. Glaceon's eyes widened and its tail wagged back and forth and ran to the boy. Glacé, Ash, it squealed in excitement. The boy saw the ice-type come towards him and was tackled by the Eevee evolution. Ow, that was some tackle. Sitting up, he noticed a scar on the ice-type's forehead and recognized the Pokémon that tackled him. Hey, it's my old friend Glacé. He hugged the girl who nuzzled him in return, happy to see him again. Glacé, Glaceon, Ash, I missed you, the girl said, still nuzzling him, making Luxray growl with jealousy, having recognized the ice-type as well. Glaceon looked over at Luxray, a tick mark appearing on her forehead. She got off Ash and went over to the electric type. Poke speech conversation time. What are you doing here, you electric cat? Glaceon growled. Luxray scoffed. What does it look like I'm doing? I've become Ash's Pokémon, unlike you, he taunted. Glaceon bristled with anger. In the past, when the two of them were just a little Shinx and Eevee, they would fight for Ash's attention all the time and would sometimes attack each other, prompting Ash to separate and scold them for fighting. Guess nothing's changed. Glaceon then got an idea and smirked, making the electric type tilt his head at her. She walked back over to Ash, took out one of his Pokeballs and tapped it with her paw, stinging her inside, signaling a successful capture. Luxray gaped while everyone else but Ash was confused about the exchange between the two. Before Ash could pick up the Pokeball, Glaceon came right back out, smirking at the electric type. You were saying, Lightning Boy? A tick mark appeared on Luxray's forehead and he glared. I will electrocute you. Bring it. Glaceon glared right back. They were in each other's faces, bumping foreheads, growling, prompting Pikachu, Sparky, Teddiursa, and Fennekin to intervene before they decided to have an all-out brawl. Come on, you two, that's enough. No need to use violence. Pikachu said, getting in between them. Pikachu's right. Just calm down. Sparky said. Don't fight. Teddiursa was giving them the puppy dog eyes. Save your fighting for later. Fennekin scolded. The two glared at each other a little while longer before turning away from each other, making the other sweat drop. End of poke speech conversation time. The humans in the room except Ash of course couldn't understand why the two of them were arguing, but Ash did, and he sighed at the two, shaking his head. Some things never change. He felt something tug on his pants leg and saw it was little Eevee. What's the matter? He set the girl on his lap. Eevee vui, fighting over? She asked cutely, making the boy chuckle at her cuteness. Rubbing her head softly, yes, it's all over now. These two are always like this, so it's okay. So you've met this Glacian before? Bill asked the boy, approaching him. Ash looked at Bill and smiled. This Glacian used to be an Eevee that bit Professor Oak all the time if he tried to touch her. If I wasn't in the same room as her, she would act up. Bill chuckled at this information. That is truer than you realize. When I first met them she bit my hand, freezing me in place. I only managed to get free thanks to Flareon. Ash looked at Glacian, who stuck her nose in the air. Glacian glacé Glacian, only Ash allowed to touch me. The boy laughed sheepishly at the comment. Yep, she hasn't changed. He looked over at the other evolved forms of Eevee and jumped back because they were literally crowding him, sitting on their hind legs staring at him. Yes? Bill laughed, confusing everyone. Glacian is their leader, so wherever she goes they go. And in this case they want to go with you. All of them, he exclaimed in surprise. He chuckled at the boy's reaction. Yes, all of them. Bill then remembered something. Oh, that's right. What is it? Misty asked. Bill scratched the back of his head. Did I forget to mention that there are more of them? More of what? Brock probably knew already but had to ask. His question was soon answered when more Eeveevolutions came up the stairs, but that wasn't surprising. No, what was surprising was the fact they were all shiny. A purple Vaporeon, a dark green Jolteon, a brown and yellow Flareon, a light green Espion, a dark Umbreon with blue rings instead of yellow, a light blue Glacian, and a tan-colored Leafeon. They're all shiny Pokémon. This is amazing. Richie couldn't believe he was seeing more shiny Pokémon. Bill smiled. If you all wouldn't mind. Could I be selfish and ask you to adopt them all? You want us to adopt them? Are you sure? Brock asked. His question was answered when shiny Flareon and Leafeon nuzzled his legs, wanting attention. I believe you have your answer. Bill smiled. Shiny Espion went over to Molly, sensing something coming from the girl, and nuzzled her cheek, making the little girl laugh. Hi Espion. Would you like to be my Pokémon? Esp, of course, she smiled. Shiny Jolteon and Umbreon went over to Richie, who was ecstatic to have his own shiny Pokémon, much their amusement, and shiny Vaporeon and Glacian went over to Misty, who just loved their color. Brock was petting both his new shiny evolved forms of Eevee and couldn't help but laugh. How ironic is it? We're adopting more Pokémon that want a home. Well, technically this is their home, Bill pointed out, but after being here a while I guess they want to be adopted by trainers they know will give them love and affection. Ash smiled and looked down at little Eevee, who looked back at him and smiled. That's true. Who's that Pokémon? It's Krabby. Krabby. After putting all the evolved forms of Eevee in their new Pokeballs, including little Eevee, who he promised he'd let out again later so they could bond, they were still talking with Bill, who was telling them of a strange noise he heard one day and recorded it so he could hear it again. He said that it sounded lonely, and when he played the others agreed with him. It had to be a Pokemon. Question is what? Even Ash couldn't tell what kind of Pokemon it was, but their questions would soon be answered when they heard the sound, but it wasn't coming from the sound Bill recorded, it was coming from the outside. You guys hear that? Ash asked. Molly nodded, it sounds so sad. Brock saw movement from the lake and saw something burst out of the water. Guys, look over there, he pointed towards the river. What they saw astounded them. It looked like a Pokémon and it was pretty big too. It had antennas coming out of its head and had wings on its back. Even though it was dark they could still tell its features. Ash leaned over the railing and recognized what kind of Pokémon it was. No way, he said. Ash, be careful, you'll fall. Brock pulled the boy back inside and just in time too, because the mysterious Pokémon flew right up to the railing and came inside, letting everyone see what the mystery Pokémon was. What kind of Pokémon is that? Misty couldn't look away from it. It's. Bill kept stuttering. A Dragonite. Ash finished for him. Richie looked at his cousin. Did you say Dragonite? This is what a Dragonite looks like. It's huge, he quickly scanned it. Dragonite, the dragon Pokémon. This extremely rare and highly intelligent type is able to fly faster than any known Pokémon. Molly went to the dragon type and smiled. Hi Dragonite, the Pokémon cooed at the little girl bending down to hug her, which she enjoyed. Bill was flabbergasted, he didn't know what to say. For the first time he was really shy. A hand on his shoulder brought him back to reality. He saw it was Ash smiling at him with encouragement. Don't be shy, go say hello. The researcher nodded stiffly before walking over to the dragon type, gaining its attention. Hello. My name is Bill and I would like to be your friend. Bill proclaimed, blushing. The others couldn't help but laugh at the blushing researcher, thinking that his reaction was so cute. Meanwhile Dragonite smiled and hugged the researcher, making him cry happy tears and hug Dragonite back. It was a cute and touching hello. Morning outside the lighthouse. Thanks for letting us spend the night here, Bill, we appreciate it very much. Brock said. It was no trouble at all. Besides, it was fun to have people over for once. And I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this, but make sure you take care of those evolutions. Bill said. Richie nodded, you can count on us, Bill. Pikachu, yeah. Sparky said. Bill chuckled, I wish you luck on your journey, and when the Indigo League starts you can believe I'll be there with my new friend Dragonite. He turned to the dragon, right my friend? Dragonite cooed in response, looking forward to it just like his new friend Bill. We better get going then. It was a pleasure to meet you, Bill and Dragonite. Ash said, walking away, the others following him. Bill and Dragonite waved goodbye, knowing that they'll meet their new friends again. And so, with seeing the mysterious Pokémon that wanted friends and getting some new ones of their own, our heroes are finally on their way to Vermilion City, where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge. But even with the excitement of earning their next gym badge, there is still the question of sad past that bought Ash and Richie share. What could it be? Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash commanded. Choo, Pikachu's tail turned metallic and struck the rock, splitting it in half. Pika, the electric mouse, jumped back over to his trainer to inspect his work. That was good, Pikachu, now use quick attack. Pikachu nodded and took off with incredible speed, zigzagging between the trees until he was just a blur. Finish it up with Electro Ball. Pikachu jumped in the air, generating an electric ball in his tail, releasing it, hitting the tree in front of him that now had a big hole in it. Pikachu ran to his trainer, jumping in his open arms. Pika, Pikachu, Pikapi. Pika, Pika, Pikachu, did you see that, Ash? My Iron Tail's getting better. Pikachu said with glee. He had been training with Luxray non-stop so he could perfect his Iron Tail, and it finally paid off. It's the same with quick attack, which was easier to learn because it involved speed, something Pikachu's good at. Ash hugged his best friend. I know, I saw. All that training really paid off, didn't it, buddy? Pika, yeah. Pikachu smiled. Ash heard someone approach from behind and saw it was Brock. Hey Brock, is lunch ready yet? Yeah, I actually came to get you to let you know, but I didn't want to interrupt your training. He smiled. Actually, we just finished training, right buddy? Ash looked at his best friend. Pika, yep, he replied. Let's go then. Richie finished not too long ago, by the way. Brock walked with Ash back to the campsite where everyone else was. Ash looked at the breeder. Really? So he knows what Pokémon he's going to use against Serge. Brock nodded. Yeah, he said he's using Sparky. That's not a bad choice actually, Ash said, since it's an electric-type gym, using Sparky's a good call since electric types can take damage from another electric type. It may only take half the damage, but it's still something. Brock nodded in agreement. What about you? Do you know what Pokémon you'll use? Ash rubbed Pikachu's head softly. I'm thinking of using Pikachu. I was going to use Sandshrew, but he doesn't have enough endurance and I haven't trained him to tackle electric-type attacks yet. Just because he has the type advantage doesn't mean it'll give me instant victory. That's a smart way to look at it, Brock commented. I gotta be honest though, I was honestly worried that you were going to use Sandshrew against Serge. Like you said, you haven't trained him to endure electric-type attacks yet, so I was worried you would just send him out because he has the type advantage. Ash took no offense to the comment. No way. The one thing I hate the most is to see a Pokémon in pain. Had I used Sandshrew against Serge, there's a high possibility he would have tortured Sandshrew right off the bat. At that, Ash had grim look on his face. He'd heard rumors of Serge's brutality and had to play it safe. Since Pikachu can use his speed to his advantage, plus learning Iron Tail and a fully perfected protective move Protect, it should be okay. Hopefully. Brock noticed Ash's sudden grim look and began to wonder if he was worried about his gym battle with Serge. Are you worried? Ash couldn't help but smile. Yeah, I can't help it. This is Serge we're talking about here, I'd be stupid not to be worried. Pikachu sensed his trainer's anxiety and rubbed his cheek against Ash's. Pikachu Pikapi. Pika Pikachu Pika Pi, it's all right Ash. We'll do our best like we always do. The boy smiled warmly at his friend, petting him on the head. Thanks buddy. Brock smiled at the exchange. Ash may not realize it, but his Pokémon love him deeply and would anything for him. It's the same with him and Misty. They still don't know the whole story with Gary, but if they ever see him, well, let's just say it won't be a pleasant encounter. For Gary, that is. Brock and Ash arrived at the campsite where the others were waiting for them to return, and good thing too, because Misty and Richie were once again arguing, but this time the subject was about the gym battle with Lieutenant Serge. Misty was telling him to take this seriously and that Serge is completely brutal and shows no mercy at all, but Richie, being Richie, just waved it off and said that he'll beat Serge no matter what. Misty sighed out in annoyance and turned to Ash. Will you say something to him? This is serious. Ash doesn't usually take sides, but in this case he had to agree with Misty in this one. She's right, Richie. We're going up against Lieutenant Serge, the most brutal gym leader in all of Kanto aside from Viridian City's gym leader. And I'm just as worried about this as Misty is. So you are worried about this gym battle? Misty was wondering if it was bothering him or not. I am. He gave Richie a serious look. That's why I want you to take this gym battle seriously, Richie, because I am. Serge is brutal and won't hesitate to thrash our Pokémon and see it as no big deal. Richie swallowed the last of his sandwich and grinned at his cousin. It'll be all right. We'll take Serge down and show him just how strong we've become. Pikachu, hell yeah. Sparky said. You're completely hopeless. Misty yelled, while Ash sighed and shook his head at his cousin's carefree attitude. Just once he'd wish that he would take his battles seriously, but Richie will be Richie, and honestly he prefers it that way. But it still wouldn't hurt to take his battles seriously though. Vermilion City. Finally we're here. Misty raised her arms in happiness. 2 weeks of traveling and sleeping outside have finally paid off because they've finally arrived at their destination. Vermilion City. Now I can finally take a nice hot bath and sleep in a real bed. Misty smiled. And I can finally do some laundry, Brock said. Our clothes desperately need washing and the Pokémon need to rest up at the Pokémon Center. Molly stretched her arms above her head, then picked up Petalil and had Teddiursa on her shoulder. The city looks so big. Bigger than Pewter City, don't you think, guys? Teddiursa, it does. Teddiursa responded. Petalil, very big. Petalil also responded. I hope we can find the Pokémon Center with all these people around, Ash said looking around them. I need to switch out my Pokémon and get Pikachu, Luxray, and Fennekin checked out by Nurse Joy. Brock looked at the raven-haired teen. Now that I think about it, why isn't Luxray out of his Pokeball? You usually have him out. Luxray has a lot of endurance and can keep on walking with no problems, but I still want him to take a break from all that walking around. Ash explained. Makes sense. Brock commented. Well, what are we waiting for? Richie said, let's get to the Pokémon Center so I can get to the gym and get my next gym badge. Pikachu, yeah. Sparky copied. Richie was about to take off but was pulled back by his collar by Ash. And where do you think you're going, Richie? He asked, still holding his collar. Richie looked at him in confusion. Where do you think I'm going? The Pokémon Center, of course. Ash raised a brow. Really? Then you know where it is then? Richie said. Figured as much, Ash sighed. Before you go running off, why don't we have Brock look at the map first, okay? Richie pouted but complied. Fine. Satisfied with his response, Ash let go of his collar. Good. He turned to the breeder. Are we near the Pokémon Center at all, Brock? Brock was still holding the map and looked at it again. Let's see. Aha. It says we're close, just keep going straight and we should be able to see it, he smiled. Then let's go. Richie was about to run off again, but Ash grabbed his collar again, keeping him in place. So help me, Richie, if you run off again. While carrying the egg, I'll borrow Misty's mallet and whack you upside the head with it, he said with a tick mark on his head. Richie stiffened knowing his cousin was serious and stood straight up holding still. Okay, I won't run off again while holding the egg, I swear, he panicked. Ash smiled knowing his threat got through. As long as you understand, then it's okay. Molly laughed at her cousin and brother, finding the whole exchange funny, while Brock and Misty stared in interest. Misty put her hands on her hips and smiled. Well, at least we don't have to worry about him running off while carrying the egg anymore, right, Brock? The breeder crossed his arms in a thinking position, making Misty worried. Brock, you okay? She asked. He looked at the red head. I'm alright. I was just thinking that Ash might be more scarier than you. That earned him a whack on the head from her mallet, gathering the attention of the others, wondering what just happened. Ash was sure he didn't want to know but asked anyway, what happened? Misty put her mallet away and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, it's nothing. Richie's sweat dropped at the two, wondering what Brock could have said to make Misty use her mallet on him. Right now said breeder was currently sprawled out on the ground with a bump on his head, which Molly was poking, fascinated by how big it is. Pokémon Center. The gang finally arrived at the Pokémon Center, much to Misty and Brock's delight as well as Ash's, because he needed to switch out his Pokémon. When they walked through the door, they saw Nurse Joy and a trainer running along with Chansey. They were taking a badly injured Rattata to the intensive care unit. Ash and Brock look at each other immediately, knowing that this brutality can only come from one person. Lieutenant Serge. When Nurse Joy came out from the back, the gang approached out of worry. Nurse Joy, what happened? Richie asked. The pink-haired nurse looked at them sadly. It's because of that man that all these Pokémon are in this state of condition, some of them critical. Molly blinked in confusion. That man? Nurse Joy looked sadly at the little girl. Follow me. She took them to the back where all the injured Pokémon were. What they saw chilled them to the bone. Ash covered Molly's eyes because she looked like she was on the verge of tears. This is awful, all these Pokémon. Misty saw a badly injured Caterpie, Oddish, Pidgey, and Sandshrew. The ground type had a breathing tube coming out of its mouth, meaning it's in critical condition like Nurse Joy mentioned earlier. My God, Brock finally found the will to speak. All these Pokémon went up against Lieutenant Serge. She nodded sadly. Yes, it's almost like he's getting worse. What do you mean? Richie questioned. In the past he's always been brutal, but this, she looked back at the injured Pokémon, this is just cruel. If I had my way, I'd have the league revoke his gym leader's license, but I highly doubt they do anything. They'll probably say that he's merely doing his job as a gym leader. Ash could feel the heavy sadness coming off from the woman, but he could also feel a hint of anger too. It was if she was holding herself back from doing something she really wanted to do. Meanwhile, Richie was beginning to worry about his gym battle with Serge. After leaving the room filled with injured Pokémon, Ash made a beeline for the Pokémon transfer system, letting Professor Oak know he needed to switch out his Pokémon. He sent back Krabby, Glaceon, Espeon, Jolteon, Umbreon, Flareon, Leafeon, and Vaporeon, and asked for Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Pidgeotto, and Butterfree. He still wanted to keep Fennekin, Eevee, and Luxray with him for a while. After his Pokeball successfully transferred, he went back over to the gang who were waiting for him so they could hear what his battle plan was. "So what are you gonna do, Ash?" Brock asked. "You still plan on using Pikachu?" Ash closed his eyes for a minute, then opened them. "I am, but I'll play it safe and just focus on using Pikachu's speed, then when the opponent is caught off guard I'll attack." "That's a good strategy, it doesn't hurt to play it safe," Brock complimented. It's good that Ash thinks about strategies instead of diving head first into battle. It's qualities like that Brock can respect. Brock's right, because it means that you're taking your battles seriously and thinking about your Pokémon. Misty added. Ash smiled. "My Pokémon's feelings come before my own, and so far Pikachu still wants to fight the gym leader even though we saw, well, that." At this the yellow rodent nodded with determination. "Also," Ash continued, "if I change my mind I have a backup plan, which Pikachu is also okay with." Pikachu nodded. "Pikachu, that's right." "Really? What's your backup plan?" Misty was curious to know. "I'd like to know too," Brock said, equally curious. At this Ash brought a finger up to his lips. "It's a secret." He smiled. Brock and Misty groaned. Should have known the boy wouldn't tell them, but figured they'd give a shot anyway. Molly was still worried because this person Serge scares her a little bit. She had complete faith in her brother, but she was still worried. Sensing the girl's anxiety, Ash rubbed her head, making the girl look up at him. "Don't worry, like I said, I'll play it safe this time and focus on my opponent's movements so I can be more prepared." Her anxiety vanished in an instant and smiled at her big brother. "If he says it'll be fine then it will, right?" she grinned. Richie shot up from his seat, alerting the others. "Right, it's settled then. I'm taking Serge on right now." "Pikachu, right?" Sparky agreed. Misty wanted to bang her head on the table in frustration. "Don't you think you should worry about your gym battle at least a little bit?" she yelled. Richie smiled. "I was worried earlier, but I'm okay now. Like Ash said, as long as I have a battle strategy then everything will work out." Ash's sweat dropped. "That's not exactly dash." Richie was already out the door, Sparky right behind him. "What I meant. There he goes." Brock stared. "Richie runs really fast." Molly stared at his retreating figure. "That he does." Ash got up and walked over to the exit. "We better go after him." "Right," Misty said. They all went out the door, heading towards the direction of the gym thanks to the directions Nurse Joy gave them. They just hoped that Richie hasn't challenged the gym yet. Vermilion Gym. The outside of the gym was something else. It was a very tall building with lightning bolts coming out of it. Even the door had a lightning bolt on it. Unlike the Pewter and Cerulean gyms, this one had a tall stature, making someone feel small and insignificant. "This is a tall building," Brock observed. "I'll say," Misty commented, "but if you ask me I say it's way too big. I mean, it makes you feel small and inferior." "It does, and if it's big on the outside I can only imagine how big it must be on the inside," Ash said, voicing his thoughts. "Do you think the gym leader will be scary?" Molly asked. Richie walked to the door. "Guess we'll just have to find out." Opening the door they saw two people, a man and a woman, standing on the other side of the door. "My name's Richie Hiroshi and I'm here to challenge Serge to a gym battle," Richie declared. "Pika Pikachu, let's do this." Sparky copied his trainer. "My name's Ash Ketchum and I'm also here to challenge Lieutenant Serge to a gym battle," Ash said. "Pikachu, that's right," Pikachu said. The two subordinates took one look at them and started laughing in their faces, making Misty and Richie very angry and causing Brock to frown. "What's so funny?" Richie yelled. The guy stopped laughing, wiping the tears from his eyes. "You really think you two stand a chance against Lieutenant Serge with those Pikachus of yours?" "Aw, I find it cute that they think they have a chance at all," the woman taunted. A tick mark appeared on both Pikachu and Sparky's heads. How dare they insult them? Richie was about to blow up at them for insulting his best friend, but Ash beat him to it. "If you two are done acting like a bunch of hyenas, then could you call your gym leader here please?" he said nonchalantly, like it was the most normal thing to say. The two subordinates stopped their taunting immediately and stared at the raven-haired boy with mouths hanged open, while his friends snorted and snickered at their reaction. Only Ash. Before the two could retort a comeback, boisterous laughter was heard in the shadows, big words for a little baby. Emerging from the shadows was tall man with yellow spiky hair wearing a military uniform. Molly blinked, looking up at the man. "Tall. More like a giant." Misty pointed out, "We're really small compared to him." "Yeah." Brock was starting to worry about Ash and Richie, but Former said he had a strategy plan, so he'll just have to wait and see. Lieutenant Serge looked at the two. "So you babies are my new victims this time, huh?" he smirked. Ash's eye twitched. "So you find brutally beating Pokémon amusing?" his tone of voice sounding angry. "Beating?" Serge laughed. "That's what battling's all about, baby. This is a gym for big and strong Pokémon, not baby Pokémon like that Pikachu and weird-looking fox Pokémon of yours." Fennekin couldn't take it anymore and shot a flamethrower right in his face, surprising everyone. This scene reminded them of Charmander shooting a flamethrower at Damien's face. Ash brought Fennekin up to his face with a smile. "Fennekin, you learned flamethrower." She nodded happily. "That's great. Looks like you and Charmander are some pretty impressive Pokémon, aren't you?" he said, hugging the little fire type. Fennekin, thanks Ash." Fennekin blushed at the compliment. Meanwhile, Serge's face was covered in black soot, and Ash's friends and little sister may or may not have snickered, while Serge's subordinates were trying to hold in their laughter but failed miserably. "Looks like my baby Pokémon are more than capable of taking this gym on, Lieutenant Serge." Ash smiled. Lieutenant Serge rubbed the black soot off his face and smirked dangerously. "Have it your way then, baby." Serge tossed a pokeball in the air and out came an orange-colored rodent similar to Pikachu, only different. Ash eyed the electric type unimpressed, so he only uses Raichu in his gym battles. He noticed that the evolved form of his best friend Pikachu had a dangerous smirk just like Lieutenant Serge. "Like trainer, like Pokémon." Richie scanned the electric type. Raichu, a mouse Pokémon of the electric element. Raichu is the evolved form of Pikachu. It can shock with more than 100,000 volts, enough to render a Dragonite unconscious. Richie stared at Raichu, determined to win his third gym battle no matter what. "Who's that Pokémon?" "It's Raichu." Raichu. At the battlefield. The battlefield was pretty basic for the gym. There was a large standard field and Serge's two subordinates were on the left side smirking the whole time, something Ash didn't like. Looking at the battlefield more closely, he noticed that there were some chunks taken out of the ground, even though it looked like some were pretty much repaired, but it still made Ash worry. Misty, Brock, and Molly were standing behind Richie as he battled Serge with worried faces. This will be a one-on-one battle between gym leader Lieutenant Serge and challenger Richie Hiroshi from Frodomar City. The battle is over when both or one Pokémon on either side is unable to battle. "Do both sides agree?" the male subordinate asked. Serge just laughed while Richie nodded with determination. Richie looked down at his partner. "Ready, Sparky?" The yellow mouse nodded and jumped in front of his trainer, ready to start battling. Serge smirked. "Let's tear these babies apart just like the others, Raichu." "Right, hell yeah," Raichu said, standing in front of his trainer. "Battle begin." "Thunderbolt Raichu," Serge commanded. Raichu sent a power thunderbolt and Sparky, use quick attack to dodge Sparky. The yellow mouse did just that, avoiding the thunderbolt just in time. Ash sighed out in relief at his cousin's quick thinking. That was a good call. He's getting better at battling. He is, but I wonder what Lieutenant Serge will do now. Brock said, eyes still glued to the battlefield. Use Thunderbolt Sparky. Sparky released his own Thunderbolt attack at Raichu, who just stood there smirking along with Serge. When the attack hit, it showed that it did no damage to Raichu at all. What? Richie said, confused as to why Raichu didn't receive any damage. Misty was confused herself. What's going on? I know Raichu's also an electric type, but it still should have took some damage. Not if it has the lightning rod ability. Ash said. Lightning rod ability? What's that? Molly asked. Brock answered this time. When an electric type is hit by an electric type move, like Thunderbolt, it deals no damage and raises its special attack. Misty realized what Brock meant. So you're saying Raichu absorbed Sparky's Thunderbolt attack? That's right, Brock nodded grimly. Hopefully Richie's thought of a counter-strategy. Ash didn't voice it, but he was wondering the same thing, but Richie's been training his Pokémon, including Sparky, so maybe it'll all work out. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard Lieutenant Serge's annoying laughter. Show that baby a real Thunderbolt, Raichu. Lieutenant Serge grinned like a maniac. Raichu released his own Thunderbolt at Sparky, but Richie had a move that just might work. Use Double Team. Richie yelled. In a blur there were 13 copies of Sparky, the Thunderbolt hitting one of the clones, making them disappear and leaving an unharmed Sparky. Sparky's okay, Molly said. Petalil, thank goodness. Petalil said. Ursa, awesome job, Sparky. Ursa jumped up and down. Ash smiled. Using Double Team was a good way to avoid that Thunderbolt. He complimented his cousin's quick thinking. I bet Serge wasn't expecting that. Misty smiled. True, but this battle's not over yet. Brock reminded them. Richie was glad that his counter move worked. They had been practicing Double Team along with Ash and his Pikachu, and finally, after 3 hours of rigorous training, they finally mastered it. He was worried that maybe the move wouldn't work, but was honestly relieved when it did, because Sparky was able to avoid that powerful Thunderbolt. Serge was irritated. This is the second time this little punk avoided Raichu's Thunderbolt attack. He refuses to lose to this little baby and his baby Pikachu. A thought came to his mind and smiled sadistically. That's right, he could just use that move to finish this. Ash saw Serge smirking, and immediately an alarm rang off in his head, telling him that this man was about to do something vicious. Before he could warn Richie about what was coming, it was already too late. Sparky, use Quick Attack. Sparky shot towards Raichu, but that was just what Serge was waiting for. Thunder Punch on the ground, he ordered. What? Brock and Misty yelled. Raichu's hand was covered with electricity and struck the ground in front of him, cutting off Sparky's quick attack. Because of the rocks in his way and the dust that followed, the yellow rodent couldn't see a thing. Hit that weakling, Raichu. Serge continued. Get out of there, Sparky. Richie yelled frantically. Raichu head-butted Sparky hard in his gut, then began throwing punch after punch, sending the electric type skidding back. Finish it off with Thunderbolt. Raichu sent a powerful Thunderbolt at Sparky, who cried out in pain and was sent flying towards his trainer. Ash grit his teeth. That's a dirty way to try and win a battle, he growled. Pie Pikachu, dirty bstrd. Pikachu growled right along with him. Sparky. Richie caught his best friend as the electric type flew right towards him, cradling him in his arms. The others ran towards him immediately, Brock getting out his healing spray and other things Sparky might need. That was the most vicious thing anyone could do to a Pokémon. In fact, it was downright despicable. Sparky, can you hear me? Sparky. Richie cried out in fear. What if Serge had Raichu hit something he wasn't supposed to? His fears soon vanished when Sparky opened his eyes, smiling weakly at Richie. Pikachu, our Richie. Richie had tears in his eyes, relieved that his friend was okay. He'd hug him right now, but Brock was healing him to best of his abilities right now. Pikachu, Pika Pie Pikachu, Richie, I'm sorry I lost another gym battle. Ash clenched his fists as he heard Sparky apologize to his trainer. You didn't lose anything, Sparky. In fact, you were about to win had Serge not decided to fight dirty. Misty was just as angry as Ash was. Richie worked hard to win this gym battle only to lose because his opponent doesn't know the meaning of fighting fairly. Ash is right. If anyone deserves to lose the battle, it should be Serge. Molly had tears in her eyes, but she was trying to be a big girl and wiped them away. She wanted to be strong for her brother and cousin and refused to cry in front of a bully. Sadistic laughter was heard from the other side of the gym. No one needed to be told who it was because they already knew. Lieutenant Serge was laughing his butt off because for brutally beating Sparky. See? This is what happens when you send out a weakling to battle, he taunted. Had you'd evolved it into a powerful Raichu, it might have stood a chance. He started laughing again. The others were disgusted with the display. So not only does he find it funny that he hurt Sparky, but now he's going as far as to taunt about it, and to add insult to injury his subordinates were laughing right along with him. Misty turned to him. You dirty bas dash, she started. Thunderbolt, an angered voice was heard and a shot of electricity shot out at Serge, barely missing his head and cracked the wall behind him, sending concrete chunks to the ground. At that moment no one said a word. Even the cruel taunting stopped, probably because Serge was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Even his Raichu wasn't smirking anymore, having witnessed a powerful thunderbolt attack. The gang already knew who did that. It was none other than their friend Ash and an equally angered Pikachu who was growling at humans who ceased their sadistic laughter, electricity coursing through his body. Molly flinched at her brother's tone of voice. It reminded her of when her father would yell at her to go away when he was busy with something and didn't like having her around. She shivered, having remembered her father's scary face when he said it. She felt a hand on her head and saw it was her big brother. Even though he wasn't looking at her, she knew that he was trying to calm his nerves for her sake, making her smile. She really had the best big brother in the world. Having taken a deep breath, he turned to his friends, his anger slowly dissipating. I need you guys to get off the field while I have my gym battle with Serge, if that's okay. His friends gave him determined looks as if saying, you really need to ask. Misty smiled at her friend. Teach him a lesson, Ash. After what he did those Pokémon and Sparky, he deserves it. Ash nodded. I intend to. He gave Brock a look signaling to him that he'll be okay within his match with Serge and just focus on Sparky for now. The breeder nodded at the exchange and moved over to their original spot when they watched Richie's battle with Serge. Molly looked up at her big brother with a determined look on her face and smiled. Beat him up, big brother. The boy smiled at the girl ruffling her hair. You got it. She went over to the others standing near Richie, the two of them knowing their cousin was about to teach Lieutenant Serge a lesson. Ash looked at Pikachu. So what do you want to do, buddy? Fight Serge or have our friend Luxray have a crack at him? Pikachu smirked at his best friend. Pikachu Pi Pika, I'm good to go. The yellow mouse saw Sparky as his little brother, and that little display really set him off. Ash smirked right alongside his buddy and looked back over to Serge. Standing in the same position as Richie was he called out to brutal gym leader, Lieutenant Serge. My name's Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, and I hereby challenge you to a gym battle. But this won't be a normal battle. You and me will make a wager. Do you accept? He yelled with confidence. Lieutenant Serge snapped out of it and smirked at the boy. He had to admit the kid has guts, but that won't do him any good. Heh. I accept. So what are we wagering? Ash smirked, having baited the man into making a wager with him. Badges. If I win, you give both me and Richie the Thunder badge. And if you win, then you don't have to give us the badges and we'll try next time. Do you accept? Serge grinned like a madman. Fine then baby, I accept. He looked at his subordinate, signaling him to call out the rules. This will be a one-on-one battle between gym leader Lieutenant Serge and challenger Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The battle is over when both or one Pokémon on either side is unable to battle. Do both sides agree? The male repeated. Serge smirked while Ash simply nodded in agreement. Both Pokémon were ready to go at it. Raichu was smirking while Pikachu was on all fours with a serious look on his face. Battle begin. Ash made the first move. Pikachu, Electro Ball. Pikachu jumped in the air, generating an Electro Ball from his tail and sending it at Raichu at incredible speed. Take it, Raichu. Serge smirked seeing the attack hit Raichu, who took the hit. Is that all you've dash? Thunder Shock. Ash cut him off by ordering Pikachu to send out another electric attack, which hit Raichu dead on. That's not gonna dash. Thunderbolt. Ash cut him off again and ordered Pikachu to send out another Thunderbolt, once again hitting Raichu, who still stood there unaffected. Ash's friends were confused. He knows that Raichu has the Lightning Rod ability, so why is he sending out nothing but electric attacks? Brock's eyes widened in realization, unless. Misty and Richie look at the breeder with questioning looks, but the boy was too busy paying attention to the battle to acknowledge their confused faces. Back to the battle, Serge was said because the brat kept cutting him off. Now it's time to end this. Battle's over, brat, he hollered. Raichu finished this weakling off with a Thunderbolt full power. Raichu's body was surrounded in yellow electric aura and shot out a powerful Thunderbolt. Serge smirked thinking he'd beaten another weakling, but that smirk disappeared when he saw Ash smirk himself, almost as if he was expecting it. Tail in the air, Pikachu. Ash ordered. Pikachu lifted his tail in the air as the Thunderbolt hit his tail, absorbing the electric attack. When it died down, Pikachu was still crouched on all fours, having received no damage at all. What? But how? Serge's eyes were wide, as was Raichu's and everyone else's. Ash was still smirking but explained anyway. Lightning Rod isn't just Raichu's hidden ability, but it's also Pikachu's, he explained. Say what? Serge's subordinates, Misty and Richie, yelled in shock. Brock and Molly smiled at the information. This battle just got more interesting. Grr, so what if your baby Pokémon has the same ability that doesn't change anything? Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Raichu's cheeks sparked but nothing came out. What's wrong, Raichu? I said use Thunderbolt, he yelled, but when Raichu tried again, the same thing happened again. His cheeks sparked up but nothing came out, leaving Serge and Raichu confused. Ash crossed his arms. That won't work, he said from across the field, but everyone heard him loud and clear. In case you forgot, you told Raichu to use Thunderbolt at full power, which is what he did, so no matter how many times you tell him to use Thunderbolt or other thunder attacks, nothing will come out because he disposed all of the extra electricity both Sparky and Pikachu gave it. Serge had a bead of sweat come down his cheek. He got played. The brat was sending out all those electric attack knowing Raichu would absorb all of it, and knew he would tell Raichu to use Thunderbolt, and when he did, he had his Pikachu absorb all of the extra electricity he gave to his Raichu. This brat planned all of this the moment he sent the first electric attack, and Serge fell for it. Brock was smiling, alerting both Misty and Richie, so that's what he was doing when he ordered Pikachu to use Electro Ball, Thunder Shock, and Thunderbolt. He wanted to charge Raichu up till it was at full power, and when Serge told Raichu to use a full-powered Thunderbolt, he had Pikachu steal all that extra electricity back. You mean, Ash planned this from the beginning? Misty and Richie yelled out in shock. Brock scratched his cheek. Well, he said he had a strategy, he didn't say this was part of his plan, so maybe this counts as the same thing. Misty and Richie were completely speechless but couldn't deny that was a good battle strategy if that was the original strategy. Use, double team. Ash ordered. 13 copies of Pikachu formed and surrounded Raichu. Without the use of using Thunderbolt or Thunder Punch, the electric type knew that he was screwed. Iron Tail, all the Pikachu's tails glowed metallic white, and one by one they each attacked Raichu in different areas like the head, stomach, back, and face. Raichu! Serge cried out. He couldn't believe that a Pikachu was beating his Pokémon. Ash deemed it was enough. That's enough, Pikachu, you can stop now. Pikachu stopped his merciless assault on his evolved form, the copies disappearing instantly, and saw that Raichu was already exhausted. Molly looked at Brock. How come Raichu looks tired? Brock thought about it and realized why. Probably because Serge evolved his Pikachu too early and didn't bother to train it to use speedy attacks or have any endurance when it was still in its second evolution stage, and that's why it's already exhausted. Misty chimed in at this point. It's probably out of shape too, not to mention that this might be the first time it had fight for this long when it's used to doing one-hit elimination attacks. So it's tired out already because Serge didn't train it properly? Richie asked to make sure. That's a possibility, Brock said. Back to the battle. Raichu was swaying back and forth, bruised and battered, taking Iron Tail after Iron Tail will do that to you. Ash felt sorry for the little guy. It wasn't entirely his fault because Pokémon tend to follow their trainer's personality, and Serge's sadistic personality rubbed off on Raichu. He decided to end this battle. Pikachu finished this with a thunderbolt. Ash yelled. Pikachu was surrounded in yellow aura just like Raichu was. Get out of there, Raichu. Serge yelled frantically, which was ironic seeing as how Richie did the same thing not too long ago. Paikakakaachuuu, take this. Pikachu yelled, sending a full-powered thunderbolt at the exhausted Raichu, which was a direct hit, making him cry out in pain, and when it couldn't take any more it fainted, signaling the end of the battle. Our Raichu's unable to battle. Pikachu wins, the male subordinate announced. He did it. Molly, Misty, and Richie cheered while Brock smiled. He was scared at first, but after he saw that Pikachu absorbed Raichu's thunderbolt he knew that Ash would win. Pikachu ran to his trainer on all fours and jumped on the boy, both of them hugging each other happily. I knew you could do it, Pikachu. I'm so proud of you. Pika Pika, we did it. Pikachu cried out in happiness. The two best friends heard footsteps coming towards them and saw everyone come at them. Pikachu hopped on Ash's shoulder as Fennekin jumped in his arms as Misty ran up and hugged him. That was amazing, Ash, she said, letting him go. The boy smiled back, thanks Misty, but the amazing one is Pikachu, right buddy? Pika Pikachu Pi Pika, ah come on, you're making me blush. Pikachu scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Richie looked down ashamed and Ash noticed this. What's wrong, Richie? The boy shook his head. I feel bad. After all that training we did together I still ended up losing, and to make matters worse you had to wager another badge for my sake. He had such a heartbroken look on his face that it was just so sad. Ash put a hand on his cousin's shoulder. Richie, I don't mind wagering for badges if it means you can pursue your dream right along with me. Also, you're getting much better at battling. Remember, we're still rookies, so we have a lot to learn. We'll just have to do more training and get stronger together. He smiled. Richie grinned at his cousin's words of encouragement. Thanks, Ash. You sound more of an adult than a baby. The gang saw Serge coming up to them holding a Pokeball in one hand and 2 Thunder badges in the other. He reached his hand out, showing the 2 Thunder badges that were shaped like 8-pointed stars with an orange octagon in the center. I present you 2 squirts with the Thunder badge. Ash and Richie took the badges from the tall man, putting them in their badge cases, but Serge wasn't done. I owe you both a thanks and an apology. It's been a long time since anybody's beaten me that I got overconfident in my skills as a gym leader. Worst of all, I ended up hurting all those trainers' Pokémon. I'm pretty sure Nurse Joy wants to give me a stern lecture for it. Ash smiled at the man. At least you realized you went too far, and speaking of Nurse Joy, I think we should head to the Pokémon Center. I'm pretty sure Sparky, Raichu, and Pikachu need to see her right now. The other agreed and walked out of the gym. Unknown to them, Ash was secretly smirking, knowing that Nurse Joy will probably do more than just give him a stern lecture. Pokémon Center. Looks like Ash was right. The moment they walked into the Pokémon Center and she saw the state Sparky was in, she marched right up to Lieutenant Serge and slapped him across the face. She then pulled his ear, yanking him towards couch, and told him to sit there until she was done healing his Raichu, Ash's Pikachu, and Sparky. She was surprised at first when Serge told her that he lost both the wager and battle to Ash, but that soon faded when she said he's not getting out of the lecture she was going to give him. When she first slapped him, Ash snickered, making everyone look at him, wondering if he somehow knew this would happen. He just smiled innocently and said, I don't know what you mean. Making everyone sigh, not at all surprised by his answer. After she took their Pokémon in the back, Ash called Professor Oak and asked if he could switch Luxray out for Gyarados, wanting the giant cat to socialize with the other Pokémon. After swapping out Luxray for Gyarados, he walked over to the counter where Pikachu was. The rodent went to his shoulder immediately, and Sparky and Raichu also made a full recovery. After getting a stern lecture from a scary Nurse Joy, Lieutenant Serge went back to his gym to rethink about his battling method. When that was done, Ash asked if they could all stay here tonight. The nurse smiled and said they were in luck because she had plenty of rooms available. Before they could head to their rooms, they heard a beeping noise coming from Richie's backpack, alerting them that the egg was about to hatch. Ash told Richie to give the egg to Nurse Joy, who went back into the medical room with the others following right behind her, wanting to see what kind of Pokémon would hatch from the egg. She placed the egg under a warm incubator as it began to glow brighter and brighter until it finally revealed the Pokémon inside, which turned out to be an Eevee. The newborn yawned cutely and opened its eyes slowly, and the first person it saw was Richie. Yipping in joy, the little one jumped in his arms, nuzzling his chest, then fell asleep once it got comfortable in his arms. Richie felt his mood skyrocket after everything that happened today. Getting hugged by a newborn baby Pokémon felt nice. After the excitement of Eevee being born, the gang went to their rooms to sleep, but Ash and Richie were wide awake with little Eevee sleeping on Richie's chest. The brown-haired boy hesitated before speaking. "Hey, Ash." The boy hummed, not turning around to look at his cousin because he was exhausted after today's events. Richie took a deep breath. Have you ever heard from Leaf or Yellow after they left Pallet Town?" Ash still had his eyes closed but responded anyway. "Now that you mention it, I haven't heard from them in a long time. I wonder how they are." Richie felt bad for keeping his cousin in the dark about what happened to the two of them, but he couldn't risk his cousin getting hurt if he ever found out, or if God forbid lose his mind and kill Gary. Shaking his head, he responded, "Yeah, same here." Ash yawned. Eyes still closed. "We should get some sleep, it's a long way from here to Celadon City." Richie yawned himself. "Yeah, you're right, night Ash." "Night Richie." And with that he was out like a light, but Richie was still awake. How could he sleep after what Serge told him? Before Serge left the center. "Hey kid." Serge called out to Richie. "Yeah." The man sighed. "There was a girl that came to my gym before you two showed up. It was a girl with long brown hair, said her name was Leaf." Richie's eyes grew wide. He looked around to make sure Ash wasn't within hearing distance to listen to their conversation. When he determined that the close was clear, he looked back at Serge. "Did she challenge you to a battle?" He shook his head. "She wasn't interested in a gym battle, just wanted to know if some kid named Gary stopped by my gym. I told her no, and she clicked her tongue saying, 'Damn it. I'll find him soon enough.'" Richie's blood ran cold. What did she mean by that? "Beats me," he shrugged. "This Gary brat must have done something to piss her off. I noticed she hid her face the whole time we were talking." Richie laughed bitterly. "Did she now?" He knew the reason why she hid her face and wasn't really that surprised. "Thanks for telling me and not my cousin Ash." "Heh, I owe you both, so as far as I'm concerned we're even." He pats Richie on the head and left the center, giving the boy some time to think about why Leaf would be stalking Gary. "Leaf, what are you trying to do now?" Richie closed his eyes, finally letting sleep take him, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that if Leaf and Gary somehow run into each other, it could turn into something really bad. And so after earning their third gym badge, Ash and Richie get some well-deserved rest, but the conversation Richie had with Serge still echoes in his mind. Just why is Leaf trying to find Gary? Stay tuned as the journey continues. After a brutal gym battle with Lieutenant Serge, we find Ash and company sleeping soundly in the Pokémon Center, but Ash seems to be having a strange dream. Ash woke up to find himself absolutely nowhere. There was no light, just darkness. Looking around, all he saw was darkness, but he could see his hands clear as day. What's going on? Pikachu. Molly. Richie. Brock. Misty. Where are you? He called out, hoping to see his friends, sister, and cousin anywhere, but to his disappointment he didn't see them. Sighing, he decided to walk around through the endless darkness, seeing as how there was really nothing else for him to do. He kept on walking until eventually he saw a small flicker of light in the distance. Thinking it might be an exit, he ran straight towards it, the light glowing brighter and brighter the more he kept running to it. When he was close enough, his whole body was engulfed in the bright white light, causing him to shield his eyes because of the intensity of it. When the light died down, he deemed it safe to open his eyes, but when he did, nothing could prepare him for what he saw. There right in front of him stood two human-sized test tubes, one with a little girl inside who had green hair, and the other one had a bipedal humanoid Pokémon with feline features, gray skin, purple tail, and two blunt horns. Both had their eyes closed almost as though they were sleeping. But what's confusing is why Ash is here with only these two and nothing else. Why are they in these test tubes? Are they sick? Ash muttered to himself, still staring at the sleeping girl and Pokémon. He saw both the girl and Pokémon's eye twitch, making him flinch a little, but then relaxed when he realized they were about to wake up. They opened their eyes at the same time, allowing Ash to get a good look at them. The girl's was blue while the Pokémon's was purple. He noticed something about the Pokémon's eyes, they looked so human-like. "You're here." Ash turned around on instinct, thinking the voice came from behind him, but to his surprise he didn't see anyone. It sounded feminine, almost like a little girl. She sounded so happy. "You're finally here." It spoke again. The boy's eyes grew wide and turned back to the test tubes and saw the little girl in front of him smile with so much excitement and happiness. Why was she so happy to see him? "We've been waiting for you." This time it was a male's voice that spoke. Ash snapped his head in the direction of the Pokémon, something telling him that the male voice was coming from the Pokémon that was staring at him. The Pokémon's voice sounded like it was yearning for something, and for some reason he felt like it was directed towards him. After getting over his shock, he finally found the will to speak. "Just now, that voice, was it you?" He could be imagining it, but he was sure he saw the Pokémon smile at him. It amazed him just how human-like this Pokémon is, and the way it's communicating with him is through telepathy, which told Ash that this Pokémon must be a psychic type. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the little girl bring her hand up to the glass. On instinct Ash did the same, both their hands touching the glass at the same time. He noticed the Pokémon was doing the same thing, so Ash brought his other hand up to the glass at the same time the Pokémon did. It was strange, but he felt content with these two, despite the fact that he's never met them before. A smile crept to his face, feeling as though he just made a special connection with these two. His thoughts were interrupted by another bright light and a voice. "Hey Ash, come on, it's time to get up." The light glowed brighter and brighter until the two faces faded, leaving only the bright light. Ash groaned, opening his eyes, slowly rubbing them to get adjusted to the sunlight that shined through their room. Sitting up, he stretched his arms above his head, yawning. What a strange dream that was. No, that didn't feel like a dream. He stared at his hands. The feeling of the cold glass was still etched into his mind, and that girl and Pokémon he saw. Just who were they? "Come on Ash, let's go downstairs and get some breakfast, then we can hit the road again." Richie grinned. This time he'll win a gym badge on his own. "Eevee, let's go." Eevee said. "Pikachu Pika, come one, get up." Sparky said. "Pika Pika, Pikachu Pi Pika, alright, we're up already." Pikachu grumbled, yawning and rubbing the sleepiness out of his eyes. Fennekin, you don't have to be so loud." Fennekin stretched and yawned at the same time. Ash chuckled at the exchange and got out of bed. "Well, now that I'm up, let's get some food, but after I wash up first." In the back of his mind something told him that wasn't a dream but rather a pleasant greeting. Who knows? Maybe he'll see them again. Having gotten some food in their bellies, the gang is now crossing a bridge, following in the direction Brock pointed them to, having taken a look at the map. While crossing the bridge, the gang were discussing the gym battle both Richie and Ash had with Lieutenant Serge. This time Misty didn't chastise the brown-haired boy, voicing her opinion about how Serge is a sadistic JRK, while Ash voiced his own, saying that he may be a JRK but he's only human. Richie's mood improved tremendously because his Pokémon egg finally hatched and was holding his Eevee, who he named Eve, in his arms. Before they left the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy informed them that Richie's Eevee was female, and she was a very curious one too. The gang had to chase her around the center the moment they finished breakfast. The little one had so much energy. She was almost like a Pokémon version of Richie. Misty sighed. Celadon City seems pretty far, doesn't it? You're right. But that's where we need to go for Ash and Richie's next gym battle, so it can't be helped. Brock reminded. Ash nodded. Brock's right. It might be a long walk and we'll have to camp outside again, but there's nothing wrong with getting some fresh air and stretching our legs every once in a while, right? I love walking. It feels nice. Molly smiled. Teddiursa, it does. Teddiursa said. Petalil, very refreshing. Petalil said. Misty smiled. I guess it's not so bad. And getting some sunlight is good for your skin. Pikachu noticed something. Pikachu, Ash, look, he pointed at something, getting his trainer's attention. The boy looked over to where Pikachu was pointing to and saw a luxury liner. The boy tilted his head. A ship? I didn't know there was a port here. Look how big it is, it looks like it could hold over 100 people. Richie stared in awe. Brock noticed the ship's name on the side, says it's the Saint Anne. Misty's eyes sparkled in joy. This is the famous Saint Anne, she squealed with excitement. Richie rolled his eyes. What's so exciting about some ship? I mean, what's the big deal? Misty's head snapped in Richie's direction. What's the big deal? The big deal is that the Saint Anne is a well-known luxury cruise ship. I never thought I'd get the chance to see it in person, and just like that she was off in Fantasyland. Is she serious? Richie looked at Brock. Looks that way. Brock said. Ash stared at the boat. It really is a big ship though. I wonder if it comes here all the time. Probably. There might be some people who use the Saint Anne to get to faraway places, or some tourists coming and going here all the time. Brock said. Misty finally snapped out of her own fantasy world. Hey, what do you say we get on the ship? It might take us to Celadon City. Richie smiled. Great idea, Misty. That way we can get there faster and I can earn my next gym badge. Pikachu, let's get on. Sparky said with excitement. Ash coughed into his fist, getting everyone's attention. I really hate to damper on everyone's good mood, but to actually get aboard the ship we need tickets. And to actually get tickets we'll need to buy them with money, but the tickets are probably set at a high price, which is something we can't afford, especially since we'll need the money to buy food and medicine. Brock continued. After hearing the two boys explain that there was absolutely no way they could afford the tickets to get on the ship, Richie and Misty started to sulk. Brock's sweat dropped at the display. Come on, you two, don't sulk. There's always next time. Molly looked at her brother. Is sailing on a ship fun? She asked. To some people it is, but I can't really say for sure because I've never really been on one before. Ash said. Excuse me, a female voice called out to them. Ash turned around. Yes. Do you need something? He froze when he saw who called out to him. There standing in front of him were two girls, one with short blue hair and one with long red hair. Their skin color was dark tanned and wore schoolgirl uniforms. Molly tugged on her brother's jacket. Are they circus performers, big brother? Ash didn't know how to respond but managed to say something. Well, no, at least I don't think so. What's up with their skin? They got a rash or something? Richie questioned. Misty sighed. It's called a tan, Richie. Brock smiled weakly. It's true, everyone has their own unique way of expressing themselves, but this might be a bit too much. The girls didn't seem to hear their comments. You guys need tickets to get on board the Saint Anne, right? The redhead asked. We were planning on buying some, but it's too expensive. Misty said. In that case, the girl with the blue hair brought out 5 tickets. Take these, that way you can board it without having to pay for it. Ash's instincts kicked in, telling him that accepting these tickets isn't such a good idea. That's very nice of you, but I'm afraid Misty and Richie cut him off by taking the tickets from the girls. Thank you so much, we'll happily take them, they both said. Ash sighed, shaking his head. Guess they'll be riding the Saint Anne after all. But he still couldn't shake this feeling that something's going to happen once they board that ship. Guess he'll just have to be on the lookout. Looks like we're going after all. Brock said to Ash. Guess so. Ash said, guys, since we're getting on the Saint and we should probably get on it soon before it leaves. The two noticed he was right. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Misty grabbed Brock, while Richie grabbed Ash and Molly, running in the direction where the luxury cruise ship was. The two girls began to laugh evilly as they watched them run towards the ship. When they were out of sight, they stripped off their disguises, revealing them to really be Jesse and James of Team Rocket. They completely fell for it. Jesse smirked. All according to plan, right, Meowth? James looked at the cat. Meowth cackled, looks like I'll be getting my answers now. That twerp won't know what hit him. Jesse and James' sweat dropped. Let it go already. They groaned. Never. Meowth yelled. On board the St. Anne. The moment the gang entered the ship and headed to the ballroom, they noticed there were a lot of people on board. There were also a lot of Pokémon trainers and merchandises too. This might just turn out to be enjoyable after all. There are so many people here. Richie said, looking around, noticing a lot of trainers on board. Look at all the Pokémon. Molly squealed with excitement. You're right, Molly, there are a lot of Pokémon here. Ash said, his attention being brought over to a battle between Eradicate and a Starmie. Curious, he went over to watch the battle. His friends followed him. They noticed Raticate's trainer was dressed in a gentleman's outfit. Use, Super Fawn. The gentleman said calmly. Raticate's teeth glowed white and bit down on Starmie's jewel. When the attack made contact, Starmie's jewel went out, signaling the battle was over. Everyone who was watching the battle was saying how impressed they were with the trainer's Pokémon. That was pretty impressive, Brock said. He's trained his Raticate well. You're right, he has, but why wear a gentleman's outfit? Ash observed. Richie shrugged. Maybe he's just a weirdo who likes to play dress up. I mean, seriously. What's up with the glasses and mustache? Don't call him weird. Misty scolded, but couldn't deny that the man attire was completely too much. He looks like a penguin. Molly smiled. Ash sweat dropped at his sister. Really? I never noticed. While they were having a conversation about the man, said gentleman was too busy sighing in disappointment. This is the 6th trainer to battle him and also the 6th one to be defeated by his Raticate. Aren't there any decent trainers aboard? He sighed. Looking around, he spotted Ash's group and smiled, noticing the Pikachu on the raven-haired boy's shoulder looked strong. You there? Young man. Gentleman called out, making everyone turn in the gang's direction, the one with the red cap and Pikachu on his shoulder. Ash turned to the gentleman in confusion. Me? He pointed to himself. The man nodded. Yes, you. Why not have a battle with me, young man? My Raticate against your Pikachu, sound alright? The two best friends looked each other. Well, buddy. What do you think? Pikachu smiled. Pikachu, I'm all set. Ash looked back at gentleman. I accept your challenge. He said, giving Fennekin over to Brock, going over to the other side of the battlefield. I wonder why he only wants Ash to battle with Pikachu. Misty wondered. That's a good question. Brock wondered about it himself. Maybe he wants to battle specific Pokémon who look strong enough to go toe-to-toe with his Raticate. He theorized. Richie and Molly were staring at the gentleman with suspicious eyes. There's a reason he asked Ash to battle with only using Pikachu. This guy's up to something. Raticate, use jump kick. Raticate jumps in the air, about to roundhouse kick the electric mouse. Use, iron tail. Pikachu jumped in the air, tail glowing white, hitting Raticate, knocking it to the ground. Nice counter-attack. Richie said. That iron tail attack's really strong, isn't it? Misty said. Brock nodded. It's a steel-type move if I remember correctly. I like that move. Molly turned to Teddy Ursa. Next time we train together I'll show you how to use Iron Tail. Ursa, sounds like fun. Teddy Ursa said. But still, Brock continued, it's impressive that Raticate knows jump kick. His trainer's impressive, but so is Ash. Raticate, use Hyper Fang. Raticate bares its teeth about to bite down on Pikachu. Use, Agility then Electro Ball. Pikachu starts running on all fours, disappearing the moment Raticate was about to bite down on him and appeared behind the normal type. When he appeared behind him, he jumped in the air, generating electricity in his tail, creating a ball of lightning and flung it towards Raticate, electrocuting it. Pikachu went back over to his trainer's side, standing in front of him. Ash was about to issue another attack, but the gentleman brought up a Pokeball, returning his Pokemon, much to the surprise of the spectators watching, including Ash's friends. "I've seen enough," he said, turning around, walking away. "This battle is a draw. I see no point in continuing any further." "Hey! You can't just recall your Pokemon when the battle's not over yet," Richie yelled. "It's fine," Ash said. His friends looked at him, wondering if he was really okay with it. "Now that the battle's over, we can walk around and enjoy ourselves." He smiled. Richie sighed. "Are you sure you're okay with this? I mean, you were about to win." Ash just shook his head. I could tell that he wasn't taking the battle seriously. Besides, the whole time he was giving Raticate orders, he was staring at Pikachu the whole time. He said unhappily. Pikachu nodded in agreement. "Seriously? That's kind of creepy," Misty said. "More like disturbing." Brock handed Fennekin back over to Ash, who rubbed her head, trying to get that man's creepy look out of his head. "You might want to be careful around him. Something tells me we'll be seeing him again." Ash nodded. "Got it. Now then, let's have some fun on this ship, shall we?" he smiled. "Who's that Pokemon?" "It's Raticate." "Raticate. Somewhere else on the ship." James of Team Rocket was walking around looking at the different vendors, looking to see if there was anything that piqued his interests. He didn't have to wait long when he heard someone call him over. "Hey, you there. Would you like to buy this special Magikarp?" James went over, interested. "What's so special about melons? It looks like a normal Magikarp to me." The salesman smiled. "Oh, I assure you, this one different from the rest. This Magikarp lays special eggs, unlike the normal ones that can make their trainer very rich. Trust me, my friend, you'll want to purchase this one." James smiled like kid on Christmas. "I'll take it." He grabbed some money out of his pocket and gave it to the salesman immediately, who in turn gave him a Pokeball holding the Magikarp. James took off, skipping like a little girl, unaware of the grinning salesman who successfully scammed another sucker. With Ash and company. After having a strange encounter with the gentleman, the gang decided to go see what kind of things the vendors were selling. It was kind of interesting. They were selling evolution stones, healing potions, berries, and other things. So far they were having a good time. After walking around looking at the different things that were being sold, they decided to relax and eat, which was a good idea cause Richie's stomach wouldn't stop growling, much to the annoyance of Misty. Richie was stuffing his face, eating like he hadn't had any food in days. "This is so good." "Right, Sparky," he said, food still in his mouth. "Pikachu, it is," Sparky replied. Ash sighed. "Richie, either eat or talk, you can't do both." The boy swallowed his food and blushed with embarrassment, scratching the back of his head. "My bad." "Jeez." Misty sighed exasperation. Just then the same man from before walked up to them. "Your Pikachu's quite impressive, young man," he said. Ash was suspicious but decided to be polite anyway. "Thanks for the compliment." He scratched Pikachu's head softly, earning a ka-cha in return. "I take good care of him like I do with my other Pokemon." "So I see," the man said. Ash was still being polite to the man but was starting to get the feeling he didn't just come here for a chat. Ash's eyes narrowed. "Not to be rude, but I suggest you cut to the chase already." The man blinked for a second before smiling, bringing out a Pokeball. "You're a sharp young man. I admit that I approached for more than just friendly chat about your Pikachu." "That's obvious," Ash said, simply eyeing the Pokeball in the man's hand, not liking where this was going. "Guess I better come clean then." He brought the Pokeball towards the boy. "I'd like to trade my Raticate for your Pikachu." To be honest with you, I only came on this ship to find someone to trade with, and that happens to be you. Ash just stared at the man, allowing him to continue talking. And honestly, I don't feel like capturing any Pokémon in the wild. I find it much more simpler to just trade for a new Pokémon, that way they're at a level I can appreciate and I don't have to worry about raising it because their original trainers have done the work for me. Everyone at the table couldn't help but feel disgusted about his explanation. He was basically looking for trainers so he could trade his Pokémon for theirs instead. After staying silent for what felt like a long time, Ash finally spoke. So basically you're nothing but a lazy clown who would rather trade Pokémon from trainers who put their heart and soul into training and taking care of them rather than capturing, training, and taking care of one yourself. Sounds to me like you see Pokémon as nothing more than things to trade instead of seeing them as valued partners. He moved the Pokeball from his face and looked at the man, who flinched at the piercing gaze Ash was giving him. I will never give Pikachu away to anyone, especially to a lazy sleazebag like you. As if getting the message to get lost, the man left in a hurry, never once looking back. Ash breathed a sigh of relief and went back to eating, ignoring the stares his friends were giving him. Wow, Ash! Richie said, laughing. That was awesome. You should have seen that guy's face, it looked like he was about to pee his pants, he said in between laughs. Molly pouted. He was trying to take Pikachu away from Big Brother. He's mean, her Pokémon nodded in agreement. That was some gaze you gave him, Brock said. It was so intense it even gave me the chills. Misty nodded. Same here, but he deserved it. I mean, seriously, who comes to a ship to challenge trainers just to see if the Pokémon they have with them are worth trading for? Ash finished eating and began drinking his water, setting the glass down when he finished. I know. That's why I got angry, but instead of glaring at him I gave the piercing gaze technique. Piercing gaze technique? Brock questioned at the strange name. Ash nodded. That's what Mom calls it. She told me when she was Pokémon trainer herself she would use it on the male trainers who got too close to her liking, but hers is stronger than mine's because whenever she used to use it she would smile instead of frown. Said she took pride in it because they all ran away screaming like a bunch of girls. Brock and Misty sat there trying to comprehend just what kind of person Ash and Molly's mom is. Ash? By any chance did she also teach you self-defense? Misty asked just to be sure. The boy blinked in surprise. Yes, she did, but how did you know that? Seriously? Misty and Brock yelled at the same time. They figured it was his mentor Silver who taught him, not his mom. That's so weird. My mom taught me self-defense too. Richie commented. You too? The two yelled again. So Aunt Ida taught you to, huh? Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Ash smiled. Richie shivered at the memories of having been taught self-defense techniques from his mom. Deep down he knew that she was secretly enjoyed flipping him all over the place until he finally managed to flip her back. Well, it shows your moms prepared you too for when you both started your journeys. Brock commented. Misty's sweat dropped. Explains why they were so good at taking down those boys at Pokémon Tech without so much as breaking a sweat. Molly grinned. Mommy said that when I turn 10 she'll teach me self-defense too. She what? Ash yelled in panic. His mom didn't go easy on him when she taught him. He could just imagine what he might do to Molly. The little girl giggled. It's okay, big brother. She said she'd teach me differently. Ash sighed with worry. That still doesn't make me feel any less worried. All of a sudden the ballroom became on lockdown, making everyone look around in panic. What's going? Misty yelled. Don't know, but it can't be anything good. Brock said, looking around. Molly grabbed onto her brother in fear. She was scared and confused and needed form of comfort. Ash held his sister tightly, his eyes darting around in every direction trying to find the culprits responsible for this. His cousin Richie was doing the same thing. Then out of nowhere the place was flooded with Team Rocket grunts demanding the trainers hand over their Pokeballs. They even had vacuums for the purpose of skiing in Pokeballs. He noticed Jesse, James, and Meowth among the grunts. So they're the ones responsible for this. One grunt made the biggest mistake of his life by grabbing Molly's arm demanding she hand over her Pokemon. Ash saw red and punched the grunt so hard in the face he flew across the room. Under no circumstances is anyone allowed to touch his sister lest they want to feel his wrath. Everyone. Ash called out to the trainers present, call out your Pokémon and show these Team Rocket grunts that they should never mess with Pokémon trainers. Every trainer got up and summoned their Pokémon to fight the Team Rocket grunts, their Pokémon using all kinds of attack on them. Ash, Molly, Misty, Brock, and Richie summoned their own Pokémon to help. Ash told Fennekin to use Ember, Charmander to use Flamethrower, Bulbasaur to use Vine Whip, Squirtle to use Water Gun, Butterfree to use Stun Spore, and Pikachu to use Thunder Shock. Brock told Geodude to use Rollout, Leafeon to use Magical Leaf, Chasebin to use Vine Whip, and Flareon to use Ember. Misty told Vaporeon to use Water Pulse, Jinx to use Perish Song, and Froakie to use Bubble. Richie told Sparky to use Thunderbolt, Happy to use Stun Spore, Umbreon or Midnight to use Confuse Ray, Zippo to use Ember, and Jolteon or Speedy to use Thunder Shock. Molly told Espeon to use Confusion, Teddiursa to use Scratch, Petalil wanted to help fight so she used Sleep Powder on the grunts. Ash spotted Jessie, James, and Meowth so he called out Pidgeotto told her to use Gust on the three who started this in the first place. She obliged and sent a tornado of wind at the three throwing them and the rest of the grunts off the ship. We did it, a random trainer yelled causing everybody to cheer for their victory over Team Rocket. The gang was happy as well and returned their Pokémon telling them job well done. But the celebration didn't last long. During the battle they somehow ended up right in the middle of a storm and it was a nasty one too. It kept making the boat rock back and forth. The captain runs out to the ballroom trying to get everyone to calm down by saying the ship is unsinkable, which turned out to be a lie because when another wave hit the ship it slowly but surely began to sink. Ash had to think of something quick before everyone sinks along with the ship. He got an idea. Everyone listen. The people on the ship stopped their hysterics and listened to the boy that helped keep their Pokémon, even the captain. If you have any flying or water-type Pokémon, send them out now and have them carry you to shore. For the rest of you, if there are any lifeboats on this ship, get on them quickly. The captain turned to the passengers. You heard the boy. Get moving already. They didn't need to be told twice because soon enough everyone was sending out a Pidgeot, Fiero, Charizard, etc. and headed out of the ship. Meanwhile those who didn't own Pokémon ran to lifeboats, which thankfully there were some available and big enough to fit some people in. Ash summoned his Gyarados, immediately lowering her head so they could get on. One by one they all got on Gyarados. Richie, Misty, and Brock were on her back, while Ash and Molly were on her head. The storm was still raging strong and Molly almost fell off Gyarados' head, but Ash hugged her tightly to him, not letting her fall off for a second. After what felt like hours the storm finally ceased, letting the clear blue sky be seen and the sun to shine down on them. Thank goodness it's all over, Misty said, exhausted by the whole ordeal. Brock looked around and saw some flying and water types carrying their trainers, as well seeing some citizens on the lifeboats. Looks like everybody made it out safe and sound. Richie sighed with relief. That's good. He then saw the Saint and sinking further and further into the sea, the ship's completely underwater now. They all looked to see the final remnants of the Saint and sinking until they could no longer see it. Misty grabbed onto Gyarados tightly, and to think, if Ash hadn't taken control of the situation then some of us might still be on that ship. Brock nodded. Thankfully everyone calmed down long enough for him to get them to either use their Pokémon or get on the lifeboats. I know, Richie said, I think I'll stick to riding on smaller boats from now on. Agreed. They both said. Hey Ash. Brock called out, you okay up there? Yeah, I'm okay, he responded. How's Molly? Is she okay? Misty called out this time. Ash looked down at his sleeping sister in his arms. She's fine. She fell asleep after the storm cleared up. Can't blame her after everything that happened. I wouldn't be surprised if she'd start having nightmares because of this. Richie said what everyone was thinking. Molly's only 8 years old, no child should have to be exposed to what she saw today. With Team Rocket. Jesse, James, and Meowth were currently floating on a raft, having managed to not hit the water the moment they were sent blasting off. I can't believe the plan failed. Jesse yelled, we were so close to capturing their Pokémon. And I was planning on interrogating the twerp the moment we swiped those trainers' Pokémon. Meowth said, just as upset as Jesse. Meanwhile, James was staring at his Pokeball that currently housed his special Magikarp, drawing the attention of his comrades. Are you still looking at that Pokeball that's holding that stupid Magikarp you bought with our money? Jesse growled. I still can't believe you fell for that stupid scam. Meowth said, crossing his arms. James whirled his head around at them. I did not get scammed. This Magikarp is special and I'll prove it to you. He threw the Pokeball in the air, releasing the Magikarp on the raft. James, Jesse said finally, in what way is that thing supposed to be special? James had a snug look on his face. The salesman said this Magikarp lays millions of eggs and that it can make their trainer rich. Meowth looked at him as if he were an idiot, which right now he is, you moron. You got swindled. A Magikarp can't make you rich. The blue-haired man looked at the Magikarp that was still flailing around the back at his friends, then back at the Magikarp again. So, you mean to tell me? You got scammed. His friends said with deadpanned expressions. A tick mark appeared on his head and glared at the water type. I can't believe I got swindled by some scam artist. He brought his leg back, and I don't want to be your master, he said, kicking it into the water. As soon as he kicked it into the water, a white light reflected in the water. When the light died down, something burst out of the water. It was a Gyarados. A Gyarados. Meowth yelled out in shock. It's looking at you, James. Say something to it. Jesse cried out in fear. Me? What am I supposed to say? James yelled. Gyarados got mad and fired off a hyper beam, sending them into the sky. This all your fault, James. Jesse yelled. How is it my fault? James yelled back. You bought the stupid thing. Meowth reminded. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Porta Vista Shore. Ash and company finally arrived at shore, noticing they weren't the only ones that made it either. Every trainer and citizen made it safely to land, where Officer Jenny was there along with the captain. She apprehended all of the Team Rocket grunts that somehow also made it land, but nobody complained because they were happy to see them tied up. The Team Rocket grunts were wishing that Officer Jenny would hurry up and take them to jail already. The glares they were getting from both the people and trainers were starting to scare them. There was one grunt in particular that felt like peeing his pants because one of the trainers, Ash Ketchum, was glaring at him so murderously he wanted to find the nearest hole and stay there until it was safe to come outside again. The gang got off Gyarados and onto dry land. Ash was carrying Molly in his arms. The little girl was holding her brother so tightly she fell asleep with her head in the crook of his neck. He returned the water type and looked over to where the crowd was surrounding the captain, who was trying to find Ash and give him some sort of reward, but the boy turned away and headed offshore, his friends following right behind him. Brock, Misty, and Richie were worried. Ash hadn't said a thing since they reached land. Molly was sleeping peacefully in her brother's arms, something they were okay with because she needs some peace of mind after what happened today. Teddy, Ursa and Petalil were currently walking on different sides of Ash, worried and protective of their trainer. Even Espion, who came out of her Pokeball all on her own, was worried. They couldn't take it anymore. This silence was worrying them, and Ash's non-cheerful aura wasn't helping. Hey, Ash. Richie called out his cousin to get his attention. Ash stopped walking all of a sudden, making them stop walking themselves. The boy sighed and turned around. Sorry, I just don't want to be anywhere near the shore right now. Is it because of those people or Team Rocket? Misty asked to be sure. Ash massaged his temples. Both. I can't handle people right now, and I definitely can't handle those Team Rocket grunts either. He scowled, remembering the one that grabbed his sister's arm, scaring her, and how he glared at him so murderously, successfully making the clown look away in fear. He felt a firm hand on his free shoulder and saw it was Brock, with a look of understanding on his face, something Ash was grateful for. We understand. You're worried about Molly, aren't you? Unconsciously he tightened his grip on his sister. Yeah, right now I want to find a Pokémon Center so we can all rest up. I think that's a good idea, what do you guys think? Brock asked Misty and Richie. The two had no problem with that and started walking again, hoping to find a Pokémon Center around here somewhere. Arrival at the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy was sure in for a surprise when she saw the gang having tired looks on their faces. She wanted to ask if anything was wrong, but their expressions told her they didn't want to talk about. Ash asked if she had any rooms available, and thankfully she did after the whole ordeal with the saint, and sleep was the only thing on their minds. They requested to all be in the same room together, and being the kind nurse she is, the pink-haired woman didn't complain and allowed them all to sleep in the same room. Brock and Richie volunteered to sleep in the floor. Misty took one of the beds to the right and Ash and Molly took the bed to the left. Molly woke up the moment they arrived at the center and asked her brother to sleep in the same bed with her, which he complied to. After they all got comfortable, it was lights out for everyone. Come morning, Molly was back to her usual cheerful self, much to the relief of everyone else and especially Ash. They all refreshed themselves and headed to the lobby to get some breakfast. Once they chowed down, Nurse Joy came up to them advising they get some relaxation time at the beach, which they all agreed to. Richie and Misty were already out the door, making the others sweat drop. Talk about eager. At the beach. Richie, Brock, Molly, and Sparky wasted no time in changing into swimsuits and jumping in the ocean, splashing and playing with each other. Ash was currently sitting on the beach with Pikachu, Fennekin, Teddiursa, and Petalil. He was fine with just staring out into the ocean with everyone else, but his sister had other plans. She noticed he wasn't in the water, so she decided to go drag him in the water herself. Come on, big brother, the water feels great, she said, grabbing both wrists trying to pull him to the water. The boy chuckled at his sister's attempt at trying pull him. Alright, you win. I'll come join you guys. Yay, she let his wrists go and ran back to the ocean with Ash following right behind her. Guess it wouldn't hurt to have some fun in the water, they are supposed to be relaxing. Meanwhile, underwater in a Gyarados submarine, spying on the beachgoers was none other than Team Rocket. Any sign of the twerps? Jessie asked. James was looking around. I don't see them anywhere. I say we steal some dough from the rich beachgoers. Meowth grinned. Agreed, Jessie grinned right along with the cat. James said, getting their attention. What is it? Jessie questioned. They all saw something and it looked like a speedy boat and it was heading right for them. Before they could to try to get out of the way, the boat collided with the submarine, crashing into the dock. Richie, who was piloting the boat with Brock, Eevee, and Sparky on board, rubbed his head. Geez, what did we just hit? Richie groaned in pain. Pikachu Pika, the world is spinning. Sparky said with swirls in his eyes. Eevee was giggling, saying, do it again, repeatedly. I think you need to work more on your piloting skills. Brock groaned. Just then Ash, Molly, and Misty come over, having seen what happened. You guys alright? Ash asked. Yeah, we're fine. Richie said, getting off the boat along with Brock and Sparky. What happened? Misty asked. Brock shook his head. I think we hit something, but I didn't see anything. My boat, a voice said from behind them. Turning around, they saw it was an old man wearing a Hawaiian shirt, tan pants and straw hat, run over to them, inspecting his boat. Oh no, just look at that. It has a dent on it, he said, looking very intently at the visible damage done to his boat. Ash raised a brow. Excuse me, sir, is this your boat? The man looked at the boy. Of course it's my boat. And I don't remember giving anyone permission to ride on it either. Ash nodded at the old man. I see. He then looked at Brock and Richie. Well. They both flinched. Richie said he thought Brock had borrowed it from someone. They didn't know the boat belonged to the old man. Ash went over to his cousin and chopped him on the head, making the boy grumble, while Brock had his ear pulled by Misty. Molly just watched the two of them be punished. Ash bowed to the man politely. I'm sorry for the trouble, Mr. Mo. The man said. Mr. Mo, Ash said, maybe we could pay you back for the boat by working for you, is that okay? Mo was taken back by the young man's politeness but nodded anyway, that sounds reasonable. And I know just the job for all of you. They tilted their heads in confusion. Just what kind of job does he have for them? Beach House Mo. Mo explained to the gang that a woman named Brutella was stealing his customers away and if it continues any longer he might have to shut down the place. The gang understood and decided to help him out by using their Pokémon. Ash had Squirtle and Pikachu hand out advertising flyers for Mo, while he had Pidgeotto and Charmander help keep the grill going. Bulbasaur wanted to help out too, so he was with both Misty and Molly helping them with their waitressing duty. The customers seemed to like the Pokémon but they liked Misty, Molly, and Ash the most. The boys were gawking at Misty's perfect figure and both boys and girls loved Molly's cuteness while the girls fawned over Ash's gentleman-like personality, making Richie roll his eyes and Brock to start tearing up with jealousy. This works out okay until a sneaky little rat, or should we say cat, comes and messed everything up, causing everyone to leave Mo's restaurant and go over to Brutella's, making the old man sad. And to add insult to injury, the old woman came and taunted him along with Team Rocket. Not liking her behavior, Ash shut her up for good. You know, he interrupted her, for some wrinkly, good-for-nothing, sad excuse for woman, you really have an annoying voice, not to mention your personality is just as sickening. He glared at the old woman. Oh, but he wasn't done with her just yet. I'm surprised you're actually letting yourself be seen in public like this. Having pigtails at your age, not to mention wearing a pink dress to make yourself look like a young girl. Aren't you embarrassed with yourself for dressing like this? I'm embarrassed for you. The others couldn't help but laugh at his statement. She truly did have childlike pigtails in her hair, and wearing a pink dress was just sad. I suggest you go back to whatever hovel you came from, you dried up old hag. He said, eyes narrowing at the old woman, who flinched at the boy's gaze, ignoring the insults he hurled at her. Humph, she said, walking away, Team Rocket following right behind, having gotten scared of the twerp's glare, but was still laughing at the comments he sent at her. Mo stared at the boy in shock. Ash merely shrugged his shoulders. She was getting on my nerves. I have a lot of patience, but there's a limit. As expected of my little Ashy. I taught you well. A woman's voice was heard, making Ash and Molly happy, because standing there at the entrance was Delia Ketchum, their mother. Mom. Mommy, the two of them hugged the woman who returned the embrace. They hadn't seen their mom in a long time, so this was a happy occasion. It's so nice to see you too. How's your journey been so far? Are you having fun? She asked. The two of them looked at each other, knowing not to mention the saint and incident. Yep. We're having so much fun, they replied. The others knew they were keeping what happened on the boat a secret because they didn't want their mom to worry. I'm so glad you two are having fun on your journey. She then noticed Richie. Oh, Richie. It's been so long. Look how big you've gotten. The boy blushed. It's nice to see you again, Aunt Delia. Don't forget about me. A male's voice was heard this time. Professor Oak. Ash and Richie said. The old man smiled. Hope you don't mind us being here, but we wanted to see how you were all doing. We're fine, but what are the two of you doing here? Ash asked out of curiosity. Oh, we're here for the Beach Beauty and Costume Contest. It's actually about to start in a little while. I suggest you hand out the flyers to the audience, and speaking of the contest, why don't you enter it, Misty? Who knows, you might enjoy it. Professor Oak suggested. And me? Misty said, surprised. Why not? Besides, you're our only hope left now anyway, and if you win they'll give you the prize money that could help out Mo. Richie said. Misty blushed because her friends had so much faith in her. Alright, I'll do it. Ash looks at Pidgeotto. You wouldn't mind sending out the flyers to the people on the beach and in town, do you, girl? He asked gently. Pidgeotto, not at all. She grabbed the flyers with her talons and flew in the sky, letting go all of the flyers on the beach and in town. Soon enough Mo's restaurant was packed once again, making an old hag very displeased. Who's that Pokémon? It's Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto. There were a lot of people that came to see the contest in excitement, especially Delia and Professor Oak. Currently, Ash, Molly, Richie, Delia, Professor Oak, and Mo were sitting in the stands as support for Misty. Mo was having a conversation with Ash's mother, telling her how the boy has a mature personality for someone his age. Delia laughed, "Of course he does. He is my son after all." Professor Oak nodded, "Delia's right. Ash has always showed respect towards adults and is always calm and polite, unlike my grandson," he said sadly. Mo looked back to the stage. "I think I'll keep pursuing my dream of taking a world cruise in my boat." Professor Oak nodded, "That's a good dream to have. I hope you achieve it. I wouldn't mind taking a world cruise someday myself," Delia said. Meanwhile, Ash was looking around, making sure the old hag didn't try to interfere with contest, but was still looking forward to seeing Misty do her best for Mo's sake. Molly and Richie were sitting next to him, having the same thoughts. They saw Brock walk onto the stage announcing the start of the contest, introducing Misty first using her Starmie and Ash's Squirtle forming a UFO impressing the crowd. Then it was Team Rocket's Pokémon next. Eakins and Coughing were dressed up as an Omastar, but they were soon kicked off the stage by the arrogant and self-centered Gary Oak along with some girls who were dressed up as cheerleaders. Seriously? Ash was surprised to see him here, let alone on stage. He heard a growl coming from both Molly and Richie. The two of them were glaring daggers at him, but Richie's glare was different, almost murderous-like. He also noticed his mom stopped smiling the second Gary took the stage. "Just what's going on here? Oh, did I forget to mention that Gary's also here?" Professor Oak said sheepishly. Ash sighed, "As a matter of fact you did. A heads up would have been nice, you know." Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Team Rocket sneaking off somewhere and automatically knew that wasn't a good sign. He turned to his mom, "Hey mom, I'll be right back, okay?" He, Pikachu, and Fennekin sneaked off to follow Team Rocket. Unfortunately, this made a certain arrogant trainer angry. Gary still had a smug look on his face, waving to the crowd as he looked at them. Then he noticed Ash. The main reason he came here in the first place. He also noticed that the boy wasn't even paying attention to him and instead talking to his grandpa, then looking elsewhere, and then said something to his mother, getting up from his seat, but the boy wouldn't have it. Okay, Brock's sweat dropped. Seriously, he really couldn't stand this boy. "Anyway, let's continue the contest." The microphone was suddenly yanked from his hand by Gary, who was still looking smug. "Hey Ashy boy, where you going? Off to hide somewhere because you know you can't beat me," he taunted, making everyone look at the brown-haired boy with distaste, then looked at the black-haired boy, who looked at Gary for a second with a blank expression on his face, then turned to his cousin. "Richie, you mind watching Molly for me for a little bit? I forgot something back at the beach," he said flat out, ignoring the arrogant boy as if he wasn't there, making the people in the crowd snicker except his cheerleaders. Brock and Misty busted out laughing, knowing Ash just embarrassed Gary in front of everyone. Professor Oak shook his head at his grandson's arrogant attitude, while Delia still stared at the boy with an unreadable expression but was still proud of her son for his calm and mature behavior. Richie was about to blow up at Gary for calling his cousin out, but relaxed when he saw how Ash just ignored Gary like he didn't exist. The boy smiled. "Sure, I don't mind at all." He smiled. "Thanks, I appreciate it." He looked at Molly, wondering if she was okay with staying with Richie for a little while, but the little girl just smiled. "I'll be on my best behavior," Molly said. He rubbed her head. "I know you will." He walked off, still ignoring Gary, who didn't appreciate being ignored and humiliated in front of everyone. "Don't ignore me, you loser," he yelled, but Ash still acted like he didn't hear him, walking in the same direction he saw Team Rocket leave from, making the boy even madder. He dropped the microphone, about to follow the boy, but Brock and Misty stopped him, sending mad looks at the boy. "Get out of the way. We've got some unfinished business to take care of," he said, mad that these two were getting in his way. Brock, being the calm and collected type he is, decided to tell the boy off gently. "This is a Pokémon contest. Either have your Pokémon do some sort of costume or get off the stage so we can continue. He said calmly. Misty was seriously tempted to smack him but held back because Professor Oak was here. The boy scoffed and walked away, his cheerleaders following after him. Misty glared at his retreating form, arrogant JRK. Brock nodded and picked up the microphone. Sorry about that, folks. Let's continue with the contest. Everyone cheered, ignoring the tense atmosphere in favor of continuing the contest. Mo turned to the researcher. That boy's your grandson? Oak nodded. His personality may be like that. But he's a skilled trainer just like Ash. He crossed his arms, but still, I wonder why there's so much bad blood between the two. I know they're rivals and all, but this is just too much. He heard Richie snort, more like a one-sided rivalry. Molly nodded, one-sided. Teddy Ursa Teddy Ursa, how dare he try to bully Mommy's brother, the bear Pokémon growled. Petalil Lil, should I put him to sleep for all eternity? Petalil smiled innocently, but you could feel the hidden evilness in her voice. Sparky Sweat dropped, Pikachu Pi Pika Pika, I don't think you should do that. Meanwhile, with Team Rocket and Brutella. Brutella was with Team Rocket, having called them where no one would be able to hear their conversation. Humph, so you lost, huh? She scoffed, pathetic. I always thought Team Rocket was some scary organization, looks like I was wrong. They flinched. Why, you know we're part of Team Rocket? James said, sweating a little. Of course I know. I'm not stupid, she yelled. Anyway, I fixed your submarine, but don't think you're off the hook just yet. She grinned evilly. They shivered at her tone of voice. Just what is she planning? If you don't want me to let everyone know you're part of Team Rocket, then I suggest you continue to do as I say. She threatened. Why, I oughta. Jessie started but was held back by James. Well, what do you want? Meowth said nervously. She smirked, you're going to destroy Mo's stupid restaurant so all his customers can come to mine instead. She said, I had no intention of letting that old fool pay me my money on time. I was just toying with him because I can, and I'll get rid of anyone who interferes with my plans. The three crooks looked at each other. So you just want us to destroy the old geezer's restaurant? That's it? Brutella nodded, that's it. Shouldn't be too hard for you three to do, right? Jessie smiled, we can destroy things without even trying. Brutella smiled wickedly, good, then get to dash. They heard a clicking sound and turned to see Ash holding a tape recorder in his hand, smirking at them. Not only are you an old hag, but you're also a wicked one too. What do you guys think? He asked Pikachu and Fennekin, who agreed with him. You little brat. How long have you been standing there? She yelled. Ash smiled, I've been listening since the very beginning. He pointed to Team Rocket. You can blame them for that. When it comes to sneaking around, they're not really good at it, so it was easy for me to follow them and hear your whole conversation. Brutella scowled at them, then turned back to the boy and smirked, heh, so what? Just because you heard everything doesn't mean I'll let you play it to that old fool. She raised her hand in the air, snapping her fingers, but nothing happened, confusing her and Team Rocket. She tried again, but still nothing happened, realizing the bodyguards she hired didn't show up when they were supposed to. She looked back at the boy in fear. You. What did you do to my bodyguards? Oh, you mean those guys in black suits? I ran into them earlier. They were trying to stop me from coming here, so I decided to put them to sleep for a little while, even though I had to rough them up a little bit, all 6 of them. He smiled innocently, making their spines shiver. S6. He took down all 6 of those bodyguards by himself. James forced out. That's actually impressive. Jessie said. Meowth crosses his arms, guess he showed that old hag what for. By the way, Ash continued, bringing up the tape recorder to show it them. One of them was kind enough to let me borrow their tape recorder, so I brought it here with me and recorded everything. He put it in his pocket. I'm sure Officer Jenny would love to hear it, since I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. Brutella replaced her fear with rage and turned to Team Rocket. What are doing just standing there for? Attack that brat right now, she yelled. Right. Jesse brought out Eakins and James brought out coughing. Before they could issue any attack, Ash made the first move. Pikachu use, Thunderbolt. Fennekin use, Flamethrower, he ordered. The two of them combined their attacks together, knowing both Pokémon out. They returned their Pokémon immediately, but Ash wasn't done. Don't bother running away either because you're going to take a little nap, he said. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. They were confused until they looked above them and noticed the bug flying type Pokémon was spraying them with blue sleeping powder, making them feel drowse until they fell to the ground unconscious. Ash approached them, making sure they were asleep before taking out some rope he found somewhere on the beach and tied them up with the rope. Pikachu, Butterfree, and Fennekin approached him. Ash sighed with relief. Looks like it's all over now. He looked at all of them. Pikachu Pikapi, that was still reckless Ash. Pikachu scolded. Fennekin Fen, Pikachu's right. Fennekin agreed. Butterfree landed on Ash's shoulder. Free Butterfree, are you okay? He asked. He nodded, standing up. I'm alright. Come on, let's head back to the others. The contest is probably over by now, and besides I already contacted Officer Jenny, so she should be here any minute now. He returned Butterfree and headed back to the stadium, leaving only Pikachu and Fennekin out of their Pokeballs. With the others. The contest was over and the winner of the grand prize was Misty, who was smiling happily because she managed to win, and now Mo can keep both his boat and restaurant. Congratulations on winning, Misty. You've earned it. Professor Oak smiled. Thanks. She looked around. Ash isn't back yet. Now that you mention it, where is he anyway? Delia said. The moment they mentioned his name, the boy soon showed up. Sorry guys. Did I miss the announcement of the winner? Big brother. Molly hugged her brother, the boy hugging her back. Sorry it took me so long to get back. Ash rubbed her head. Anyway, Misty won the contest, right? Richie nodded. Yeah, she did, he said. Oh yeah, Gary left by the way. After being humiliated in front of everyone, he took off with those annoying cheerleaders of his. Ash rolled his eyes. Figures. But I don't really care about that. We figured as much. Brock shrugged. By the way, where'd you run off to? Ash smiled, bringing his finger up to his lips. It's a secret. He said, making the others groan. I really wish you'd stop doing that. Misty sighed. The boy laughed, coaxing Molly to let go of him, and went over to Mo. By the way, Mo, you don't have to worry about that wicked old hag anymore. He smiled. Wicked old hag? He blinked in confusion. He'd get his answer soon because Officer Jenny showed up with a tied-up Brutella walking over to them. You're Mo, right? She asked, earning a nod from the old man. We have this woman's confession on tape that she was about to have Team Rocket destroy your restaurant so that you'd never be able to pay her back. She informed him. What? Richie yelled. So she had no intention of letting him pay her back in the first place. That's awful. Misty yelled. And she teamed up with Team Rocket to make sure that even if Misty did win the prize money, he'd still lose his restaurant and his boat. Brock said with distaste. Wicked old hag. Molly stuck her tongue out, her Pokémon copying her. What an awful thing to do. Delia said. Indeed. Oak said. Mo glared at Brutella, unhappy that she would stoop so low. We also had Team Rocket in our custody, but I'm afraid they escaped. She said regrettably. Ash rolled her eyes in annoyance. Figures those three wouldn't let themselves be captured for long. We've also apprehended the 6 bodyguards she hired to get rough with you in case you tried to stop her from carrying out her plans, but when we got to their hideout they were beaten badly, then forced to sleep with sleeping powder. She informed him, bowing and walking away with the for once silent old hag. Everyone, except Delia, Oak, and Mo, looked to Ash, knowing he's the only person to do such a thing. Said boy was smiling innocently, pretending not to know anything. What a sneaky boy he is. The gang were about to leave but not before saying goodbye to Delia and Professor Oak, who left right after they said their goodbyes, leaving only Mo. The old man couldn't help himself and began to cry tears of joy as he turned to the gang. "You all have my thanks, I couldn't have made all this money without you. Now that I know Brutella will be put behind bars, I can finally achieve my dream. I'm happy for you, Mo." Ash smiled. "Same here," Richie said. "Hopefully that old lady will be in jail for a while. Too bad Team Rocket escaped though." "I know, but there's nothing we can do about that," Brock said. Misty sighed, knowing that they'll have to deal with those three idiots again. Molly smiled at the old man. "We'll be going now." Ash turned around. "Hopefully we'll meet again." They all waved goodbye and headed down the road again. Their destination, Celadon City. After dealing with the battle on the Saint and stopping a scheming Brutella, our heroes are on the road again, heading to Celadon City, site of Ash and Richie's next gym battle. Stay tuned as the journey continues. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon: Pikachu, male; Fennekin, female; Shiny Eevee, female; Charmander, male; Squirtle, male; Bulbasaur, male; Pidgeotto, female; Butterfree, male; and Gyarados, female. Molly's Pokémon: Teddiursa, male; Petalil, female; Shiny Espeon, female; and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon: Starmie, Staryu, Goldeen, female; Vaporeon, male; Froakie, male; and Jinx, female. Brock's Pokémon: Geodude, male; Onix, male; Chespin, male; Shiny Flareon, female; and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon: Pikachu, Sparky, male; Charmeleon, Zippo, male; Butterfree, Happy, male; Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male; Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male; and Eevee, Eve, female. At the ranch. Shiny Meowstic, female; Cloyster, male; Starmie, Riolu, male; Ralts, female; Ralts, male; Dratini, male; Luxray, male; Sizer, male; Slowpoke, male; Rapidash, female; Nidoqueen, female; Nidoking, male; Xatu, male; Krabby, male; Glaceon, female; Leafeon, female; Umbreon, male; Espeon, female; Flareon, male; Jolteon, male; Vaporeon, male. Richie groaned, "When is the next boat gonna get here already?" Pikachu, so slow. Sparky copied his trainer. Eve, waiting is so boring. Eve complained right along with them. "It'll show up, just be patient," Ash said. "It usually takes them a while to get here, so we might be here for quite some time," Brock informed. Richie threw his hands up in defeat. "Great." Molly laughed at her cousin, then turned to Misty, having noticed how quiet she's been the whole time. "What's wrong, Misty?" "Huh? Oh no, I'm fine, it's just I think I see something in the water, but I can't see it very well," Misty said, trying to get a closer look at the water. Pikachu's ears twitched, looking in the same direction as Misty, and pointed. Pikachu, Ash, look at the water." Ash looked in the direction Pikachu pointed to and saw that there really was something in the water. It was a Horsia. "There is something in the water." "It a Horsia," Ash said. "A Horsia? All the way out here?" Brock questioned. Molly looked closer and did indeed see a Pokémon just floating in the water. "Big Brother's right. It's a Horsia, but it looks hurt." Misty looked back at the water. "You're right, it does. It's not swimming at all." Ash took out a Pokeball. "Squirtle, I need you." Out came the Kanto starter. "Squirtle Squirt, what do you need, boss?" Squirtle asked. "There's an injured Horsia in the water, I need you to bring it to shore," Ash said. Squirtle saluted to his trainer. "Squirtle, on it." the water type jumped in the water swimming towards the unconscious Horsia. He appeared below the unconscious water type, letting it ride on his back as he swam them both back to shore. When they reached the others, Misty grabbed Horsia, immediately cradling it in her arms, while Ash picked Squirtle up out of the water, rubbing his head. "Thanks for your help, Squirtle." He smiled. "Squirtle, Squirtle, squirt, ah shucks, you're embarrassing me." Squirtle blushed at the praise. Ash returned his water type and went over to Misty, who was still holding the unconscious Horsia. Poor thing looked terrible, having bruises on its head and stomach. "Just who could have done such a thing?" Misty said angrily. Ash inspected the bruises closely. "It doesn't look like these injuries were caused by a person, but that's not important right now. Right now this little guy needs to be healed." Brock got out some healing potions from his backpack and took the Horsia away from Misty. Spraying the injured Horsia with a super potion, Ash helped out by bandaging the injuries so that they wouldn't get infected. "Is Horsia okay now?" Molly asked. Ash smiled. "He should be, but we should still get him to the Pokémon Center so Nurse Joy can take a good look at him." Richie brought out his Pokédex, having forgotten to scan him. Horsia, a dragon Pokémon. In this unique Pokémon species, thousands of eggs hatch every spring, and then the male raises them himself. "So it's a dragon and water type?" Richie questioned. Ash shook his head. "Horsia's a water type. Its species is classified as the dragon Pokémon." Richie, Molly, and Misty tilted their head in confusion. "What?" Then Brock decided to explain. "You see, each Pokémon belong to their own specific species. For example, Pikachu and Sparky belong to the mouse Pokémon species, and Teddiursa belongs to the little bear Pokémon species." "Oh," Molly finally got it, "so Horsia belongs to the dragon Pokémon species?" Brock smiled. "That's right." "Yay! I got it right." Molly jumped up and down. Ursa, good job." "Petalil Tillo Lil, you're so smart." Petalil complimented. Richie scratched the back of his head. "I still don't get it." "Pikachu, me neither." Sparky said. Misty sighed. "Why am I not surprised?" "Oh yeah, he yelled at the red head, then you understood all that then?" Misty crossed her arms, looking away. "Of course I understood all of it." "Liar," he yelled. "How would you know?" she yelled back. "Because I do." Brock and Molly's sweat dropped and Ash just rolled his eyes. While these two were arguing, they didn't notice that Horsia had woken up, alerting the others and successfully making the two stop their argument. "Hey there, Horsia. How do you feel?" Brock asked. The water type's eyes grew big, realizing why he was trying to get here in the first place. He moved around until he finally got out of Brock's grasp. "Hold on, little guy, you shouldn't be moving around just yet," he cautioned. See Horsia, see, they're coming, have to warn you." He yelled at them frantically. Everyone looked at Ash. He said, "They're coming. Have to warn you." Ash translated, surprising both parties. "They're coming? Who's coming?" Misty asked the confused Horsia. The water type bounced over to the boy. Since he's the only one that can understand him, the water type talked to him instead. "Horsia, see, the Tentacruel are coming." Horsia said again. Ash nodded, translating for the others to understand. He says, "The Tentacruel are coming." "The Tentacruel?" Brock said. "Why would they be coming?" Richie questioned. Before anyone could answer, an explosion was heard, making everyone jump. They saw some sailors be sent hurling in the air and hit the ocean. Ash and Misty wasted no time in sending out their water Pokémon to help assist the sailors and bring them safely to port. "Are you alright?" Brock asked. The sailor was too busy coughing up water to speak, but after finally catching his breath he managed to speak. "Tentacles, the tentacles." "Tentacles?" Ash said. Could it be the Tentacruel? He thought. Pokémon Center. After getting the sailors to the hospital, the gang arrived at the Pokémon Center, asking Nurse Joy to look over Horsia. They were sitting in the lobby discussing what happened earlier today. I'm still worried you guys, Misty said, what Horsia told us earlier still has me concerned. The tentacle are coming. Ash repeated Horsia's words, that had to be a warning. Yeah, but about what? Richie questioned. They sighed, unable to figure out what their new friend's warning could mean. Oh well, guess we'll just have to find out when the tentacles show up. Ash said. How do you know they'll show up? Brock asked out of curiosity. The boys shrugged, just a hunch. They heard a ding noise and saw Nurse Joy bring out their friend Horsia, who looked good as new. The gang went up to them, relieved their friend was all right. The nurse smiled, I'm happy to say that Horsia is feeling much better now. Thank goodness, Misty sighed with relief. She picked up the little water type carefully and rubbed his head, you hear that? Nurse Joy said you're all better now. See Horsia, I feel better. Horsia said. I have an idea, Ash said, why don't we go explore the town a little bit? After what happened earlier I have a feeling that we're going to be for a while. Sounds good, Brock agreed, I can get some more supplies while we're here. I'm good to go. Richie said. Let's go. Let's go. Molly smiled. Ash smiled, then it settled. Let's go explore the town. Yeah. As they ran out of the center, Nurse Joy giggled at their enthusiasm. Well, they're certainly exciting, aren't they? She asked her friend Chansey. Chansey, they are. Who's that Pokémon? It's Horsia. Horsia. The gang decided to spend the whole day sightseeing the city. There were plenty of tall buildings to look at and a lot of shopping places too. Horsia seemed to be on edge, looking around every 5 minutes as if trying to be on the look for something. So where should we go next? Richie asked. Hey you 5. You're Pokémon trainers, right? A voice called out from behind. Turning around they saw it was an old woman who strikingly familiar to a certain wicked old hag. Her appearance was just as similar, having red hair that was put up in pigtails tied up with blue beads, wearing a blue shirt and a yellow dress with pink beads around her neck and a pink furry scarf, while also walking around with a walking stick. Molly pointed at her in shock. Ah! It's the wicked old Dash. Ash put his hand around her mouth before she could finish, much to everyone's relief. The woman raised a brow at the little girl. What was that? Nothing. Ash said quickly, sorry, but did you need something from us? He forced a smile. Molly's not wrong though, this old lady really does look like that old hag. Richie thought as he stared at the old woman. They look the same. Brock and Misty thought. Humph, whatever anyway, yes, I do have a job for the 5 of you, she said. Ash removed his hand from Molly's mouth. And what may that be, miss? Naztina, and the job I have for you 5, she grinned, is to exterminate the tentacle. Say what? Misty and Richie yelled. Brock frowned at her request and Ash was trying to keep his emotions in check. You see, she continued, I'm trying to build an exclusive hotel on the ocean for wealthy tourists only. She then frowned, but those DMN tentacle keep interfering with my plans and keep attacking my construction site. Those wretched Pokémon have the nerve to get in my way. They obviously don't know who they're dealing with. Naztina took a deep breath. Anyway, if you take the job I'm offering you, I'll pay you $10,000. She smiled. Isn't Naztina generous? Ash wanted to tell her off, but a certain redhead did it for him. Generous? You call trying to exterminate water Pokémon generous? What was that, you brat? Naztina yelled. Shut up, you wrinkly old hag. Misty yelled back. W wrinkly. Naztina stuttered. Ash and the others busted out laughing, as well as the Pokémon. Wrinkly old hag. That was a good one. You heard me. Misty put a hand on her hip. The tentacle have every right to mess up your plans for trying to build some stupid luxury hotel. The ocean is their home and I refuse to take on this ridiculous job of yours as well as my friends, right guys? Ash nodded. The fact that you would even ask us to do this proves your heart is about as black as your eyes. He grinned, and Misty's right, you truly are a wrinkly up old hag. No amount of makeup you put on will get rid of those wrinkles of yours. Molly stuck her tongue out, wrinkly old hag. Richie's sweat dropped. Why does this seem so familiar? Probably because it does. Brock said. Misty looked back at the old woman. There you go. We're not helping you do anything. She walked away with the others following her, not even bothering to look back at the old hag. As they were walking away, Team Rocket peered from around the corner, having heard the conversation. Did you hear that? James asked. Jesse nodded, getting paid $10,000 to get rid of some tentacle. Sounds like a good deal to me. Meowth grinned. Then let's get to it then. With the gang. Unbelievable. How could she even ask us to do such a thing? Misty yelled. Horsia nodded his head in agreement. She's no different from that wicked old hag we met back at Porta Vista. Ash reminded. Isn't it strange that those two look so similar to each other? Richie asked. They're probably related. Brock stated. Scary. Molly said. More like frightening. Richie said. Ash frowned, something Brock didn't miss. What's wrong, Ash? He stopped walking. Don't you find it strange that she didn't bother to stop us? What do you mean? Misty asked. Something tells me she won't give up just yet, and if that's the case then we have a problem. Ash explained. Problem? Richie questioned. At that moment noise was made on the intercom and the wrinkly old hag's voice came on. Attention all citizens. I'm offering $10,000 to anyone who can get rid of those worthless tentacle. I repeat. I'm offering $10,000 to anyone who can rid of those filthy Pokémon. Isn't Naztina generous? That hag. Misty growled. Ash noticed a bunch of people heading straight for them. We gotta take cover and quick. He grabbed Molly, running over to the alleyway, his friends following right behind him. After they took cover they saw a bunch of people running straight for the beach. When the last of them ran by them, Ash deemed it safe to come out of hiding. I can't believe these people are willing to do something like this. Ash clenched his teeth. Same here, so what do we do now? Richie asked. Horsia suddenly wriggled out of Misty's grasp, bouncing in the direction of the beach. Wait, Horsia. Come back. Misty ran after him, the others following. Something's coming. Something bad. With Team Rocket. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was spraying their super secret stun sauce on the water Pokémon so they could sell them at a fish market for more money. Meowth laughed. With all these water Pokémon we'll be swimming in dough. Why settle with $10,000 when we can get more just by selling these tentacle? Jesse smiled. James didn't comment and instead started shaking like a leaf. What's with you, James? Jesse asked. He turned around. You might want to take a look around us. They heeded his advice and looked around them, only to find themselves surrounded by thousands of angry tentacle. Where did they all come from? Jesse yelled. Not only that, James began to sweat. They don't seem too happy with us either. Really? I couldn't tell. Meowth said sarcastically. One of the tentacle blasts the stun sauce with a ray gun attack, destroying the boat, but that wasn't the end of it. The sauce landed on the same tentacle, making it evolve into a Tentacruel hundreds of times its normal size. The Tentacruel grabs Meowth and begins to speak through him. No more. Tentacruel said. No more letting these humans have their way with our home, Tentacruel said, emerging from the beach. No more. In the city. The Tentacruel instructs the tentacle to destroy the city, saying it's only fair the humans lose their homes just like they destroyed theirs. Everyone ran away in fear of the tentacle and the large Tentacruel that was tearing down buildings left and right. My God, Brock stared at all the destroyed buildings. I guess after having their homes invaded one too many times they finally snapped and decided to fight back. Ash said. Richie looked around, seeing more tentacle firing ray gun type attacks at the tall buildings. I know they're mad because their home was invaded, but to do this was an inappropriate time to scan them, but he decided to do it anyway. Tentacle, a jellyfish Pokémon. 99% of its body is made up of water. Misty clenched her fists. This is Nestina's fault. It's because of her that this is happening. Ash nodded. It's because of her selfishness and greed that caused the Tentacle to do this, he growled. Molly noticed the big Tentacruel coming in their general direction. Big brother, the Tentacruel's coming. They looked where she pointed and sure enough there was a giant Tentacruel heading right for them. Richie's eyes grew big. It's freaking huge. He brought out his Pokédex and scanned it. Tentacruel, a jellyfish Pokémon. An evolved form of the Tentacle. Its numerous tentacles serve as a powerful weapon. It is known as the gangster of the sea. I didn't know they could grow that big. Ash said, if Professor Oak was here right now he'd be smiling from ear to ear. I really don't think now's an appropriate time to mention that. Brock sighed. They noticed Horsia jumping over to the large Tentacruel and began speaking to it, making it stop in its tracks. What did he say, Ash? Brock asked. He said, stop. These humans have nothing to do with trying to destroy our home, he translated. The Tentacruel stared at Horsia and brought up one of its tentacles. Oh no! Misty yelled. Fennekin jumped out of Ash's arms and ran straight at Horsia and Tentacruel. Fennekin, stop! Ash cried out. Before he could run after her he saw her whole body be covered in flames and hit Tentacruel's tentacle, making it recoil back for a little bit, taken by surprise by the attack. Fennekin stood in front of Horsia in a protective stance, glaring at the Tentacruel. What kind of attack was that? Richie yelled. That was a fire-type move, but I've never seen it before. Brock observed. Ash brought out his Pokédex. Fennekin has learned the move Flame Charge. Flame Charge? Misty questioned, is that what that move was? That looked so cool. Molly said. Fennekin ushered Horsia to go back to the others, her following right behind him. The little fire type jumped back in Ash's arms. He sighed, thanks for protecting Horsia, Fennekin, but that was reckless, he scolded. Fennekin, just smile, Fennekin, it's okay. I'm stronger than I look. Ash rolled his eyes playfully and rubbed her head, yeah, but still warn me the next time you do something like that. Fennekin, okay. Fennekin said. Ash looked at the others. I think we should get to higher ground, it's not safe for us down here. Misty looked around and saw a building that was still intact. Guys, follow me, she said. No one complained and followed her right into one of the standing buildings and up to the roof where the Tentacruel was standing there staring at them. It was then that Ash noticed what it was holding in one of its tentacles. That's Meowth from Team Rocket, he said. Tentacruel must be using him to communicate with the people of this city. Brock theorized. Tentacruel turned towards them. Tell me something, humans. Why do your Pokémon fight for you? Misty stepped up to the giant Tentacruel. Because we trust and care for each other, but more importantly you have to stop this. Tentacruel didn't say anything, it merely listened, staring at the girl's pleading eyes. The people that live here understand what they did was wrong. They won't build the hotel on the coral reef where your home is anymore, so please stop your rampage, she pleaded. They waited for Tentacruel's response. They had a stare down until it finally responded, if our homes are attacked again we will not hesitate to come back and cause more destruction. Misty nodded, that's fair. Tentacruel grunted and tossed Meowth near the destroyed amusement park, making the cat open its eyes. Why's the world spinning? Tentacruel went back to the ocean with the tentacle following it, much to everyone's relief. There they go. Ash said. Misty nodded, they're going back home. Hopefully the people have learned something from this. Brock said. Maybe they have. Richie said. I think so too. Molly said. Just then the door slammed open and revealed Naztina, who was wearing a military uniform outfit carrying a large bazooka about to shoot at the retreating Tentacruel and Tentacle. A bazooka? Has she lost her mind? Richie yelled. Leave them alone already. There's no need to continue this anymore. Brock yelled. Shut up, the woman growled, pointing the bazooka at the larger Tentacruel. Ash and Misty growled at her for not understanding the now peaceful situation. That's as far as you go. Ash yelled, Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. The electric mouse happily obliged and shocked the old woman without any hesitation. She fell to the floor and passed out. Misty shook her head. Even after all of this she still cares about nobody but herself. She noticed Horsia approach the fallen woman and blotched her face with his ink. Molly laughed, good job Horsia. Brock nodded in approval. Richie sighed, then looked down from where they were. So, can we get down now? At the port. After Naztina was arrested they found out from Officer Jenny that she's Bratella's cousin. Well, that would explain the ugly hairstyle. With the events of the Tentacle and Tentacruel over, they were finally able to board to the mainland, and not only that but their friend Horsia decided to come along with them. So Horsia, Misty said, would you like to be a part of my team? The water type didn't hesitate and nodded repeatedly, liking the idea of being on Misty's team. Misty brought out a pokeball and threw it at Horsia, the device hitting him on the head, stinging him inside instantly. She picked it up. Horsia's the cutest Pokemon of all. She did a victory pose. Richie gave her a blank look. Really? Unknown to them, Team Rocket was in a bucket that was attached to the ship, plotting their next attempt to steal Pikachu, or in Meowth's case interrogate Ash. And so, with the events of the Tentacle and Tentacruel rampage now behind them, our heroes once again head off to Celadon City. The journey continues. Why do we have to go to Celadon City instead of Saffron City? Richie complained again. After Richie took a look at the map with Brock, he noticed that they were passing Saffron City and heading towards Celadon City, which made Richie mad until Ash explained to him that Sabrina's no ordinary gym leader and that they'll need a ghost Pokemon to stand a chance. Besides, if they head to Celadon City now they won't have to worry about going later. But still. Richie started. Richie, no, Ash sighed out in annoyance. Sabrina specializes in psychic-type Pokemon, so we need a ghost-type if we ever want to stand a chance against her. But we have psychic types too. Why don't we just use them against her? He protested. You don't have a psychic-type Pokemon, Ash reminded. You have an Umbreon who's a dark type and Butterfree or Happy who's a bug-flying type. He explained. So? Richie said, not understanding what his cousin was getting at. In the background Misty face-palmed and Brock shook his head, while Molly tilted her head in confusion. Richie, Umbreon is a dark type and they have an advantage against psychic types, but you haven't been training him that much, so even if you send him out to battle Sabrina's psychic-type Pokemon he'd still be taken down, he explained. Also, Happy is a bug-flying type, and while it's true that it also has the advantage against psychic types because it's a bug type, it also has a disadvantage because it's also a flying type which psychic type have an immunity against. Oh. Richie blinked, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, oh, Ash sighed, that's why it's smarter to skip it for now and head to Celadon City and battle against the gym leader Erica, then we'll head to Lavender Town where the ghost Pokemon hang out, then we'll go to Saffron City and challenge Sabrina. Any more complaints? He raised a brow. Richie sighed, I get it now. No more complaints. Ash smiled, good. Misty and Brock sighed, glad that's over. I thought they were going to start fighting if they'd continued. Brock said. Me too, but I'm glad Richie understands why Ash wants to skip Saffron City for now. Misty said. Yeah, before we left Vermilion City he told me that we should head to Celadon City then head back and go to Saffron City, but he didn't tell me about going to Lavender Town. He must be getting cautious like he was with Lieutenant Serge. Brock theorized. Misty nodded, can't say that I blame him. I've never met Sabrina before, but I've heard all sorts of rumors about her. Like what? Brock raised a brow. She looked at him seriously, that she's psychic. And a very dangerous one. Brock crossed his arms, that's actually believable. I've heard that some trainers avoid going to Saffron City because they don't want to meet Sabrina. Is Sabrina really that scary? Molly asked. The two looked at the little girl, not sure how to explain it. Her brother and cousin have to challenge Sabrina if they want to get a badge from her. It's not that she's scary, but she does scary things. Misty said. Molly smiled, don't worry. Sabrina's not as scary as people think. What do you mean by that? Brock asked. She shook her head, don't know. They sweat dropped. Hey guys, we're here. Richie yelled. They looked in the direction he pointed and saw he was right, the place they were stopping by was Maiden's Peak. Having docked from the ferry, they find out from a local that they've arrived just in time for the annual summer festival. They decide to go and enjoy themselves by going to the festival. Brock then notices a beautiful girl in the distance on a cliff. It didn't take him long to fall in love with the mysterious girl. Before he could do anything, he felt his ear being pulled by Misty, telling him to stop staring like an idiot and move it. Pikachu notices that the girl Brock was looking at was probably a ghost Pokémon, but the others were too engrossed with going to the festival to notice. With Team Rocket. So the twerps are going to a festival, huh? Jessie saw them leave. We could look for some dropped coins and use them at the festival. Meowth suggested. James wasn't paying attention, having been entranced just like Brock was, because he also saw the maiden but only by the water. He felt something slap him on the head. Wake up, James. Now's not the time to be spacing out. Jessie yells. Huh? Oh right. He rubbed his head. Let's get going then. Meowth and Jessie go ahead of him to look for the coins. He looks back to the dock and notices the girl disappeared and follows after the others. At the festival. The gang was enjoying the festival to the fullest. Molly wanted to get a prize, so she dragged Ash with her to a booth where the prizes were Pokémon masks. It was one of those shooting games where you shoot as many objects as possible and the highest score gets the prize. Ash grabbed the gun and began to aim, the others were curious to see how well he would shoot. He shot down the first object, then the next one, and so on and so on. He was hitting the targets with precise precision that he gathered a crowd around him without his knowledge. Even some vendors left their booths to see if he could get the grand prize. Ash took a deep breath, concentrating on the last object. Having relaxed himself completely, he hit the last one and it fell down. The red alarm went off, signaling he won the grand prize, making Molly jump with happiness and impressing the people that gathered around him and his friends, and by the time he noticed, he nearly jumped out of his skin. The vendor came out with the grand prize. Here you are, young man. 5 evolutionary stones, healing potions, and Pokémon masks. Ash took the prizes, opening his bag and putting them in, but he took out a Pokémon mask, which was of Pikachu, and gave it to Molly, who absolutely loved it. After that, they decided to simply walk around for a little bit, enjoying the different booths with different prizes. You there, the tall young man there. An old woman called out. The gang stopped dead in their tracks and looked at the old woman. You young man must be very careful. Beware of the young beautiful girl who will lead you to a cruel fate. She warned. Brock stares at the old woman in surprise. How does she know I saw her? He thought. Misty rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Don't listen to her, Brock, she's just making it up. The old woman turned to Misty. You are nothing more than a scrawny blabbermouth. A tick mark appeared on Misty's head and Richie snickered behind her, believing that what the old woman said was true. She turned away. Come on guys, we should go somewhere else, she said, dragging Brock and Richie with her. I don't know about the blabbermouth part, but Misty is definitely short-tempered. Ash thought, following after them with Molly right behind him. Meanwhile, with Team Rocket. Team Rocket was too busy with following through with their plan, trying to find some coins, but for some reason couldn't find any. Then out of sheer dumb luck, James managed to find a penny lying on the walkway, but as he approached he saw the same old woman that the gang met not too long ago. You must also be very careful of the beautiful young girl. For she will lead you to a cruel fate. She repeated the same warning to James, making him confused about what she meant. Before he could ask her to explain, Officer Jenny appeared out of nowhere, taking the coin from James. She suggests they go with her to the station and fill out a report. They tell her there's no need for that and take off. The group then decided to head to the shrine of the Maiden. Once they arrive there, they see the shrine's greatest treasure, which is the painting of the maiden. Brock realizes that it's the same girl he saw the before. James, who was hiding behind the crowd along with Jessie and Meowth, also saw it was the same girl and tried to approach only to be stopped by Jessie and Meowth, while Brock was being held back by Ash, preventing them both from getting closer. The man began to speak, explaining the painting. This painting is of the maiden who waited on the cliff for her loved one to return from the war, but eventually she died and turned to stone and her lover never came back. How sad. Molly looked at the painting sadly. She waited all that time for him only to die and turn to stone, and then her lover never came back. Brock said, he must not have made it. Meowth looks at the cliff, then back to the painting and smirked. I say we steal the painting and sell it for a lot of dough. Jessie smiled, I like that plan. Let's do it. James didn't say anything, having looked at the cliff where he saw the girl was standing from. As nighttime falls, Brock hasn't moved from his sitting position from the cliff. Come on Brock, let's go and rest at the Pokémon Center. Misty said. He shakes his head, I'm going to stay here a little longer. He insisted. But if you stay out here you'll catch a cold. Molly said, worried about the breeder. I'll be fine. Ash sighed and approached Brock from behind. Sorry about this, Brock. He said, hitting him in the back of the neck, effectively knocking him out. Richie's sweat dropped. Was that necessary? Ash shrugged. He didn't give me much choice. He's not acting like his usual state of mind. Besides, this whole curse of the maiden has me concerned. He tossed Brock over his shoulder. Brock can get mad at me later. Right now we're going to the Pokémon Center so we can all get some rest. Molly yawned and rubbed her eyes. I'm sleepy. Let's go to sleep. Agreed. Misty and Richie said. Pokémon Center. Ash and the others were fast asleep, or in Brock's case still unconscious, when an apparition came through the wall, waking Brock up. I've been waiting for you, she says. I've been waiting too. He replies. In a flash of light the two of them disappeared from the center, having managed not to alert the others. Shrine of the Maiden. Meanwhile, with Team Rocket, Meowth was trying to wake up Jessie and James, but the two refused to get up, making the cat Pokémon annoyed. A strong wind starts blowing, making the doors of the shrine blow open. The maiden floats from the inside of the shrine and makes Meowth fall asleep. She then wakes up James, saying the same thing she said to Brock not too long ago. Morning. Brock. Where are you? Richie yelled. Pikachu, Brock. Sparky yelled. Brock. Molly yelled. Ursa, where are you? Teddy Ursa yelled. Petalil, please come out. Petalil yelled. Come on Brock, this isn't funny. Misty yelled. Brock. Ash yelled. Pika Pika, where'd you go? Pikachu yelled. Fennekin, Brock. Fennekin yelled. They kept walking, calling out their friend's name until they bumped into Team Rocket, well, Jessie and Meowth. It's the twerps. Meowth pointed. What are you guys doing here? Misty growled. Before a fight could break out, Ash decided to intervene. You're missing someone too. He noticed the purple-haired man wasn't with them. Yeah, we can't find James. Meowth said. Richie raised a brow. So they're missing James and we're missing Brock. That is strange. Ash said, then noticed that the doors to the shrine were shaking, making everyone look at it. Then out of nowhere both Brock and James were thrown from inside the shrine. Brock. James, both groups yell in unison, running to the dazed males. They were trying to snap them out of it, but nothing seemed to be working. Then the old woman they met at the festival appeared, giving them the same warning. Ash sighed. Again, sorry about this, Brock, he said. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Pikachu shocked both Brock and James, snapping them out of their trance, making them normal again. The old woman ushers them inside the shrine to finish telling them why she warned them in the first place. Your friends are not the only ones to have fallen under the curse. Other young men have fallen to the curse while passing through Maiden's Peak. The woman said. That would explain why Brock's been acting so weird. Richie said. You mean weirder than usual? Misty questioned. Explains why James has been acting like a weirdo too. Meowth said. The woman nodded. I will put these anti-ghost stickers around the shrine and around the cursed ones. That way they will be safe. She put up all the anti-ghost stickers on the wall and on both boys' foreheads. Now all they had to do was wait for nighttime to come. Nighttime at the shrine. When nighttime hit, it became pretty obvious that the stickers didn't do anything. The Maiden's ghost appeared, proving the stickers were useless because the others were preventing the two love-struck idiots from being taken by the Maiden. Enough of this. Jessie growled, pulling out a bazooka and shooting it at the Maiden's ghost. That wasn't a smart thing to do because the spirit summoned several skull-like ghostly apparitions. What are these things? Misty and Richie yelled out in fear, hugging each other. Ash was looking at the skull-like apparitions, something telling him that there's more that meets the eye. Richie, try scanning the spirit with your Pokédex. What? Why? He asked in confusion. Just do it. DMN, alright then. Richie let Misty go and brought out his Pokédex, scanning the Maiden's spirit. Ghastly, the gas Pokémon. Although it can sneak in anywhere with its gaseous body, it can also be blown away by wind. Say what? He yelled. You mean this whole time it's been a ghost Pokémon impersonating the Maiden? Misty said. Ash nodded, not just the Maiden, but I think it impersonated the old woman too. That's why the stickers didn't work. Misty then realized something. Hold on. You mean I was called a scrawny blabbermouth by a ghost Pokémon? She yelled. You're still mad about that? Brock and Richie exclaimed. Ash couldn't help but sigh, only Misty. Pikachu, yep. Pikachu groaned. Who's that Pokémon? It's Ghastly. Ghastly. Having been found out, Ghastly decided to show its true form since it no longer saw a reason to keep pretending. Richie decided to challenge Ghastly. Sparky, go. Pika, gladly. Sparky said. Ghastly snickered and summoned a mousetrap to scare Sparky off, which succeeded. The mouse type ran behind Richie in fear of the contraption. That ain't gonna work on me. Meowth said, claws out ready to strike, but Ghastly summoned a ball of yarn for him to play with, making him lose interest in the battle. You are so useless sometimes. Jessie yelled, Eekins, let's go. Out came the poison snake Pokémon, ready to attack, only to be scared off by the mongoose Ghastly summoned. Coughing, your turn. Out came the other poison-type Pokémon, use, poison gas. Before the poison type could do anything, the mongoose stomped down the poison Pokémon. Richie grit his teeth, nothing's working. No matter what we do, it keeps beating us. Petalil wanted to help and squirmed out of Molly's arms and confronted the ghost-type Pokémon, surprising Molly. Petalil. Petalil leaves glowed green, releasing glowing green leaves and hitting the mongoose, making it disappear. That was Magical Leaf. Ash said. I've heard of that move before. Brock chimed in, it inflicts damage and isn't put off by accuracy or evasion. Ghastly, not liking what Petalil did, shot a shadow ball at her, making a direct hit. Petalil. Molly cried out. She was about to go to her, but Petalil stood back up, determined not to lose. Petalil won't be done in just yet. Its leaves glowed white, shooting a dark green beam from its leaves at Ghastly. The green beam grabbed Ghastly, trapping it inside, sking its energy. Ghastly became outlined in red, making the beam turn red. The beam released Ghastly, going back to Petalil, who glowed white when the beam went back to her, making all of her injuries disappear. That move was Mega Drain. It deals damage to the opponent, making them lose their energy and restoring the users. Ash explained. So Petalil drained Ghastly's energy and used it to heal her injuries? Misty questioned. That's right. He said. All right. Nice job, Petalil. Richie smiled. Pikachu, good job. Sparky said. The Mega Drain didn't seem to do much to Ghastly because it got right back up, levitating in the air with an angry expression. It got back up. Misty exclaimed. Petalil was starting to worry. She needed to do something, and fast. Looking around she spotted Ash's backpack and bounced right to it, confusing the others. Why's it going over to Ash's backpack? Richie questioned. Don't know. Misty said. Petalil rummaged through the backpack until she finally found what she was looking for, which was an orange stone shaped like the sun. Ash's eyes widened in realization, that's one of the stones I won at the festival. And she went straight for the sun stone. Why's that such a big deal? Richie asked. His question was soon answered when a white light surrounded Petalil, making her grow bigger until she was replaced with a taller version of herself. Petalil evolved into Lilligant. Lilligant. Molly's eyes widened. Petalil evolved. Yeah, she did. She evolved into Lilligant. Ash said. Lilligant? Richie scanned it. Lilligant, the flowering Pokémon. The flower on Lilligant's head gives off an aroma that can be very relaxing. She's so cute. Misty squealed. So not the time right now. Brock and Richie yelled. Right, sorry, she fiddled with her fingers in embarrassment. Lilligant summoned multiple pink petals circling around her body until it became a tornado. She then sent it at Ghastly, who took the direct hit, being sent back when it was engulfed in the tornado-like attack. Lilligant learned the move Petal Blizzard. Ash said in surprise. Brock looked at him, that was Petal Blizzard? Ash nodded, that was a pretty impressive one too. Petal Blizzard? Molly questioned. Ash nodded, it affects all the Pokémon around it, both ally and enemy, but in this case Lilligant managed to focus only on targeting Ghastly. Molly looked back at her Lilligant with a smile, her friend was willing to evolve for their sakes, do your best Lilligant. The grass type looked at Molly and smiled, Lilligant, I will. She focused back on Ghastly, who slowly levitated back in the air. Lilligant got ready to attack it again but noticed the sun started to rise. The sun. Richie pointed. Guess we've been fighting all night. Ash said. Look. Misty pointed, Ghastly's starting to disappear. Looking back they saw the ghost type began to slowly vanish because it wasn't a big fan of the sun. It began to smile, the ghost maiden and the old woman will return come next year's festival. See you then. And with that it disappeared. Richie and Misty fell to the floor with relief. Thank God it's over, they groaned. Yeah, it's over, until next year. Ash reminded. The two groaned again. Ash rolled his eyes, we won't be here next year, you two. Yay! They yelled. Brock's sweat dropped, you really thought we'd come back next year? Ash shook his head, these two are so predictable. Pikachu nodded, Pika Pika Pikachu, that they are. Molly was too busy hugging her new Lilligant to contribute to the conversation, happy that one of her Pokémon evolved. I can't wait to get you know you more. Lilligant. She smiled. Lilligant Ligant Lilligant, me as well Molly. Lilligant also smiled. Ash smiled at everyone, now that the nightmare's over I say we go and enjoy the festival when it's nighttime again. I'm in. Richie said. Me too. Misty said. Same here. Brock said. We'll go too. Molly said. Ursa, festival. Teddy Ursa said. Lilligant, how fun. Lilligant smiled. Ash smiled, then it settled. Let's enjoy ourselves at the festival one last time before we leave. Yeah, they all yelled. When nighttime came the gang were enjoying the festival before they leave the following morning. Despite everything that's happened they decided to put it out of their heads and simply enjoy having fun at the festival. At the stone where the ghost maiden is, the real one emerges from her stone self and smiled, thank you Ghastly. For keeping my legend alive. And with one last smile she disappeared. And so with the legend of the ghost maiden now a fleeting memory, our heroes are enjoying their last day at the festival where come morning they will head off in the direction of Celadon City. The journey continues. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, male, Fennekin, female, shiny Eevee, female, Charmander, male, Squirtle, male, Bulbasaur, male, Pidgeotto, female, Butterfree, male, and Gyarados, female. Molly's Pokémon, Teddiursa, male, Lilligant, female, shiny Espion, female, and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon, Starmie, Staryu, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chespin, male, shiny Flareon, female, and shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, and Eevee, Eve, female. At the ranch. Shiny Meowstic, female, Cloyster, male, Starmie, Riolu, male, Ralts, female, Ralts, male, Dratini, male, Luxray, male, Sizer, male, Slowpoke, male, Rapidash, female, Nidoqueen, female, Nidoking, male, Xatu, male, Krabby, male, Glaceon, female, Leafeon, female, Umbreon, male, Espion, female, Flareon, male, Jolteon, male, Vaporeon, male. On their way to Celadon City, the gang arrive at a high cliff staring at the horizon. The ridge of the cliff will take us to Saffron City, but like Ash said, we'll just pass right through it and Lavender then go to Celadon City. Brock explained. Ash nodded, that's right. Richie stretched his arms above his head, then noticed a large group of Butterfree pass over his head and into the horizon. Why's there a lot of Butterfree here? Brock smiled. The Butterfree are celebrating their season of love so they can find a mate. Finding a mate, Misty said, it sounds so romantic. Richie rolled his eyes, whatever. Molly blinked in confusion, then looked to her brother. Big brother, what's a mate? Ash stiffened, not really good at explaining things like this. Sometimes he wished his mom were here. Well, a mate is when a Pokémon tries to find a suitable partner that they want to spend the rest of their lives with. He tried his best to explain. Oh. Molly then thought of something. Is Big Brother looking for a mate too? She asked innocently. Ash blushed, taken by surprise by the sudden question. And no, I'm not. Besides, I doubt any girl would be interested in me anyway. Yes, there are. You just don't really pay attention enough to notice it. Brock and Misty thought, sweat dropping. Molly then had a look of determination. Good. Because from now on, if you want to find a mate, she needs my approval or I won't allow it. Silence. It was dead silent. After her declaration, it felt like everything around them suddenly stopped. Ash looked at his sister. Huh. Molly put her hands on her hips, repeating herself, I forbid any girl to come near you if I don't like her. You need my permission to find a mate. Where is this coming from all of a sudden? Ash exclaimed, and why do I suddenly need my little sister's permission? Molly shook her head, I won't allow it. Ursa, won't allow it. Teddiursa copied. Even you. Ash yelled at the bear. Molly smiled at her partner. Me and Teddiursa are part of the Protect Big Brother from Nasty Girls Club. They did a pose together. Ursa, that's right. Teddiursa said. Richie sweat dropped. Protect Big Brother from Nasty Girls Club. Pika Pikachu Pi Pika, that's some club. Sparky sweat dropped himself. Ash couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Molly, I appreciate your concern, but I don't think that's necessary, and like I said before, I don't think I'm any girl's type. Once again you fail to notice the obvious. Brock and Misty thought again. Molly still wouldn't give in. Don't worry, Big Brother, because we'll protect you. Ursa, that's right. Teddiursa said. Pikachu smirked at his trainer. Pika Pikachu Pikapi. Pi Pika Pika Pikachu, isn't that great, Ash? Your sister will protect you from those nasty girls. Fennekin giggled. Ash groaned, can we just drop this conversation now, please? Richie was still confused about the whole conversation between his cousins, so what are we talking about again? Brock and Misty fell down anime style at Richie's obliviousness. Ash wasn't that bad when it came to noticing girls, while in Richie's case it's the complete opposite. This boy is just hopeless. Well, at least we know Ash isn't oblivious when it comes to noticing the opposite section. Brock got up slowly. You're right. I guess we have his mom to thank for that. Misty got up herself. Molly nodded, that's because Big Brother's really nice. But Richie's a lost cause. Brock, Misty, and Molly declared. Said boy turned to them, what's that supposed to mean, he yelled. Pika pika Pikachu pie, it's not like they're wrong though. Sparky commented. Eevee vooey, daddy's dense. Eve laughed. Ash sweat dropped, why don't we just get a hot air balloon and see what the Butterfree are doing? Pika Pikachu, I agree. Pikachu raised a paw. In the hot air balloon. They were able to rent a hot air balloon and Molly loved it, probably because they were so high up in the air she would wave to the Butterfree that were in the sky, making her brother smile. Ash couldn't help but look at all of the Butterfree who want to find a life partner to spend the rest of their days with a look of respect. Unable to help himself, he released his own Butterfree, who looked at its trainer in confusion as to why he released him. Ash smiled, hey there buddy, I called you out here so you could look for a mate. Butterfree tilted his head and looked behind him and saw a lot of Butterfree and flew over to the group to see if there was one that caught his eye. Hey Richie, why don't you send out Happy? Ash asked his cousin. Richie took out Happy's Pokeball, good idea. He released the bug flying type and it immediately joined Butterfree in trying to find a mate. Misty turned to Brock, you think they'll find someone special? Brock shrugged, maybe, but I don't think any of these Butterfree are their type. Type? Molly questioned. He nodded, each of the Butterfree have differences that makes them unique. Molly smiled, wow. I didn't know that. It sounds so cool. Misty noticed that there were other trainers releasing their own Butterfree, looks like there's other trainers that want their Butterfree to find a mate to. Brock turned and noticed there was a beautiful girl and had hearts in his eyes, wow. Her beauty is as graceful as a Butterfree. Misty whacked him upside the head, yeah well you're about as graceful as a cater pie. Molly giggled, Brock's funny. He's funny alright. And not in a good way. Richie commented. Ash chuckled, then noticed Butterfree and Happy come flying back. His bug type landed on Ash's shoulder, while Happy landed on Richie's head. None of them catch your eye? He asked. Butterfree shook his head, free Butterfree free, I'm not really interested in finding a mate right now. Ash raised a brow, really? Why? Free Butterfree, free Butterfree free. Butterfree free. Butterfree free butter, don't get me wrong, I would love to have a partner to spend the rest of my days with. Just not right now. Butterfree explained. I see. Well, why don't you socialize a little bit with the rest of the Butterfree? Who knows, you might find a suitable partner a lot sooner than you think. Ash suggested. Butterfree nodded, Butterfree free. Free Butterfree free, sounds good. You coming Happy? Happy nodded from his position on Richie's head, free Butterfree free, only if I get to battle one of them, he smiled. Both Ash and Butterfree shook their heads. Guess Happy's personality is the same as Richie's. Go figure. The two bug flying types took to the skies once more to socialize, or in Happy's case trying to get one of them to battle him. Brock approached Ash curious as to what him and Butterfree were talking about. What did Butterfree say? The others were just as curious. He said he's not interested in searching for a mate right now, but wouldn't mind looking for one in the future. He explained. Really? Brock was surprised. Guess Butterfree puts Ash first before himself. Ash nodded, I told him to go socialize with the other Butterfree. Like I said before, he might find one sooner than he thinks. You really think so? Brock questioned. Yep. I can't explain it, but I just know he'll find a mate right now instead of in the future. He said. Brock smiled, instinct. Maybe. Ash smiled back. Maybe huh? Richie said uncertainly, then remembered something. Hey Ash, what did Happy say? The boy turned to his cousin. Happy's only interested in trying to get one of the Butterfree to battle him. He's not really interested in the whole finding a mate thing. He said, and the others couldn't help but sweat drop knowing that Richie's Pokémon take after him more than he realizes. I shouldn't even be surprised anymore. Misty said. Same here. Molly agreed. Brock smiled weakly. Well, Happy may not want a mate right now, but who knows? He might one in the future. Misty and Molly looked at each other. Impossible. The two said, looking back at Brock, making the older boy sweat drop. Meanwhile, with Butterfree and Happy. Butterfree and Happy were flying around. One was conversing with the others while the other was trying to get one of them to battle him. None of them realized there was a pink Butterfree that was flying around to also conversing with the other Butterfrees. The pink Butterfree noticed Ash's Butterfree and Happy and asked one of the Butterfree next to her who they were. Poke speech conversation time. Who are those two? She asks. The Butterfree turned to her. Don't know. One of them is just casually talking with the other Butterfree, while the other one is asking for a battle, making the rest very uncomfortable. The pink Butterfree looked back at them. Are they siblings? The Butterfree next to her shrugged. Probably. I see. The pink Butterfree flew over to the two Butterfree, catching Happy's attention. He flew over to the pink Butterfree, stopping in front of her with a grin on his face. Yo. You wanna battle me? She slapped him across the face, offended that he would even ask her that. How dare you ask such a thing? Happy blinked a few times, confused as to why she slapped him when all he asked is if she wanted to battle him. A simple no would have been good. Happy saw Butterfree fly over to him. Are you alright? Happy turned to him. Yeah, but this chick slapped me across the face. Butterfree turned to the pink Butterfree. Did he say something to offend you in any way? He asked, acting as peacemaker. This brute asked if I wanted to battle him. The pink one looked away, offended. Butterfree looked at her, then to Happy. That's all? Happy nodded. That's all. Butterfree sighed and looked back at her. Miss, my cousin here was not trying to offend you. He was simply asking if you wanted to battle him, and if I may be so bold as to say that a simple no would have sufficed. The pink Butterfree blushed with embarrassment. My apologies then. I didn't mean overreact. Butterfree shook his head. No harm done. Happy looked at him. No harm done. She slapped me. Forgive and forget. Besides, she apologized, so the rational thing to do right now would be to accept her apology. Yes. Butterfree explained. Happy grumbled but knew his cousin was right anyway, so he accepted the pink Butterfree's apology and flew back to his trainer. Don't worry about him. He'll calm down eventually. Butterfree told her. She nodded. Once again, I apologize for my behavior. It's fine, Butterfree assured her. I should get back to my trainer now, but it was nice talking to you. Actually, she called out to him before he could leave, if it's alright with you, I'd like to meet your trainer if that's okay. She blushed. Confused as to why she would want to meet his trainer, but nodded anyway. I don't see why not. He flew over to his trainer, the pink Butterfree following right behind him, blushing the whole time. End of poke speech conversation time. Ash noticed Butterfree and a pink Butterfree approach him. A pink Butterfree? Interesting. Welcome back, Ash smiled. Did you have fun talking with the other Butterfree? He asked, his friend landing on his other shoulder. Butterfree nodded. Butterfree free Butterfree, as a matter of fact I did, even brought a friend. Ash looked at the pink Butterfree with interest. So I see. She's really pretty, isn't she? He said knowingly. Butterfree looked away, but you could see a small blush on his face. Butterfree, I suppose. The boy smiled. He knew his friend would find a mate sooner than later, it was just a matter of time. Brock smiled at his friend. Ash truly wants Butterfree to find a mate so he can be happy. Richie approached Ash. So, is there a reason why Happy's cheek is red? The pink Butterfree blushed and looked down, making it clear that she was the one that put the red mark on Happy's cheek. Ash smiled weakly. I get the feeling there's a story behind that. Who's that Pokémon? It's Butterfree. Butterfree. With Team Rocket. Meanwhile, with Team Rocket, who was flying in a helicopter, were busy formulating their next plan to try and steal Pokémon, and this time they've set their sights on the Butterfree, thinking they'd be a good present for the boss. James said through his binoculars. What is it, James? Jessie asked. He smiled. I think I see the twerp straight ahead. And not just them, I see a different colored Butterfree right along with them. Let me see. Meowth took the binoculars from the man and looked through them, and true to his word, there was a pink Butterfree talking to the twerps. He's right. There is a different colored Butterfree with them. And it's pink. Jessie smirked. You too thinking what I'm thinking? Meowth grinned. If you mean by ignoring the rest of the Butterfree and only focusing on the pink one to give to the boss, then yes. James smirked as well. Just what I was thinking. The trio laughed sinisterly, already thinking of how they would steal the pink Butterfree. With the gang. They were still in the hot air balloon, and Ash and the pink Butterfree were talking like no tomorrow. Ash was no fool. He knew that the pink Butterfree had taken a special interest in his own, meaning that she believes Butterfree to be her mate, making the boys smile from ear to ear. Misty saw Ash smiling at them with so much happiness she thought his face would freeze. Ash sure does look happy, doesn't he? Brock nodded. He's happy because Butterfree's found his mate sooner than planned. Misty whirled back to look at Brock. Butterfree's found a mate. Are you sure? The boy smirked. That pink Butterfree hasn't left to talk to the other Butterfree at all, and not only that, but it seems happy just being near Ash's Butterfree and even blushing. Misty and Molly looked back and saw that the breeder was indeed telling the truth. The pink Butterfree was enjoying being with Ash's Butterfree, signaling that it was infatuated with him. Molly smiled. I'm so happy for Butterfree, aren't you, Teddy Ursa? Ursa, I am. Teddy Ursa smiled. Richie still wondered about something. Wonder why Happy didn't want to find a mate. Brock and Misty gave him a, gee I wonder why, look, but didn't comment on it. It's like they say, like trainer like Pokémon. The gang then heard a helicopter approaching them and saw that it was Team Rocket. What are they doing here? Ash growled. This was something sacred, and having these idiots here interrupting it is just unforgivable. They heard laughter and the trio did their stupid motto, only making Ash angrier. Get the hell out of here right now. Ash yelled, surprising everyone around him. What's with Ash? Richie questioned. Brock had a theory. I think he's mad because they interrupted a moment between Butterfree and the pink one. Makes sense. Misty and Molly nodded their heads in understanding. Richie tilted his head in confusion. He's completely hopeless. Team Rocket didn't seem to care about Ash's mood and decided to try and steal the pink Butterfree anyway, not only making him mad but Butterfree too. Butterfree, Ash said slowly, show no mercy. The bug type didn't need to be told twice. He told the pink Butterfree to get near Ash and let him handle this, making her blush even more. She got near Ash, settling on his shoulder, letting Butterfree handle them. Ha! Jessie taunted, what can a little bug like you do? Butterfree begins to flap his wings and a wind with silver crescents are released, heading right for the wings of the helicopter, doing some damage because one of the wings broke and they lost altitude, falling down from the sky. Ash's eyes widened. Was that move what I think it was? Brock, who was standing next to him, was just as surprised. I think so, but check your Pokédex just to be sure. Ash brought out his Pokédex. Butterfree has learned the move Silver Wind. So I wasn't seeing things, that really was Silver Wind. Ash said, impressed that his Butterfree knew the move Silver Wind. It's just like what happened with Fennekin when she learned the move Flame Charge. Looks like it. And that was a pretty impressive one too. Brock said. Richie nodded, I'll say. It knocked Team Rocket right out of the sky. Pika, cool. Sparky said. Ash looked down, I think I saw them land over there. Let's go. They landed the host air balloon knowing that Team Rocket was still in the area and they were right. They spotted them just now getting out of the helicopter. Ash was fuming at them for interrupting Butterfree's chance of finding a mate. He turned to the bug type, I did say show no mercy, right? Butterfree, indeed, his friend nodded. The two grinned evilly, making their friend's sweat drop. If Richie's Pokémon took after him, then it was obvious that some of Ash's Pokémon take after him too. Use, Whirlwind. Butterfree flapped his wings, sending a strong gust of wind at Team Rocket, causing them to blast off into the air. Talk about a temperamental Butterfree. Jessie growled. Well, it is mating season. They tend to be more aggressive. James explained. Man, Meowth sighed, remind me to never find a mate. Team Rockets blasting off again. Molly stuck her tongue out at the flying rockets, serves you right. Teddiursa copied her and also stuck his tongue out. The pink Butterfree flew to Ash's Butterfree doing a dance. Understanding what she was trying to do, Butterfree did a dance right along with her, making Ash smile at his friend, happy that the two of them confessed their feelings to each other in their own way. You see, he said to no one in particular, I told you that you'd find a mate sooner than later. The others couldn't help but smile because he was right. Butterfree did indeed find his mate and he couldn't be happier. Pokémon Center. When nighttime hit, everyone went to the Pokémon Center to get some sleep, but before Ash could even think about sleep, he had to send Butterfree and his mate to the coral. After Butterfree found his mate, Ash was prepared to leave him so he could start a family of his own, but Butterfree would hear nothing of it. Butterfree and his mate talked it over and decided to start their new family at the coral. That way Butterfree can still be with Ash and his mate with no problems. Ash couldn't help but smile and hugged his big type and his mate, who had no problem with the arrangement. So before he could go to the room where Brock and Richie were, he decided to head to one of the transfer systems and call Professor Oak to let him know of the situation, which he found to be interesting, having not seen a pink Butterfree before, much to Ash's displeasure. After he sent Butterfree and his mate to the coral, Professor Oak sent another Pokeball as a replacement. Having finished his business, Ash trudged to the room where Brock and Richie were entering the room. He went straight for the bed and passed out, tired from today's events. Unknown to him, a bright blue light appeared in his room and the same Pokémon he saw in his dream appeared. It looked around the room when it finally spotted Ash. Going near him, it reached out hesitantly but managed to gain some courage and touch his head, something he wanted to do for a while now but never did. The Pokémon heard giggling in his head. Having fun? The female voice asked. The Pokémon blushed, say what you want, but I sense you wanted to do this as well. That's not true. Well, it is true, but I wanted to do something else, she said. The Pokémon raised a brow. Oh. Like what? I'm not telling, she huffed. The Pokémon chuckled and moved away from the boy. I'm heading back now. Okay. And with that, the mysterious Pokémon disappeared, leaving no trace of its existence behind. There were still some questions as to what these two wanted from Ash, and hopefully the questions will be answered soon. With Butterfree happy to have finally found a life partner to spend the rest of his days with, and Ash happy that Butterfree found a mate, our heroes get some well-deserved rest for what may come tomorrow. And just what is the goal of the mysterious Pokémon and girl from Ash's dream? Stay tuned as the journey continues. Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. All was quiet in Pallet Town, and in a certain laboratory sipping on some tea was none other than Professor Oak. He was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that Ash managed to catch pink Butterfree, something he had never seen before. The moment both Butterfrees arrived at the lab, he immediately wanted to study the pink one, but a stern glare from Ash's Butterfree told him that wasn't a good idea. Since then the two have been at the coral snuggling up to each other, much to Old Man's pleasure. He was honestly happy that Butterfree found a mate, but he was also surprised that Butterfree wanted to stay with Ash instead of going off to be with his mate. And not only that, but the two of them decided it was okay to stay with Ash and simply make a family here, which the old man had no complaints about whatsoever. Meanwhile, his grandson Gary has been catching Pokémon left and right, making the old man happy. His grandson may have an arrogant personality, but it's obvious he's a very skilled trainer, having caught so many Pokémon. not to mention all the badges he's gained in just the short amount of time. On another note, he has absolutely no idea why Ash and Richie were taking their sweet time when it came to earning badges, not to mention not catching a lot of Pokémon. But he wasn't complaining. Ash was always going to Ash, and there's nothing wrong with that. Too bad his grandson doesn't have a calm personality like Ash does. The old man sighed. Speaking of Ash and Gary, the two of them have always had some sort of rivalry between them, but according to Richie it's completely one-sided, meaning Ash could care less about the rivalry, which was obvious when he ignored Gary when he was at Porta Vista. He frowned, having remembered his grandson's rude behavior towards Ash, humiliating him in front of everyone, but was surprised when Ash simply ignored him like he wasn't there, which was the mature thing to do. But still he had to wonder, just why was there so much bad blood between the two boys? He still doesn't understand why. He was brought out of his thoughts when the phone began to ring. He saw Ash's Krabby bring the phone to him. Yes. Hello. Hey there, Professor Oak, it's me, Ash. Ah, Ash, my boy. Where are you now? He asked. We're on our way to Celadon City, Ash said. We decided to skip Saffron City and head to Erica's gym instead. Then when we've earned her badge we'll head to Lavender Town to get a ghost-type Pokémon, then head to Saffron City Gym and challenge Sabrina. Professor Oak's eyes widened. Wait a minute, Ash. You skipped a gym? Why? Ash rolled his eyes. Like I said, we're heading to Celadon City to challenge Erica, then we'll head to Lavender Town to get a ghost-type, and after that we'll head to Saffron City to challenge Sabrina. Why in the world would you skip Saffron City and head to Celadon City? The old man asked again. Ash sighed and rubbed his temples. Because I think it's better to be safe than sorry. In case you've forgotten, Sabrina's no pushover, and even though I have some psychic types and Richie has a dark type he can use, I rather play it safe and still get a ghost type. That's why after we leave Celadon City we'll head to Lavender Town to get one. He couldn't believe he had to explain the same thing not once, but 3 times. Professor Oak blinked in astonishment. I see, so I take it you and Richie only have 3 badges so far? Ash nodded. Yeah, 1 from Pewter City, 1 from Cerulean City, and 1 from Vermilion City. It was rather fun battling against Serge, if I do say so myself. He grinned, having remembered putting him in his place, and snickered when Nurse Joy slapped him across the face. Oh God, how he wished he had recorded that. You battled against Serge and won on your first attempt? Professor Oak exclaimed. The boy blinked, not understanding why it was such a big deal. Yes, I did, though I had to make a bet with Serge after he used a dirty move on Richie to let us both earn his badge if I won, which I did thanks to Pikachu. Pikachu, that's right. Pikachu said from Ash's shoulder. The old man couldn't believe it. Serge was one of the most brutal gym leaders aside from Koga and Viridian City's gym leader, and Ash was able to defeat his Raichu. Professor Oak, you okay? Ash called out to the dazed professor. Huh? Oh yes, I'm just fine, my boy. I was just thinking about something, that's all. Ash blinked a few times. Okay. Professor Oak coughed into his hand. Anyway, Ash, I should inform you that Gary and the others have 5 badges already. Good for them, but as I said, I have no interest in rushing things. I'd rather take things slow. And besides, you forget that your grandson has a car that he uses to get around, which is why he probably has more badges than me and Richie. Ash explained. Professor Oak's sweat dropped. Good point. Ash rolled his eyes, and besides, he continued, out of those badges Gary has are probably only from Pewter and Cerulean City, which is considered by most trainers to be the easiest to get, which I assure you is not true, because both Brock and Misty are not to be underestimated. I can also assure you that his other badges are from some no-name gyms that aren't considered to be much of a challenge and are easy to beat. The old man couldn't say anything bad about that because he knew Ash was right. Only 2 of Gary's badges are from the Kanto 8, and that just so happens to be Pewter and Cerulean City, but how did Ash know that? I just know that's how Gary is. Ash responded, making the old man recoil slightly and making Krabby snicker. He really liked this boy's personality. No, I did not read your mind, Professor Oak. Ash smirked at the old man's reaction. Your facial expressions make it obvious as to understand what you're thinking. Professor Oak sighed out in relief. Well, now that we've established that, there's something else I would like to speak with you about. Ash blinked in surprise at the old man's serious expression, and what's that? While I respect your way of doing things, Ash, I also want you to try and capture as much Pokémon as possible in order to become a better trainer. Professor Oak said. Ash frowned. I'm not Gary. Professor Oak. Unlike him, I take the Pokémon's feelings into consideration and ask if they want to be on my team or not. If they want to come with me, then I won't stop them. I also prefer quality over quantity anyway. I don't just go randomly capturing Pokémon so I can try to keep up with everyone else. Professor Oak smiled at the boy's response. I know, I just wanted to make sure you wouldn't start going on a Pokémon capturing spree like my grandson. You know, he recently captured a Fearow and all it's done is flat out ignore him. Can't say I'm surprised because I'm not. It probably doesn't trust him, that's why it ignores him, am I right? Ash theorized. The old man nodded. Unfortunately. I keep trying to tell that boy to treat his Pokémon with trust and love, but it just goes right over his head. Don't get me wrong, the boy's a skilled trainer, I just wish he would take his Pokémon's feelings into consideration. This is Gary we're talking about here. Do you really think he's the type to take his Pokémon's feelings into consideration over his own? All he does is like to show off, which personally does nothing but irritate me. No offense. Ash said. Professor Oak shook his head, none taken. You're absolutely right though. Is that the reason you two started becoming rivals? Ash gave him a confused expression. I didn't know we were rivals. The old man's sweat dropped, figured as much. Richie was right when he said it was one-sided. Ash shook his head in annoyance. It feels like Gary has an unhealthy obsession with him, which quite frankly makes him very uncomfortable. It was bad when they were kids because of the bullying he would do, but now it's almost like he's gotten worse. Anyway, Ash sighed out, I just called to let you know where we were headed next. Professor Oak nodded happily, be careful and don't be a stranger. I won't. Talk to you soon, bye. And with that he hung up and sighed again. Pikapi. Pikachu pie. Ash? What's wrong? Pikachu asked. He shook his head, don't worry, it's nothing. He got up from sitting on the phone stool, let's go eat outside with everyone else, okay? Pikachu and Fennekin nodded, not at all buying Ash's smile, knowing it was fake. When Ash wasn't looking, the two Pokémon looked at each other, making a silent vow to keep Gary away from their trainer no matter what they have to do. Outside with everyone else. The gang decided to have lunch outside with all of their Pokémon, kind of like a picnic. Richie was stuffing his face, making Misty roll her eyes, telling him to at least have some manners, which made him stick his tongue out and go back to eating. Molly finished eating a while ago and was brushing her Lilligant, having borrowed her brother's breeder brush. The grass type was enjoying it very much, making the little girl laugh and causing Teddiursa to poke her shoulder, asking to be brushed too. Molly stopped brushing Lilligant and turned to her best friend. I'm all done brushing Lilligant, so now it's your turn, she smiled. Molly stopped brushing Lilligant and turned to her best friend. I'm all done brushing Lilligant, so now it's your turn, she smiled. Ursa, yay. Teddiursa jumped up and down with excitement. Esp, and me? Espion asked, tilting her head. Molly rubbed the psychic type's head gently. You're after Teddiursa, I promise. Espion purred, enjoying the soft petting, making the little girl giggle. Richie was still stuffing his face with the rice ball Brock and Ash made. Oh man. This is so good. Pikachu, I know, right? Sparky agreed, stuffing his face as well. Brock turned to the boy, glad you like it, but it would be better for everyone if you don't eat so fast. It's not like the food's gonna go anywhere. Misty shook her head, you're wasting your time, Brock. If Ash can't get him to change his eating habits, then you can't either. Guess not. Had to try though. He shrugged. Richie finished off his 7th rice ball when he noticed Ash had 2 left on his plate, but he wasn't eating them. Instead he was just looking up at the sky in a daze. Hey Ash, what's up? You okay? Richie asked. Brock and Misty turned to him, noticing that the boy seemed to be lost in thought about something. Oh, it's nothing important, I was just thinking about something, that's all. Ash smiled. Liar. Richie said, not convinced by that smile on his face. Ash's smile faltered, having been taken off guard by the seriousness of his cousin's voice. Even Brock and Misty were taken off guard. Did Professor Oak say something to upset you? Richie asked. Ash shook his head. No, he just told me something interesting about Gary, that's all. Richie's eye twitched. Oh really, he said, grinding his teeth. Brock and Misty looked at each other in concern and then looked over to Molly, who thankfully was too busy tending to her Pokémon to listen in on the conversation. They sighed out in relief, then turned back to the two cousins. Yeah, he said Gary's been capturing a lot of Pokémon and said that his recent capture of Fiero flat out ignores him. Ash explained. Hearing that made Richie's anger dissipate. Seriously? He nodded. Yep. He said he's been capturing Pokémon left and right. Apparently he believes quantity over quality, while I prefer quality over quantity. Brock smiled at the declaration. I agree with you, Ash. From what I've seen, you've always asked the Pokémon around you if they want to come with you, and every time they go with you willingly. That proves they trust you completely. Misty nodded. Brock's right. Rookie trainers think all they have to do is capture the Pokémon and they'll immediately obey them, but it's not that simple. Trust and love. Ash replayed Professor Oak's words. That's what Professor Oak said and I agree with him. I care about my Pokémon and trust them completely. Richie slung his arm over his cousin's shoulder. Well duh. Unlike Gary, you really love them and they love you back. It's the same with me and Sparky. Pikachu, that's right. Sparky cheered. Ash smiled at his cousin. That's obvious. The two of you act so much alike I can't tell who's who. I know, Rihei. Richie yelled, making everyone laugh but Molly, who was confused by the laughter. What do you think they're laughing about? Molly asked. Teddy Ursa shook his head. Ursa, who knows? Lilligant shrugged. Lilligant, it's a mystery. Espion merely yawned, having fallen asleep in the girl's lap because of the brushing she gave her. After having a good laugh, Ash decided to eat his last remaining rice ball, already popping one in his mouth, eating it. He was about to eat his last one when he saw a Pokémon peeking from a nearby rock, but went and hid back when it saw Ash looking at it. What? Ash stared at the same spot where the Pokémon decided to hide. What's wrong? Misty asked. Ash looked at his last remaining rice ball, then back to the rock. I wonder. Brock raised a brow. Wonder about what? Well, I might be wrong, but I think there's a Pokémon hiding behind that rock over there. Ash pointed out. They looked in the direction he directed his attention to and did indeed see a Pokémon peeking from behind the rock. It's a Mankey. Brock said. Ash blinked a few times and managed to get a good look. You right. It is a Mankey. Richie scanned it. Mankey, a pig-monkey Pokémon of the fighting type. Known for its superior footwork, it packs a powerful punch. At this point Molly came over and saw the new Pokémon that appeared before them. It looks so cool. Ash saw the Mankey peeking from behind the rock again, looking at his last rice ball. Mankey hopped over Brock and looked at Ash for a minute, then took his rice ball, going back over the rock, eating it with a content smile on its face. Ash sweat dropped. Guess he was hungry. Richie shot up, pointing at the fighting type. Hey, give that back, it belongs to Ash. Said boy turned to his cousin. I don't really dash. He was cut off by his cousin. Sparky, use Thunderbolt, he commanded, making Ash's eyes widened. Richie, wait, don't dash. It was too late as the Thunderbolt made contact. Do that. Ash said with a look of horror on his face. Mankey threw the rice ball in Richie's face, then hops off the rock, clearly set off that the boy told his Pikachu to send a Thunderbolt attack at it. Ash got up slowly, getting everyone's attention. I suggest we start running away, like now. They all listened and started standing up slowly, just like Ash did. It looks really angry, doesn't it? Molly said fearfully, hiding behind her brother. That's because a certain moron decided to attack it because it stole Ash's rice ball. Misty sent a murderous look towards Richie, who glared back at her. It started it. It stole Ash's rice ball, he yelled. It's a stupid rice ball. You don't see Ash mad about it, she yelled back. Now is not the time you two. Brock yelled at them both, making them flinch. Sorry, they said. More importantly, the breeder turned to Ash, who was looking a little scared. Why do you look scared all of a sudden? He questioned. Ash gulped, then gave a side glance towards the breeder. I'm pretty sure that Mankey is about to go all out on us, so I really think we should start running. Sure enough, Mankey began charging at everyone. Run. Now, they all ran away from the angry Mankey. This your fault, Richie. Misty yelled. How is it my fault? He yelled back. You're the one that told Sparky to use Thunderbolt, she countered. Will you two knock it off? Ash yelled at them both. It doesn't matter whose fault it is right now, just worry about running away from it. Sorry, they yelled. Brock brought out another rice ball. Hopefully it'll ignore us and eat this rice ball. He threw it at the angered Mankey, but it smashed it with its fist. It smashed it. Molly yelled in shock. Ursa, scary. Teddy Ursa yelled. Misty then tripped, falling to the ground. Misty, they all yelled. Mankey got closer, then jumped on Misty, but instead of attacking it jumped right off her head to land on Richie, pounding on him. After it was done, it looked at Ash, who had Molly by his side, making the girl flinch. It jumped in the air, but instead of attacking Ash it took his hat, then climbs up on a tree wearing the hat, staring down at the boy, who now had a confused look on his face. Okay. Ash said, feeling a little odd without his hat. That hat belongs to my big brother. Give it back. Molly yelled angrily. Ursa, give it back. Teddy Ursa also yelled. Ash ruffled his hair and sighed. He really wanted his hat back, but right now he had to check on Misty and Richie. I'll get my hat back later. Right now I say we check on Misty and Richie to make sure they didn't seriously injured. Ash said. Right. Brock and Molly said. Meanwhile, in a bush. Hiding behind a bush was none other than Team Rocket, who had witnessed the whole thing with the wild Mankey but was more interested in trying to capture Pikachu. Pikachu spotted. Jessie said. James lowers his binoculars, but still, that's one angry Mankey. Meowth grinned. True. But Jessie's 1,000 times worse than some angered Mankey. Jessie's eye twitched, then she brought out a ball of yarn at Meowth, distracting him. When he began playing with it, Jessie wailed on him, making James cringe and wince in sympathy for the cat Pokémon. Hate to say it, but you brought that on yourself, my friend. James said. With the gang. After checking to see that Misty and Richie were indeed okay, the brown-haired boy was furious that Mankey not only hit him but also stole Ash's hat. He wasn't the only one. Molly was just as mad, and Ash wasn't too pleased himself. The boy sighed. I understand beating up Richie, but why did he have to take my hat? Misty then notices something. Wait a minute. Hey Ash, did you get that hat from the Pokemon League Expo? Huh. Yeah, I did. To be honest with you, I wasn't planning on winning the hat, but I guess I did anyway. No way. I tried out to win it too, she exclaimed. How many postcards did you send? About 1 million. He said plainly. And you seriously believed you wouldn't win? Brock asked, flabbergasted at the fact that he sent that many. Ash just shrugged. I figured there were probably other people who sent more than me, so I didn't really care if I won it or not, but in the end I did. Misty smiled weakly. I can't even argue with you there, because back then I thought the same thing. Richie's sweat dropped, sending over 1 million postcards for a hat, DMN. Molly stepped forward, pointing at Mankey. You better give my brother his hat back right now before I make you. Ursa, that's right. Teddy Ursa said. Mankey snorts at the little girl. Key Mankey, try it, brat. Now it decides to speak, and not only that, it had to say something insulting. Ash sighed. What did he say? Brock asked. Try it, brat. Ash translated, is what he said. Molly pouted at being called a brat, then brought out a pokeball. Espion, I choose you. out came the shiny Eevee evolution, who glared at the fighting type. "Huh, that's actually a good choice to use." Ash commented at his sister's choice in Pokémon to use. "Why's that?" Richie questioned. "Because fighting types have a disadvantage against psychic types," Brock explained. "Then that means Espeon has the advantage over Mankey, right?" Misty questioned. "That's true, but this Mankey's not the type to let a psychic Pokémon take it down so easily. Molly better be careful," Ash said, observing the battle. "Espeon, use confusion." Espeon's eyes glowed blue, making a blue outline appear around Mankey's body and slammed him to the ground. Richie's sweat dropped. Was that really necessary? "Yes," Molly said, "anyone who takes Big Brother's hat is the enemy. No mercy." "Ursa, that's right," Teddy Ursa said. Richie rolled his eyes. "You only did that because it called you brat." Molly glared at Richie fiercely, making him hide behind Brock. "Don't call me a brat." "Yes ma'am," he squeaked from behind the breeder. Brock looked back at Molly. "I take it back." Molly's more scarier than both Ash and Misty. Misty had her mallet out. "Do you want me to hit you with my mallet again?" "No ma'am." Brock brought his hands up in surrender. Mankey slowly got back up and glared at the psychic type, who returned it just and fiercely, as if saying, "Got a problem?" Before they could throw down, Team Rocket appeared out of nowhere and said their stupid motto. And now they show up. Ash rubbed his temples. He could feel a headache coming on. "Get out of here, Team Rocket. We don't have time to deal with you," Brock yelled. Mankey voiced his complaints, but James did the dumbest thing he could do, and that's kick it away. "Have you three lost your minds?" Misty yelled at them. "Don't worry, Misty," Ash told her, "they're about to get the beating of a lifetime because of what they did." Team Rocket raised a brow at the boy. "What's that supposed to mean, twerp?" Jessie asked. Ash merely twirled his fingers, signaling them to turn around, which they did, and saw that Mankey was now a primeape. "Crap! It evolved!" Richie yelled, bringing out his Pokédex. "Primeape. If you make eye contact with this evolved form of Mankey, it will chase you forever." "Chase us forever?" Misty yelled in horror. "Oh, but the Pokédex wasn't done just yet. Once Primeape begins its strongest attack, Thrash, it goes completely out of control." "Say what?" Brock and Ash cried out in horror. "Molly, return Espeon and get over here right now," Ash ordered in urgency. The girl didn't complain. She returned Espeon and went over to her brother, quickly standing next to him. "What's Thrash?" Misty was scared to know, but her curiosity got the better of her. "It's a move that allows Primeape to continuously throw kicks and punches, but when the effects wear off it'll leave it confused," Brock explained. "So, does that mean it's about to use Thrash on us?" Richie asked with caution. "Yep," Ash and Brock said. "Jessie, shoos away the angry Primeape, get lost. We have no interest in you." Primeape didn't seem to care for her attitude, so he sent her flying face first into the rock. "Jessie!" James cried out. Meowth backed away fearfully. "That's not good." Jessie removed herself from the rock, a dark aura surrounding her. "Why, you, little," she jumped on. Primeape, James and Meowth helping her, causing an all-out melee. Ash backed away slowly. "I say we leave now so we don't get mixed up in this." "Agreed," they all said. And with that they ran off, not wanting to face the wrath of the angry Primeape. "Who's that Pokémon?" "It's Primeape. Primeape. It's gaining on us," Molly yelled. And sure enough, the fighting type was right on their trail, because it didn't take long for it to take down Team Rocket and chase after them again. It jumped and pounds on Brock, sending him flying. "Brock!" Misty and Richie cried out. Ash clenched his teeth. "This isn't good. At this rate it'll attack all of us," he thought. He couldn't risk Molly getting hurt by a wild Pokémon, so he did the first thing that came to mind. Richie. Take Molly, we're splitting up. Ash said. Wait, what? Richie yelled. Ash pushed Molly towards Richie and ran in a different direction, the angry primate following right behind him, making the others stop running. Big brother. Molly was about to follow him, but Richie grabbed her arm, stopping her movement. Molly, don't. Ash will kill me if I let anything happen to you, he said. But. Hey guys. Brock emerged from out of nowhere. Brock, you're okay. Misty said happily. He looked around. Where's Ash? Molly pointed in the direction they ran off to. Primate followed Big Brother that way. Brock nodded in understanding. Alright, let's go help Ash out. Got it. With Ash, Pikachu, and Fennekin. Ash kept on running while the angry primate kept chasing after him. He made a mental note to thank his mentor for helping him with endurance, otherwise he'd be tired out and unable to continue. Pikachu was still on Ash's shoulder while Fennekin on his other one. I know Professor Oak mentioned them to be easy to anger, but this is ridiculous. Ash yelled. Pie Pikachu, DMN, he's persistent. Pikachu growled. Fennekin, should I burn him? Fennekin glared at the fighting type. Not a good idea right now. Ash yelled, then noticed something strange in the ground and stopped dead in his tracks, the same with Primeape. He picked up a nearby rock and threw it at the strange spot, only to be revealed as a pitfall trap. Ash walked around it, shaking his head at Team Rocket's obvious traps. Speaking of Team Rocket, it didn't take them long to show up. Darn, we were so close. Jessie growled. Oh well, we'll just have to fight it out then. James was about to send out, coughing. Pikachu wasn't in the mood for their idiocy and sent them flying into the hole with Thunderbolt. Pika Pikachu, and stay there. Pikachu yelled. Ash sweat dropped at Pikachu's mood, then remembered Primeape, who was now in front of him. Ash, he heard a female voice from behind him call out. You guys, they stopped noticing the pitfall trap. Guys, stay right there, he told them, looks like Primeape's not going to stop unless I battle it. But Ash dash. Misty was cut off. Just be careful. Brock said. Misty whirled to look at him, are you crazy? It'll hurt him. Brock shook his head. Primeape hasn't made a move to attack Ash yet. I think what it wants right now is a battle. So what do we do? Just watch the battle? Richie asked. Brock nodded, that's all we can do. While they were busy talking, Ash was debating what Pokémon he should use against Primeape, having told Pikachu and Fennekin to stay on the sidelines and just watch. Guess I've got no choice then. He brought out a Pokeball and threw it. Bulbasaur, I need your help. Out came the grass type, who was ready to battle. He's sending out Bulbasaur? Misty questioned. Looks like it, but Ash will probably make sure Bulbasaur doesn't get hurt knowing him. Brock said. Hope you're right about that. Richie said. Molly just watched in silence. Get ready, Bulbasaur. If I feel like you're in danger, I'll return you, okay? He told the grass type. Bulbasaur, got it. Bulbasaur nodded. Primeape was about to charge again, but Ash was ready. Here he comes, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur said nothing and released a barrage of leaves at Primeape, making it jump back in surprise. Ash's eyes widened and brought out his Pokédex. Bulbasaur has learned the move Razor Leaf. Bulbasaur turned to Ash. Bulbasaur, Bulba, I've finally mastered it, he grinned. Ash smiled at his Pokémon, looks like you did. He then turned his attention back to Primeape, who charged at the grass type. Bulbasaur jumped back. Bulbasaur looked back to his opponent, then jumped back just as it was about to punch him, but it didn't give up because it caught Bulbasaur off guard by kicking him, sending him in the direction of the tree bear Pikachu and Fennekin. Bulbasaur. Ash rushed over to intercept the impact, which he did because caught Bulbasaur while his back hit the tree, making him grunt in pain. Pikapi, Ash. Pikachu cried out in fear that his trainer may have received a serious injury. Fennekin and Bulbasaur were making a fuss too. especially Bulbasaur, who felt guilty having dropped his guard and letting his trainer get hurt. Ash opened his eyes weakly. I'm alright, but my back's gonna hurt for a little while. He could feel his back throbbing in pain. Hopefully Brock has some ointment he could borrow for the pain. Big brother. Molly came running over. His eyes widened in horror. No, Molly. Stay back. She didn't listen and ran to his side, hugging him. No, she yelled. Teddiursa took up a battle stance, getting ready to give Primeape a beatdown for hurting his trainer's brother. But one of Ash's Pokeballs wriggled and popped open, revealing a set-off Charmander who was literally glowing red. What's wrong with Charmander? Misty was surprised to see the fire type like this. Charmander's probably upset that Ash got hurt protecting Bulbasaur. Brock theorized. That would explain the mean look in its eyes. Richie said. Charmander, you BSTRD. Charmander yelled. Charmander charged at Primeape, slamming into it. The fighting type retaliated by punching the fire type, who bit its arm, then scratched its face. The two of them were going at it, but from what they saw, Charmander's attacks kept getting stronger the more he attacked. Brock saw Ash trying to move but couldn't because of the pain. Ash needs help, let's go. Right. They ran over to the boy, helping him stand so he could take out his Pokédex. Charmander's special attack, Rage. It gains more power the more it is attacked. It will continue to fight until its opponent falls. So it learned Rage. Brock stared at the brutal beatdown Charmander was giving. Ash smiled weakly. Yeah, he did. The flame on Charmander's tail got bigger the more it got attacked, making it stronger. After it jumped away from Primeape, it sent a flamethrower, burning it, making it slump to the ground. Ash, try throwing a Pokeball at it. Brock told the boy. The raven-haired teen nodded, taking out an empty Pokeball and tossing it at the fallen Primeape. The Pokeball wiggled a few times before it finally stopped, signaling a successful capture. Charmander picked up the Pokeball while Pikachu picked up Ash's hat. Both Pokémon brought the items to him as he slowly leaned down, being mindful of his back. He took both items from them. Thanks, you guys. He sat down because his back was killing him. Brock leaned down. How bad does it hurt? He asked. It's throbbing painfully to the point where it hurts for me to stand. Ash said. The breeder nodded and brought out some ointment from his backpack. He lifted up Ash's shirt and saw a red mark on his back. The look of it made both Misty and Richie wince. Brock dabbed his 2 fingers into the ointment cream. This might hurt a little. He warned. Ash nodded, telling him to go ahead. Brock began rubbing his back with the ointment, making the boy flinch a little, but endured the stinging pain until he was finished. After Brock was done, he helped Ash stand up. Big brother, you okay? Molly grabbed onto his pants, looking up at him with worry. He ruffled her hair. I'm fine. The pain's starting to lessen, so I should be able to walk with no problems. He took 2 Pokeballs from his belt. Thanks for the help, you guys. He returned both Bulbasaur and Charmander, putting their Pokeballs back on his belt. Richie sighed with relief. Thank God that over. You said it. Misty agreed with him. They heard shuffling and saw it was Team Rocket climbing out of the hole. Looking around, they noticed Primeape was no longer here. Where's that Primeape? James asked. After all the mess that happened today, Ash was in no mood to deal with them. And with that, he released Primeape from his Pokeball, allowing him to wail on Team Rocket, sending the blasting off. When they landed, they found themselves surrounded by angry Primapes. They began to pound on Team Rocket, making Meowth wish he had some donuts right now. Primeape went to stand next to Ash after sending those clowns blasting off. Good riddance. He sighed out, then petted Primeape, who seemed to finally calm down. Thanks, Primeape. Primeape smiled, then gave Ash a thumbs up. Primeape Prime, no prob. Pikachu points over a cliff, getting everyone's attention, and saw they arrived at Celadon City. Guess getting chased by Primeape sped up the trip. Misty said. You're right about that. Brock commented. Richie began petting Primeape. You're more useful than you look. Primeape glared at Richie, then gave him a black eye. "What was that for?" he yelled. "He's probably still upset with you for that thunderbolt attack you had Sparky give him," Ash reminded. Primeape nodded. Richie grumbled, "Whatever." Ash readjusted his hat, then returned Primeape, and picking up Fennekin, "Well, since we're here, let's go get our next badge." "Oh yeah. I'm ready to win it this time," Richie said with excitement. "Pikachu, let's do this," Sparky said. And so after battling and capturing an angry Primeape, our heroes head off into the city where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge. Celadon City. "Finally we're here," Richie said. After getting chased by Primeape, then realizing it brought them closer to Celadon City, they were very happy. Ash looks around. This is a nice city. Even the skyscrapers are impressive. He then stops, noticing an interesting fragrance, but before he could comment on it, Brock suddenly disappeared. Guys, where's Brock?" Ash asked. They stopped walking immediately, noticing that the breeder disappeared. "Oh great, where did he run off to?" Misty looked around, then saw him with his face against a store window like some pervert. Stomping over to him, she pulled him away from the window by his ear. "And what do you think you're doing?" she growled. "But the girls. The pretty girls," Brock whined. Misty shook her head. "Figures," she said, letting his ear go. Richie then came up to him. "Quit wasting time, Brock. We've gotta find the gym." He turns around, then notices Ash and Molly are gone. "Hey, where'd Ash and Molly go?" "Now that you mention it, where did they go?" "They were just here." Misty looked around, wondering where they went. They're in there." Brock pointed inside the store. They looked inside the store and saw Ash and Molly admiring the different aromas of the store. Inside the store, the female staff were completely in love with Molly because of her cuteness, but they were more focused on Ash, surprised to see a boy in the store and completely smitten with him because he was admiring and smelling their perfume with a smile on his face. "Who is that boy?" one of them whispered. "Not sure, but I think he's trainer. You see that cute Pikachu and Fox Pokémon with him? They're so cute," the other whispered back. "Forget the Pokémon. Look at him," the other blushed. "His face is just so handsome, and look at the way he's admiring our perfume. If he's single, then I'm available." "Get in line because I saw him first," the girl glared. "Says who?" the girl glared back. "Me," they continued glaring at each other. They were so loud that the manager had to come out. "What's with all the noise?" A girl with blue hair wearing a red band and yellow kimono with red leaf prints appeared, having heard the noise. "Oh, Miss Erica," the one of the girls said. "We're not making any noise, we were just admiring a male trainer that came in here with a little blonde girl," the other one said, turning her attention back over to the boy. Erica raised a brow. "Male trainer." She looked in the same direction as the girl and spotted Ash staring at a bottle of perfume in his hands. "Oh my!" Erica gasped in surprise. "It's rare we get male trainers in here. Normally we only get females." "I know, right," the girl squealed, "and he's so handsome." "Hey, back off, I saw him first," the other girl glared. "No, you didn't." "Yes, I did." Erica's sweat dropped at the two, then walked over to Ash, curiosity getting the better of her. Speaking of Ash, he was confused as to what perfume to get for his mother. He sighed. "This is hard. I just don't know which one she'd like." "Do you need some help?" a female voice asked. Turning to his left, he saw a girl with blue hair wearing a yellow kimono smiling at him. "Actually, I kinda do need help. See, I'm not really an expert when it comes to perfume, so I'm kinda lost." He smiled weakly. The girl giggled. "Well, you've come to the right place because I'm an expert when it comes to perfume." Ash smiled. "Thanks. Sorry if I'm taking up some of your time to help me pick out a suitable perfume." She waved his concern off. "Don't be silly. I'm the manager, it's my job to help the customers," she said. "Is there something in particular you're looking for?" "Well, yes and no," he said. "I'm trying to find a good perfume for my mom." Something that brings out her natural scent. Erica thought about his request, then got an idea. Wait right here. She walked to the back of the room for a minute, then came right back out holding a green bottle in her hand. This is my herbal tea garden perfume. Why not smell it and see if it's to your liking? Ash nodded, taking the bottle from her and spraying it in the air, smelling it. He smiled. This was the perfume he was looking for. This is perfect, he smiled. How much? Erica smiled. Free of charge. Really? Are you sure? Because I don't mind paying for it, he said. She shook her head. Call it a special case. Besides, I enjoy talking with you. Ash smiled. Likewise. And thanks again, miss. Erica. And no need for the miss, just call me Erica. She smiled. Erica. That's a pretty name. Ash smiled, making her blush a little at the compliment. Thank you for the compliment, and since you know my name I think it's fair I know yours, don't you think? She asked. He smiled back. Good point. My name's Ash Ketchum, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ash Ketchum. She giggled. Has anyone ever told you that your name is unique? Actually no, you'd be the first to tell me that. He scratched the back of his head, but I appreciate the compliment. Not at all. It's not every day someone tells me my name's pretty. She had her sleeve up covering her face because she was blushing. Then I guess that makes me the first then, doesn't it? He smiled. Sure is. She smiled back. At this point Molly ran over to them. Big brother, did you find a perfume for Mom? He nodded. I did, thanks to Erica. Molly looked at the girl and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help. Ursa, thanks. Teddy Ursa thanked her as well. Erica couldn't help but smile. Not only is he respectful towards women, but also kind to his little sister. You're very welcome. Now why don't I wrap that up for you? Thanks again. She went over towards the counter and putting the perfume in a bag, then handing it back over to Ash. Here you are. He took it from her. Mommy's gonna love it. Molly squealed. Yeah, she is. Ash smiled. The doors to the store open and reveal Richie along with Brock and Misty. Ash, what are you doing? We gotta go find the gym, don't waste your money here. Richie said. Ash sighed. I'm not wasting money. I came in here to find some perfume for our mom, and thanks to Erica I was able to find one free of charge. Richie crossed his arms and turned away. Yeah, well, perfume does nothing but turn guys into zombies, in case you haven't noticed. He pointed to Brock, who was in flirting mode with some nearby girls. Ash was just about to scold Richie when Erica passed by him, putting some sort of stamp on his head. If you find my perfumes to be that bad, then you can leave and never come back. That includes not stepping foot inside my gym. Richie raised a brow in confusion. Huh? She's Erica, the gym leader of the Celadon City Gym. Ash explained. Erica looked at him. You mean, you knew? He nodded. What I didn't know was that you have your own perfume store, and I gotta say that I've now taken a liking to it thanks to you. She laughed. You're just full of compliments for me today, aren't you? Maybe. But it's true, Ash said. Anyway, I know my cousin Richie was rude by insulting your perfumes, but I would like it if you could forgive him just this once so he can battle you for your badge, if you don't mind. He asked politely. Erica looked at Richie, then back at Ash, then nodded. All right then, but on one condition. What is it? Ash asked. She smiled. If I battle your cousin, I want a battle from you as well. He smirked. What a coincidence. I'm here to challenge you for a badge myself. Then there's no problem. I won't be holding back. She warned. I wouldn't have it any other way. Misty and Brock watched the exchange. Is it just me, or are those two hitting it off? Misty whispered. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that Erica's got a crush on Ash. Brock whispered back. Molly crossed her arms. Erica's really nice, but I don't approve. Ursa, don't approve. Teddy Ursa copied. Misty and Brock sweat dropped. Celadon City Gym. The gym was quite interesting, its ceiling being in the shape of what's on tops of Gloom's head. Ash guessed that Erica's favorite grass type is Gloom, which made her smile because he got it right. When they went inside the gym, it was full of female trainers, the only exceptions being Ash, Brock, and Richie. The girls took a liking to Ash and Brock, but not so much Richie, probably upset with him after hearing about how he dissed Erica's perfume right in front of her, but he didn't care because he came for a gym battle. Erica brought them to the battlefield. This is where we'll have our battle. All right. Let's do this. Richie was said. Erica rolled her eyes. Sorry to disappoint you, but Ash will be battling me first, then you. What? Richie yelled. Ash blinked in surprise. You want me to battle you first? Do you not want to? She questioned. No, it's not that I don't want to. I was just taken by surprise, that's all, he said. She smiled. Good. Now let's get started, she said, walking on the other side of the field. Brock had to push Richie towards the stand so they could begin battling. The referee appeared. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between gym leader Erica and challenger Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The battle is over when both or one Pokémon on either side is unable to battle. Do both sides agree? Erica smiled. Ready when you are, Ash. Same here, Erica, he responded. Battle begin. Erica brought out a Pokeball from her sleeve. Tangela, grace us with your presence. Out came the grass type with thick blue vines covering its body. Tangela. Tangela's so cute. Molly squealed. Misty sweat dropped. Really now? Richie scanned it. Tangela, a vine Pokemon. Its body is wrapped in vines. The rest of its form is hidden beneath these vines. Makes you wonder what's under those vines. Richie commented. Brock nodded. There's no telling how strong Tangela is. Ash has to be very careful about his choice. Ash looked at Tangela and was about to reach for Charmander's Pokeball when Fennekin jumped into the arena. Fennekin, I'll battle, she said. He was surprised by her outburst but didn't say no. Fennekin wants to have her first gym battle to prove herself to Ash that she can hold her own in a fight. Ash smiled. Let's do our best, girl. Fennekin, right. Fennekin said. Erica made the first move. Tangela, use Constrict. Tangela's vines moves to wrap around Fennekin. Dodge, and use Ember. Ash commanded. Fennekin jumped in the air and sent a barrage of fireballs at Tangela, who got burned by the Ember attack. Are you all right, Tangela? Erica asked. The grass type looked at her. Tangela, I'm okay. She nodded. Good, now use Stun Spore. Tangela's body shakes and waves of orange powder come out and aiming right towards Fennekin. Ash had to think quickly or Fennekin would be paralyzed. Get back, Fennekin, and use Flamethrower. Fennekin jumped back just in time before the Stun Spore could paralyze her and sent a powerful flamethrower towards the orange powder, getting rid of it. In the stands, Ash's friends, sister, and cousin watched, as Fennekin hadn't taken any damage so far thanks to Ash's quick thinking. Brock nodded at Ash's latest move. That was a good move he did just now. He had Fennekin get out of the way before Stun Spore could paralyze her, and then when she was a good distance away he had her use Flamethrower at the attack so it could be rendered useless. Misty decided to comment herself. I've never noticed before, but when comes to battling, Ash thinks about his moves carefully. That's because he takes gym battles seriously, Brock said. If it were a normal battle then Ash would be more calm and relaxed, but since this is a gym battle he's taking his battles seriously, just like he did with us and Lieutenant Serge. Misty smiled. I don't know about you, but I think it's nice that he took us seriously when he battled us to earn his gym badges. Same here. I'm glad that he said we're strong too, just like the other Kanto 8. Brock smiled. The two gym leaders made a mental note to thank Ash for the compliments he gave them when they were at the Pokemon Tech School. Fennekin, use Flame Charge. Fennekin's whole body was on fire as she ran at full speed towards Tangela, slamming into it and burning it at the same time. Tangela was sent back towards Erica but manages to stand somehow. Tangela, are you alright? Erica cried out. Tangela, I am okay. Tangela said. Ash noticed that Fennekin was panting a little but didn't show it towards her opponent. "You're doing great, Fennekin, just hang in there for a little while longer, okay?" She panted for a little while longer before shaking a little bit, then raised her head towards the ceiling. "Fennekin, I'm ready," she cried out, her whole body glowing white. Ash and friends were shocked because after all this time Fennekin's about to evolve. She's evolving. Fennekin's evolving. Molly was excited to see what Fennekin will evolve into. "This is awesome," Richie said. "I'm curious to see Fennekin's second evolution stage myself," Brock commented. "I can't wait to see myself," Misty said, excitement in her eyes. The glowing light died down finally and revealed a bipedal fox-like Pokémon with yellow fur, black legs, white arms, face and neck, and a dark orange tail tip. A small mane of white fur covered her shoulders and chest. Long wavy tufts of dark orange fur grow out of her large ears with a stick in its tail. "Braixen," the newly evolved fox Pokémon said. Ash couldn't help but smile. "You evolved into Braixen." Braixen turned around and looked at her trainer and smiled at him. "Braixen Bray, yes I did." Richie's eyes grew big. "Whoa. Fennekin's evolved form looks so cool." He brought out his Pokédex. Braixen, the fox Pokémon and the evolved form of Fennekin. To defeat its opponent, Braixen combines the flame from the twig in its tail with its fiery breath, creating a massive fire spin. "Braixen's so pretty," Molly said. "Ursa, she is," Teddy Ursa said. "This battle's about to get interesting now," Richie said. Ash and Braixen grinned at each other. "Let's do this, Braixen." "Braixen, you got it." Braixen brought her stick out ready to strike. Ash brought out his Pokédex to scan her new moves. This Pokémon knows the moves: Scratch, Tail Whip, Ember, Howl, Flame Charge, Psybeam, Fire Spin, Lucky Chant, Light Screen, Flamethrower, and Psyshock. The egg move's Heat Wave has been unlocked. He grinned. "I can work with this," putting his Pokédex away. "You ready to continue, Erica?" She nodded. "Of course. Ladies first then," Ash said. Erica giggled. "How nice of you." "Tangela, use Vine Whip." Tangela shot a blue vine at Braixen. "Use Fire Spin." The tip of Braixen's stick catches fire, sticking it out, creating a huge flame that dissolves into multiple streams of fire that spin around, sending it at Tangela, burning it into unconsciousness. Tangela is unable to battle. Braixen wins. The referee said, "This battle goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town." "Yes." Richie and Molly yelled. "That was amazing. Braixen's an impressive Pokémon," Misty said. Brock nodded. "That fire spin was something else." Erica returned Tangela and smiled. "You did very well, Tangela, now get some well-deserved rest." She was impressed by Ash's Pokémon. It's in very good shape, which is evident in those fire attacks it used. "Ready for another battle, Ash?" Erica asked, enjoying the battle very much. He nodded. "Ready when you are." "Braixen, same here," Braixen said, raising her stick in the air ready to continue. Erica brought out another Pokeball from her sleeve and tossed it in the air. "Weepinbell, it's your turn now." Out came the plant-eating like Pokémon. This time it's a Weepinbell. Brock observed the plant Pokémon. Richie brought out his Pokédex. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokémon. Weepinbell looks like a plant and covers opponents with a poisonous powder in order to catch them. Wonder what Ash will have Braixen do this time. Misty wondered. "Don't know, but I bet it's gonna be awesome," Richie said. Back at the field, Ash wanted to make sure Braixen was good to continue. "Can you still continue, Braixen?" he asked. "Braixen Bray, I'm not tired yet." Braixen grinned. He nodded. "All right then. Get ready." Braixen, right. Braixen said, ready to continue the battle. Battle begin. Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf. Weepinbell sent a barrage of leaves at Braixen. Use Light Screen. Light Screen. Misty and Richie yelled in confusion. Braixen summoned a visible screen that blocked the razor leaf attack, surprising everyone present. I didn't know a fire type could learn a psychic type move. Misty stared. Fennekin must have learned it upon evolution. Brock theorized. Go Braixen. Molly cheered. Ursa, you can do it. Teddy Ursa cheered himself. Use heat wave. Braixen's creates a ball of orange fire, then releases a wind of flames at Weepenbell, burning it into unconsciousness, just like what happened to Tangela. Weepenbell is unable to battle. Braixen wins. The referee said, this battle goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. A one-hit knockout. Misty and Richie exclaimed in surprise. Even Brock was a little taken back by that move, and he was pretty sure Erica was too, judging by the surprised look on her face. Braixen strong. Molly stared in awe. Ursa, sure is. Teddy Ursa said. Erica returned Weepenbell, impressed by Ash's Braixen once again. In her opinion, she was his strongest fire type. While Erica was lost in her own thoughts, Ash had called Braixen over. You did amazing for your first battle, Braixen, but I want to return you and give Charmander a chance to battle one of Erica's Pokémon. Is that okay? Braixen took no offense to the comment, besides she was starting to feel tired. After evolving, then utilizing some new moves she learned upon evolution, she could use a break. She nodded happily. Braixen Bray, sounds good to me. Ash smiled and brought out her Pokeball. Get some rest because you've earned it, and with that he returned her. He clipped her Pokeball back on his belt and brought out Charmander's. Last round, Erica. Ash called out, ready to keep going. Erica smiled and brought out a Pokeball. I'm all set. Battle begin. They released their Pokémon at the same time. Erica's was a Gloom while Ash's was Charmander, who was ready to start tearing up the field. So Ash switched out Braixen for Charmander. Brock said. Looks that way. Misty commented. Richie scanned Erica's last Pokémon. Gloom, the weed Pokémon. Gloom gives off a very unpleasant smell. While strong against water Pokémon, Gloom is weak against fire and flying types. Richie was getting excited. He couldn't wait to start battling Erica himself. Who's that Pokémon? It's Gloom. Gloom. Gloom, use sweet scent. Gloom released a pink powder intending to relax Charmander. So she's starting out with sweet scent, in that case. Charmander, use smoke screen. Charmander opens his mouth, releasing thick black smoke, concealing himself, causing the pink powder to be covered by the black smoke. That was a good move, Brock said. Using smoke screen to counteract sweet scent was a good defense. Since smokescreen covered both Erica and Gloom's vision, she couldn't usher an attack and Gloom's vision was obscured. Use, scratch. Charmander's claws glowed white and struck Gloom right in the face, and since smokescreen was still covering its vision, it didn't see the attack coming. Gloom! Erica cried out. Since smokescreen was about to fade soon, Ash decided to end this battle. Charmander, use Ember. Then Flamethrower. The fire type obliged, using Ember first to tire out Gloom, then Flamethrower to finish it off. When the smoke cleared, they saw Gloom passed out with swirls in its eyes. Gloom is unable to battle. Charmander wins, the referee said. The winner of the gym battle is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Yay! Big Brother won. Molly jumped up and down, Teddy Ursa copying her. That was an interesting battle. Brock said. I know, right? Braixen and Charmander sis a great job. Misty said. All right. Richie sprang from his seat. It's my turn now. Brock and Misty just shook their heads. Richie will always be Richie, it seems. Back at the field, Ash had returned Charmander, but not before giving the fire type a hug and congratulating him for doing well in his first gym battle. Erica approached with a smile on her face. Congratulations, Ash. Your Pokémon are really impressive, especially your Braixen. Ash chuckled. Let me guess, you like her because she's a girl, right? She giggled. That obvious, huh? Yeah, but that's understandable that you like her so much. She was cute as a fennekin and she's even cuter now that she's evolved into Braixen. Ash laughed. At least you treat your female Pokémon with love and respect. Anyway, I have something for you. She reached in her sleeve and pulled the rainbow badge, which was shaped like a flower with rainbow-colored petals. He took the badge from her, putting it in his badge case. Thank you, Erica. I should be thanking you. It's been so long since I've enjoyed a good gym battle, especially with a male trainer. She smiled. Really? Well, I'm glad that I was able to give you a good gym battle, he said. While they were talking, Richie came down the stairs with an eager look in his eyes. Erica sighed. Very well, let's begin our battle. She then turned to Ash. When the battle's over, I wish to speak with you more, Ash. Oh, and your friends and sister can stay too. He nodded. I'd like that, thanks. He put a hand on Richie's shoulder. Your turn now, don't underestimate her, he warned. Richie nodded. Got it. Ash sat next to his sister as Erica and Richie started getting ready for the battle to take place. The referee announced the same rules as she did with Ash. Now that the rules have been explained, the two released their Pokémon and began the battle. Oddish, use poison powder. Oddish released purple powder from its leaves. Happy, use gust. Happy flapped its wings, sending the poison powder attack back at Oddish, poisoning it. Hang in there, Oddish. Erica said, not expecting Richie to be so good at battling. Use, Electroweb. Happy creates a web of electricity and sends it at Oddish, electrocuting it into passing out. Oddish is unable to battle. Happy wins. The referee announced the winner of this battle is Richie Hiroshi. Alright. Nice job, Happy. Richie cheered. Free, naturally. Happy said. Erica returned Oddish. I'm quiet, impressed Richie. You're quiet, the trainer. Richie grinned. Thanks. You're not so bad yourself, Erica. She smiled. This boy is something else. Throwing another Pokeball, revealing a Bellsprout. Richie scanned it. Bellsprout, a carnivorous Pokémon that traps and eats bugs. It appears to use its root feet to replenish moisture. This might be difficult for Richie. Bellsprout are speedy Pokémon. Ash stated. Brock nodded in agreement. They are, but knowing Richie, he'll figure something out. Happy use, sleep powder. Happy released a blue powder at the grass poison type. Dodge it, Bellsprout. Bellsprout became a blur as he dodged the incoming sleep powder and appeared behind Happy. Wah! Richie said, taken by surprise. Like I said, speedy Pokémon. Ash commented. Use, slam. Bellsprout grabs Happy with its two leaves and slammed it to the ground repeatedly. Happy! Richie cried out. That's one tough Bellsprout. Misty said. Aha! Molly nodded. After slamming Happy for the last time, Bellsprout let it go, seeing as how Happy passed out having been slammed over and over again. Happy is unable to battle. Bellsprout wins, the referee said. The winner of this battle is gym leader Erica. Richie returned. Happy, you did great. Happy, get a good rest. He brought out another Pokeball. Zippo, burn the field. Out came Richie's Charmeleon. Charmeleon. So Richie has a Charmeleon. I wonder what he'll do. Ash said. Use, scary face. Charmeleon glared at the grass poison type, preventing it from doing anything. Molly tilted her head. What's going on with Bellsprout? Scary face frightens the opponent and decreases their speed, Ash explained. That was a good move Richie used. I agree. And since Bellsprout's speed's been decreased, it can't move as fast anymore. Brock said. That move is actually pretty useful. Misty said. Zippo use, Fire Fang. Zippo opened his mouth, his fangs on fire, and bit down on Bellsprout, setting its whole body on fire. Oh no, Bellsprout! Erica cried out. Bellsprout couldn't take any more and passed out from the pain of taking a direct hit from the Fire Fang. Bellsprout is unable to battle. Zippo wins, the referee said. This battle goes to Richie Hiroshi. Nice job Zippo. Charmeleon, thanks, the Pokémon blushed with embarrassment. Erica threw out another Pokeball and out came a Vileplume. Richie scanned the last Pokémon. Vileplume, the flower Pokémon. Using the largest flower petals in the world, it spreads large amounts of pollen that cause allergic reactions. He put his Pokédex away. Get ready Zippo. We have to win this. Melion, right. Zippo got ready. Use, petal dance, the top of Vileplume's head began to send pink petals at the Zippo. Use, flamethrower. Zippo opened his mouth burning the petals the flamethrower about to hit Vileplume. Dodge at Vileplume. Vileplume got out of the way just in time to avoid the flamethrower. Use, ember. Zippo sent a barrage of flames at Vileplume burning it slightly, but it wasn't taken out just yet. Now use, flame burst. Zippo fires an orange-yellow fireball at Vileplume surrounding it in the fireball making crash down to the field with swirls in its eyes. Vileplume it unable to battle. Zippo wins. The referee announced, the winner of the gym battle is Richie Hiroshi of Frodomar City. We did it Zippo. Richie ran over to Charmeleon embracing it in a hug as the two celebrated their victory. Ash and the others approached as well as Erica who had given him the rainbow badge impressed with his battling skills. After the two boys won the rainbow badge Erica insisted they stay and have tea with her, which they didn't mind except Richie but a whack to the back of the head courtesy of Ash changed his mind. Erica asked Ash many questions about his Pokémon, the boy not minding at all. He told of all the Pokémon he captured under different circumstances that includes his little ones. When she asked to his little ones where he told her about the Pokémon eggs he had found in the forest and how it took them 5 years to hatch. When she asked why he told her that the eggs were in critical condition but thanks to Professor Oak's quick thinking in getting the eggs over to see Nurse Joy they began to be stable and healthy but he still had to keep an eye on them in case their condition worsened. Brock was listening to the story with interest and made a mental note to ask Professor Oak about the eggs the next time he sees the old man. Having enjoyed spending time with Erica Molly giving her a hug but told her brother that she may have liked Erica but that doesn't mean she approves making the boys sigh they went to the Pokémon Center to get some rest before they head out to Lavender Town then to Saffron City where Ash and Richie will battle Sabrina for the Marsh badge. They better get some sleep because tomorrow's going to be a long day. Having won the rainbow badge from Erica our heroes are now resting at the Pokémon Center getting a good night's rest for when they head off to Lavender Town to get a ghost Pokémon then they're off to Saffron City where they'll battle Sabrina. Can they manage to win a badge from her? Stay tuned as the journey continues. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, male, Braixen, female, Shiny Eevee, female, Charmander, male, Squirtle, male, Bulbasaur, male, Pidgeotto, female, Primeape, male, and Gyarados, female. Molly's Pokémon, Teddiursa, male, Lilligant, female, Shiny Espion, female, and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon, Starmie, Staryu, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Shiny Vaporeon, female, Shiny Glaceon, female, and Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chespin, male, Shiny Flareon, female, and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, and Eevee, Eve, female. Today our heroes finally arrive at Lavender Town where Ash and Richie will catch a ghost-type Pokémon to use in their battle against Sabrina Gym leader of Saffron City Gym. But will it really be as smoothly as they think? Having left Celadon City, our friends finally arrive at Lavender Town, where Ash and Richie will try and catch a ghost-type Pokémon to use against Sabrina, the gym leader of the Saffron City Gym. As they walk towards the town, they notice how foggy it is. "What's with this fog? I can't see anything," Misty complained. "Well, Lavender Town is known for its foggy weather, but I didn't think it'd be this much," Ash said, looking around the fog. Molly squeezed her brother's hand, making him look down at her. "What's wrong?" She looked around, noticing the fog intensifying. "I'm a little scared." Ash bent down to her level, poking her forehead. "It'll be alright, I'll be right by your side the whole time." Molly held out her pinky. "Pinky swear." Ash linked his pinky with hers. "Pinky swear." She smiled brightly, then hugged her big brother tightly. Suddenly she didn't feel so scared anymore. Brock was looking around nervously. The fog was starting to intensify, and at this rate they might not be able to see each other if it gets too bad. "Guys, this fog is dangerous, we should hold hands so we don't get separated." "Good idea, Brock," Richie said. Richie grabbed Misty's hand, while she grabbed Ash's hand, who in turn grabbed Molly's hand tightly. Brock reached out, believing he was about to grab Molly's hand, but instead grabbed Pikachu's tail, making the electric rodent give him an electric shock, making Ash sigh. They walked slowly through the fog, still holding each other's hands so they wouldn't get separated. Misty was looking around nervously. "I really hope nothing jumps out and scares us." "It's okay, Misty, no bad things will come out to scare us," Molly said, trying to be positive. "Ursa, that's right," Teddy Ursa said. "They're right, Misty," Brock said. "You just gotta stay C-." He was cut off because a skull appeared out of nowhere, scaring the living hell out of everyone but Ash. Molly grabbed onto her brother, burying her face in his shirt, while Misty jumped in Brock's arms, having a Shaggy and Scooby-Doo moment. They notice a hand go up to the skull, only for it reveal Richie. "Sorry about that, guys, I figured if I wore this skull mask you guys wouldn't be so scared." Three dark auras surrounded Ash, Misty, and Brock, making Richie sweat a little bit. "Did it not work?" Richie asked carefully. Sparky shook his head. "Pikachu, idiot." Misty got out of Brock's arms and took out her mallet. "Richie, you little," but before she bring the mallet down on him, Ash had beat her to it by whacking Richie upside the head, making him fall to the ground with a red bump on his head. Brock and Misty winced but couldn't blame Ash for getting upset because Molly was shaking something Ash doesn't like. The two saw him cracking his knuckles, still surrounded in a dark aura, announcing that he was still a little set off. "Next time you want to help, do it so it doesn't involve my sister getting scared, got it?" he growled. "Why, yes sir," Richie said pathetically from his position on the ground. Misty put her mallet away, no longer having the will to hit the boy herself. "I think you might be right, Brock. Ash is scary." The nodded. "Told you." Lavender Town. After giving Richie the punishment he deserved for scaring everyone, they kept walking until they finally arrived at Lavender Town and see a tower that looks completely ominous, and the fact that it was nighttime wasn't exactly helping. "There it is," Ash said, "Pokémon Tower." He stared at the dark tower and didn't even feel scared, but instead felt at ease, almost as if there was a presence here that felt familiar to him, but as to what it was he couldn't tell. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go in already." He was about to go in but noticed the others weren't following him. "Guys, what's wrong?" Misty was shaking like a leaf. "Why don't you and Ash go in? After all, you two need a ghost type." Brock nodded. "Misty's right, we'll wait out here for you." Richie raised a brow. "What's with you guys? Why do you look so scared?" He looked to his cousin. "Hey Ash, how come they look so dash?" He trailed off, noticing Ash bring out a sleeping bag. Ash? What are you doing?" Misty asked the boy. "Oh, I'm getting the sleeping bag out so Molly can get some sleep." He looked to the little girl, who was trying her hardest to stay awake, but sleepiness was winning. "She does look tired," Brock pointed out. Ash nodded, having finished laying the sleeping bag out so she could sleep. "Come on Molly, why don't you get some sleep? You don't have to go in the tower with us if you don't want to." Molly yawned and nodded, going over to the sleeping bag. Crawling in it, she grabbed her brother's hand and squeezed it before she fell asleep. Ash smiled and rubbed her head as she closed her eyes into a peaceful slumber. She fell asleep quickly. Misty said. Kids have a lot energy and because of that they tend to tire out rather easily. Ash said looking back at the tower, why don't we all rest up then we can go inside the tower, sound good? Misty and Brock nodded, but Richie pouted. He wanted to go in the tower so he could get a ghost type to use against Sabrina but his cousin Molly was tired so he decided to not complain. Inside the tower. Looking down watching the group inside the tower was Team Rocket who had arrived earlier ahead of them and decided to wait for them to arrive. There they are. James said. Jesse smirked, good thing we decided to wait for them here from inside the tower. Meowth smirked too, now all we have to do is wait for them to come inside so we can grab Pikachu. James put the binoculars away, better go set the trap. He ran off to set a trap only to fall down a hole in the floor. James, the two yelled. Looking down the hole they see him safe and unharmed making sigh with relief. But the relief didn't last for long when Meowth noticed a closet open nearby and saw a ghastly appear scaring the living hell out of Meowth making him scream. Jessie covered her ears looking annoyed by the fact that Meowth had screamed in her ear, what's your problem? There's a ghastly right there. Meowth pointed, but as soon as Jessie looks in the direction the cat pointed to ghastly disappeared. The ghost type goes over to Jessie mimicking her voice making Meowth scratch at her face because she insulted him. Jessie being the short-tempered person she is she grabbed a pan from out of nowhere hitting him with it and knocking the cat down in the hole with James. Stupid cat. She muttered looking at herself in the mirror only to see Ghastly grinning at her. She screamed like any normal person would and fell down the hole with James and Meowth. The three idiots open another hole and fall down that one making them all scream which is heard by Ash and the others. With the gang. What was that? Richie said shaking a little. A scream? Ash questioned. Back in the tower. Team Rocket gets out of the hole. Unbelievable falling down two holes. Jessie complained. Indeed. James agreed. I'm gonna need a vacation after this. Meowth said. Ghastly snickered then showed himself again while ultimately scaring Team Rocket again making them pass out. Scaredy cats. Outside the tower. After Molly and everyone rested up for a little bit they decided to go inside the tower. Brock and Misty pushed Ash and Richie forward first since they were the brave ones. Molly was holding her brother's hand again as they went inside. As soon as they walked in the door closed on its own making Misty scream and hide behind Richie. Molly grabbed onto her brother's clothing because it was so dark and she really hated the dark. Ash patted her head gently assuring her that he was right here and that nothing bad was going to happen to her. It's too dark in here, Ash muttered reaching for Charmander's Pokeball releasing him. Charmander, I need you to use the flame of your tail to guide us through the tower okay? Charmander nodded. He ignited the flame on his tail slightly so the others could see. They began walking around and notice a hole in the floor so they maneuver around it so they wouldn't fall in. While exploring the tower they heard strange noises. Ash was looking around trying to find the source of the noise but didn't anything. Just what is that? He thought. In another part of the tower. In another room of the tower we find a Haunter and Jengar happily watching a comedy show on television and Ghastly comes in the room. Poke speech conversation time. Have fun scaring those three idiots? Jengar asked. Ghastly nodded, it wasn't that hard. Those three are easy to scare so it was really fun for me, he grinned. I'm sure it was. Haunter said, I hear there's some other people that entered the tower. Ghastly nodded, 3 teenage boys, a teenage girl and a little girl. Jengar laughed, I love little kids. They're so much fun. Can you bring them up on the T.V screen? Haunter asked. Ghastly did just that showing them the new people that entered the tower. Haunter's eyes landed on a certain raven-haired teen and started approaching the TV pressing his face against it. Jengar and Ghastly blinked at him, you okay Haunter? Jengar asked. Haunter didn't say anything for a while but eventually found his voice, if you plan on scaring them then let me in on it too. Jengar and Ghastly looked at each other and blinked in confusion at his sudden attitude change, but nodded none anyway. Haunter kept staring at the teen, a smile slowly forming on his face. I finally get to see you again, Ash. End of Poke speech conversation time. Ash and the others continue exploring when they spotted a room and entered it. Upon inspection they see that it's a fairly large room even though they could barely see it. All of a sudden the room suddenly lights up, startling them, but thanks to the light they got to see the room very clearly and noticed that it was a dining room with the table fully set. Well, at least they're giving us a warm welcome. Brock said. There's nothing welcoming about it. Misty yelled. She's right about that. Ash then notices a rope above the table with a note on it. He walked over to it and read the note. Pull this, huh, he said. What kind of idiot would pull the rope just because a note told them to? Misty said. I just pulled it. Richie said, making the others look at him with blank expressions on their faces. You were saying? Brock commented and Ash simply shook his head. Only Richie. Once Richie pulled the rope, confetti was released along with a sign that said, Welcome. Suddenly the chairs and glassware began levitating, scaring Brock and Misty, while Ash grabbed onto Molly tightly and Richie was even shaking a little. Out of nowhere Brock got thrown around in a chair and Pikachu, Sparky, and Charmander got thrown around on platters. Misty started shaking like a leaf. What's going on here? Be big brother. Molly was clenched her brother's shirt tightly. Sensing the girl's mood he picked her up. Let's get out of here now. Ash yelled. They didn't need to be told twice as Misty and Richie were already out the door. Ash waited for Brock, Pikachu, Sparky, and Charmander then ran off to follow Misty and Richie. As soon as they left, the tableware and chairs reset themselves and the ghost Pokémon appear laughing. Well, Jengar and Ghastly were anyway. Jengar, that was fun. Jengar giggled. Ghastly gas, indeed. Ghastly smiled. Haunter didn't say anything except look in the direction Ash ran from, alerting his fellow companions. Jengar, what's wrong? Jengar asked. Haunter simply disappeared, making Jengar and Ghastly following right after him. Outside the tower. Everyone was exhausted from having to run away from some invisible entity. This only made Brock and Misty refuse to go back inside. That's it, I've had it. Misty yelled, I'm not going back in there no matter what. Brock raised his hand, sorry guys, but I can't go back in there either. Getting thrown around in a chair was not a fun experience for me. Come on you guys. You're going to let that scare you? Richie yelled. If you want to go back in there then go by yourself, 'cause we're not coming with you. Misty yelled in his face. But. Richie was about to protest, but Ash put a hand on his shoulder. Let it go, Richie, he said, if they don't want to go back in then we can't force them. He looked back at the tower. You and me will go back in there by ourselves. Brock wasn't so sure the two boys should go back in there, but he knew that they needed to. He sighed, just be careful in there, okay? Ash turned back at Brock and smiled, we'll be okay, don't worry. He assured. He then turned towards his Pokémon, do you two want to stay out here or come with us? Pikachu and Charmander looked at each other then back at Ash, nodding their head in determination. Looks like they're ready to go back in and give it another shot. Ash said. Richie nodded, Sparky's good to go too. Pikachu, you bet I am. Sparky said. Ash was just about to go back in the tower when he felt something grab his shirt. Looking down he saw it was Molly. I want to go too. He bent down until he was at eye level. I'd rather have you stay out here with Brock and Misty. It could be dangerous in there. She shook her head stubbornly. I'm coming, she said, still not having let go of his shirt. Ash sighed, knowing that his sister's the stubborn type. No matter what you tell her she'll just be stubborn about it. He ruffled her hair, don't leave my side no matter what happens, understand? She smiled and nodded, I promise. He stood back up, let's go back inside then. He walked back inside the tower with Richie and Molly following after him. Brock and Misty stayed outside hoping they'd come back out safe and unharmed. Inside the tower. The three plus their Pokémon go back inside the tower and saw a hole they hadn't noticed before. Where'd this hole come from? Richie questioned. Not sure. Ash approached the hole and heard voices recognizing them as belonging to Team Rocket, making him annoyed. Looks like Team Rocket made this hole. I know it was them because I can hear their voices. Are you serious? Richie sighed out in annoyance. What are they even doing here? My guess, they were trying to set up a trap to try and capture Pikachu but instead got stuck down this hole. Ash theorized. Richie rolled his eyes. Figures. Molly looked down. What do we do? Ash thought about it then grinned evilly. Well, we could have both Pikachu and Sparky use Thunderbolt and have Charmander attack with Flamethrower. Richie returned the evil grin. Sounds good to me. Molly giggled, liking the idea along with Teddiursa. Sparky dash. Pikachu dash. Use, Thunderbolt. They said simultaneously. Both electric types electrocuted the rockets, and when they stopped their attack, Ash had Charmander use Flamethrower, setting Jessie's hair on fire, making her run around trying to get the flame to extinguish. Ash looked down the hole satisfied with his work. Well, that worked well. Pikachu, I agree. Pikachu laughed. Charmander, that felt good. Charmander grinned. Hi Pikachu, I know right. Sparky grinned right along with Charmander. Molly giggled but then stopped when she noticed a purple Pokémon with claws appear. Big brother, watch out behind you, she yelled. Ash looked behind him but didn't see anything. Was there something behind me? He asked. Molly nodded. Richie looked around. I didn't see anything. But as soon as he said that, the same Pokémon appeared in front of Ash. Richie and Molly jumped when it appeared. Hey Ash, it's in front of you, the brown-haired boy pointing a shaking finger at it, the purple Pokémon. He blinked and looked in front of him and came face to face with a Haunter. Ash jerked his head back a little but didn't feel like the ghost type was being hostile towards him. It's a Haunter. Haunter. Richie brought out his Pokédex. Haunter, the gas Pokémon. After evolving from Ghastly, this Haunter can learn the Dream Eater and Psychic attacks. Molly got a good look at the ghost type. Haunter looks more friendly than scary, don't you think so, Teddiursa? Teddiursa nodded. Ursa, you're right. Haunter was circling Ash with a smile on its face, making the boy confused. Well, you're right about the friendly part, but why is it only circling around me? Haunter stopped, then looked in the boy's eyes for a little while longer, Ash staring back with interest. Why is it just staring at him? Richie asked. Molly got into a thinking pose, then got an idea. Maybe it's because Haunter knows Big Brother. Richie raised a brow. And how would you know that? Molly smiled confidently. Instinct. Ursa, instinct. Teddiursa copied. He sweat dropped. Really? You don't say. Meanwhile, Ash was still staring at Haunter, trying to think if maybe he'd seen it around Professor Oak's lab before. That can't be possible, right? After all, the only ghost type that was sent to Professor Oak's lab for treatment was a Ghastly that used to pull pranks to get him to laugh. Ash pointed at the ghost type. Are you by chance Ghastly? The same Ghastly that used to prank the other kids when I volunteered at Professor Oak's lab when I was little? Haunter's response was to lick the boy's cheek. Haunter, correct answer, he grinned. Ash wiped his cheek. Yeah, I figured. It's good to see you, Haunter, he smiled. Haunter hound, you too, Ash. Haunter smiled back. Wait a minute. So you do know this Pokémon? Richie asked, surprised. Ash looked at his cousin. I met Haunter back when he was at Professor Oak's lab, just like Bulbasaur, except back then he was a Ghastly. Molly walked up to Haunter and waved. Hi Haunter. Haunter waved back at the girl happily. Richie sighed with relief. I'm just glad you know this Pokémon, otherwise we'd be in trouble. Just then another ghost type appears, but from underneath Richie. As soon as it emerged, it smacks him with a paper fan. Ow! What was that for? He yelled. The new ghost type merely laughed right along with Haunter. Ash rolled his eyes at the two. Looks like this Jengar's your partner when it comes to pranks, huh? Richie rubbed his head, then brought out his Pokédex. Jengar, the shadow Pokémon. Jengar hides in the shadows. If a Jengar is nearby, it is said to feel 10 degrees colder than normal. It forgot to say that it likes to hit people with paper fans. Richie commented. Molly giggled, Jengar's funny. Yeah, it's hilarious. Richie said sarcastically. Ash laughed, then looked at the two ghost types. By any chance were the two of you responsible for scaring us? Haunter and Jengar looked at each other and laughed, meaning they were the ones responsible. I figured, Ash said, so would you guys like to give us a tour of the tower? Haunter and Jengar giggled and beckoned them to follow them. Ash returned Charmander and followed them with Molly and Richie right on his heels. Outside the tower. Back outside the tower, Brock and Misty were waiting outside for their friends to come back out. Misty was pacing around for what felt like hours, which was driving Brock crazy. Misty stopped pacing. You're making me nervous. Brock said. I can't help it, she yelled, they've been in there a long time. Aren't you worried about them? Of course I'm worried, he yelled back. But we made the decision to stay out here and wait for them, so right now that's all we can do. Misty didn't say anything because she knew Brock was right. Looking back at the tower, she silently prayed the three of them would come out okay. Who's that Pokémon? It's Jengar. Jengar. Back inside the tower. Ash, Molly, and Richie followed Haunter and Jengar to a room, which they assumed belonged to them. Once they entered, they saw a Ghastly swinging on a swing, and not only that, but there were a lot of toys in the room too. Molly went over to Ghastly and decided to push it on the swing, which made it laugh. Meanwhile, Jengar made Richie laugh by smacking Sparky with a paper fan, which in turn made Sparky send a thunderbolt at the boy and puffed his cheeks in embarrassment. Ash and Haunter were off to the side talking and catching up with each other, but Ash couldn't talk for long. They had to complete what they came here to do. Haunter, there's something I want to ask you. Ash said to his old ghost-type friend. Haunter snickered. Haunter, Haunter, you need my help with something related to psychics, right? How did you? He snickered again. Haunter, I've known you for a long time, Ash. The boy smiled. Good point. So will you? Haunter nodded. Haunter, you bet. Ash scratched the top of Haunter's head, glad his old friend was willing to leave this tower and come along with him. Looking back, he saw Jengar giving Richie a bear hug. Guess Jengar decided to come along with us too, he sweat dropped. Big brother. Molly ran up to him. Ghastly says he wants to come with us. He says that he has a mission to fulfill in Saffron City. Ash and Haunter blinked. Fulfill what exactly? He asked. Molly brought her finger up to her lips. It's a secret. Ash smiled weakly. Really? Well, all right then. Richie was still being hugged by Jengar and released a sigh. Can we please go now before Jengar hugs me to death? Jengar grinned and Sparky shook his head, but agreed with his trainer that they should hurry up and get out of here. Outside the tower. Brock and Misty heard the door open and saw Ash, Molly, and Richie come walking out with smiles on their faces. The two ran up them, making sure they were okay and uninjured. Satisfied, they began to question them. So what happened in there? Brock asked. Molly gave them the peace sign. Mission accomplished. They too looked at each other in confusion before it clicked in their minds. You guys caught a ghost type. Ash smirked and pointed to his shadow, making the two look. They saw his shadow change shape, scaring them, and then Haunter emerged with a smile on his face. Jengar did the same thing, snickering at their reactions, while Ghastly showed himself so the two could see him. The looks on their faces told Ash that they wanted an explanation. You two might want to sit down for this because it's a long story. Ash went on to explain that after Richie had moved away from Pallet Town because of certain circumstances, Ash was picked on all the time, but he didn't let it bother him as much because he still had his mom and mentor with him, so it was all okay. He told them that every day after school he would go to Professor Oak's lab and take care of the Pokémon there, and said how the old man put him in charge of Pokémon recovery. Meaning that was in charge of healing the Pokémon, be it mentally or physically, and Haunter, who was a Ghastly at the time, was a new patient there. After spending some time together, Ghastly warmed up to Ash and used to make him laugh by pranking some of the bullies. He also explained that since Ghastly had gotten over his mental issues, he had to be sent to Lavender Town because there was no need for him to be at Professor Oak's lab anymore. Ghastly didn't want to go, but Ash promised him they'd meet again, and now they have, even though he's a Haunter now. Richie looked down, unaware that his cousin's life in Pallet Town hadn't improved at all. Sensing his trainer's distress, Jengar patted the boy on the head, making him chuckle, and thanked the ghost type for his concern. "Well, at least you guys got see each other again," Brock said. Ash nodded happily. "I'm glad I got to see you again, and I'm glad you evolved too." Haunter grinned. "Haunter, me too." Misty got up from the ground, patting the dirt off her shorts. "Anyway, like Molly said, mission accomplished, so let's get going. Besides, I'd rather not stay here any longer. This place gives me the creeps." "I second that." Brock got up as well. "Let's head off to Saffron City so you guys can get a badge from Sabrina." "Oh yeah. I'm ready to take her on," Richie said with enthusiasm. Misty rolled her eyes. "I'm sure you are." They began walking away from the creepy tower, but Ash was feeling like he had forgotten something. Then it hit him. "Haunter," he whispered, out of curiosity, "what did you do with Team Rocket?" Haunter grinned evilly. "With Team Rocket?" Before they left the tower, Haunter and his friends had tied up Team Rocket and left them spinning around on a carousel. "Meowth, stop this crazy thing!" Jessie yelled. "How am I supposed to do that?" "Stop this thing with my mind," he shot back. "I hate carousels," James said. "With the gang." Ash saw the evil grin on his friend's face. "On second thought, I don't think I really need to know." "Haunter, you sure?" Haunter asked. Ash nodded. "I'm sure." Haunter, if you say so," Haunter said. Ash rolled his eyes. He really hasn't changed, but that may not be a bad thing after all. Having successfully obtained Ghost-type Pokémon to use against Sabrina, our heroes are on their way to Saffron City. Wonder what they'll experience when they arrive. The journey continues. Saffron City. In the Saffron City gym is a woman who's sitting in a chair holding a little girl in her lap. She focuses her blue eyes and sees Ash and the others making their way to Saffron City, but her eyes were more focused on Ash and Molly. The little girl in her lap started giggling. "Yay! New playmates," she laughs. Pokémon Center. In the Pokémon Center, a fair-skinned boy with dirty blonde hair was sitting in the lobby, having arrived at Saffron City not too long ago himself. He had a Pokémon by his side with orange fur, black stripes, and cream-colored fur on its tail, muzzle, chest, belly, and tail. The boy was simply eating his food when his eyes glowed red, making him halt his movements. The Pokémon sensed his friend's change in mood. "Grow, boss," Growlithe called. After his eyes turned red again and he began to smile, then laugh, startling Growlithe. "She's here," he said. Growlithe tilted his head. Growlithe, who's here?" The boy leaned back in his chair. "Molly's here, and not just her. The person I trust the most has been taking care of her this whole time is here with her." Growlithe realized who his trainer was talking about. He was talking about his sister, who wasn't in their house after he went back home to see her, but found no one there, not even his father. The boy stood up from the chair and looked down at his friend. "Why don't we stay here for a little while longer, buddy, okay?" Growlithe barked in agreement, not complaining at all. The boy smiled and looked at the sky. "I can't wait to see you again, Molly, Ash. With the gang." "It's your fault we're lost," Richie yelled. "My fault? You looked at the map right along with me. If anyone's to blame for getting us lost, it's you," Misty yelled back. Ash and Brock groaned. They somehow managed to get lost again, and these two have been at each other's throats because of it. Meanwhile Molly was having a fun conversation with Ghastly, not paying attention to the bickering Richie and Misty. Ash had just about enough of this. Will the two of you please knock it dash? He stopped talking abruptly, having felt there was someone behind him, and sure enough there was a little girl with green hair wearing a white dress and hat holding a ball smiling at him. Richie and Misty stopped arguing and saw the little girl along with Brock, wondering where exactly did she come from. Molly stopped talking with Ghastly and stared at the girl, her eyes glowing blue for a second then disappeared. Ash approached the girl. Hello there, are you here by yourself? She merely giggled and ran off, taking the others by surprise. Hey, wait. Richie ran after her, prompting Ash and the others to follow him. Richie, slow down. You'll hurt yourself. Ash yelled. Richie looked back. Don't worry, nothing bad's gonna hap dash. He didn't finish his sentence because he lost his footing, about to plummet down, but Ash caught him just in time and hoisted him back up, giving him the "I told you so" look. Following after that little girl was dangerous, but it paid off because they could see Saffron City in the distance. All right. We're here. Richie said with excitement. I can't wait to challenge Sabrina. Ash stared down at the city. While not feeling as enthusiastic as his cousin, he was looking forward to it. Yeah, can't wait. In Saffron City. Having entered the city, looking around for the gym, they were being followed by Team Rocket. There they are, Jessie said. You two ready? She asked, wearing some Hawaiian get-up. Ready. James said, also wearing a Hawaiian get-up, not to mention he was disguised as a woman. Does this guy have no shame? Meowth snickered, eager to get things started so he can interrogate the twerp and snatch Pikachu. I'm ready. Good, let's get going then. Jessie grinned. But before they could do anything, they felt they couldn't move their bodies. What's going on? Jessie yelled. I can't move. Me neither. James said. Meowth looked to the side and saw the same little girl Ash and the others saw not too long ago. It's her. Meowth yelled, getting Jessie and James' attention. That kid's responsible for this. Alright, what's the big deal doing this to us, you little brat? Jessie yelled at the girl. You will be silent, the girl said, but it sounded like it came from a woman than a child. Yes ma'am, they all said. Her eyes glowed blue, scaring them out of their wits. I don't allow vermin in my city, be gone, and with that Team Rocket was teleported out of the city. The little girl started giggling. Bye-bye. Having gotten rid of Team Rocket, she saw no reason to stay there any longer. Saffron City Gym. Here we are, Ash said, staring at the gym. Saffron City Gym. The outside was impressive to say the least. It was better than Lieutenant Serge's, that's for sure, and there was some residue fog appearing around it, giving it that calm yet unsettling atmosphere. Richie gulped but found the courage to approach the doors. Let's go inside then. Stop, a voice said from behind them. Turning around, they saw a man wearing a green jacket, dirty blonde hat, gray pants, and white and black shoes. What? Richie said. You are about to enter the Saffron City Gym. Avoid going in there at all cost unless you want to lose your freedom. He said, running off before they could say anything. What did he mean by that? Misty questioned, a little disturbed by his warning. Ash narrowed his eyes at the man's retreating form. Is it possible he knows Sabrina personally? Or was that just some random person? He thought. Richie shrugged off the warning and went inside anyway, with the intention of winning the Marsh badge. When they opened the door, it was completely empty. Richie looked around confused. Where is everybody? There should be somebody here, Ash said, continuing to walk ahead, then stopped at a door. And I think I just found them. The others walk up to the door and look inside, finding several people either lifting spoons or bending them without even having to touch them. What is this? Brock questioned. Don't know, but it looks cool. Richie said. Pikachu, it does. Sparky agreed. Ash and Molly were staring intently at a girl who bent a spoon by simply staring at it. Pikachu and Teddiursa were worried because their trainers hadn't said anything about the display. Pikachu rubbed his cheek against Ash's. Pikapi, Pie Pikachu, Ash, you okay? HM. Yeah, I'm okay, he smiled, I was just curious about how they're doing that. Met too. Molly said. Ursa, it looks so weird. Teddy Ursa commented. Who are you? Are you here to challenge Mistress Sabrina? A man appeared from behind scaring Brock, Misty, and Richie. Sorry if we disturbed you, but me and my cousin Richie are here to challenge Sabrina for the Marsh badge. Ash said. The man observed Ash and Richie for a little while, so I see. Misty decided to ask him a question, excuse me, but can you tell us what they're doing with those spoons? The man didn't answer, instead he held up a spoon and began bending it without touching it, just like the others in the room. Ash was curious but decided to ask anyway, by any chance is everyone here psychic? The others looked at him in confusion, but the man smiled, you catch on pretty quickly for a non-psychic. Indeed, what I just demonstrated to you was my use of telekinesis. It allowed me to bend the spoon with the use of my mind and nothing more. Ash inwardly smirked, if they're all psychic then that means Sabrina the gym leader is one herself, and probably a strong one too. He thought. The man brought out 2 spoons showing them to the gang, why don't you 2 non-psychics try it? You may not be able to bend it, but it will at least provide some entertainment. Ash sighed. This guy just insulted them not once but twice just because he and Richie weren't psychics. What an annoying person. Richie yanked the spoon from the guy, oh yeah. We'll show you. Right, Ash? Ash looked at Richie, you mean I really have to do it? Yes. Richie and surprisingly Molly said. He looked down at his sister who walked up to the man scowling at him and holding out her hand, if Big Brother's doing it then I will too. You will? The man questioned. Molly didn't say anything, she just continued to hold her hand out making the man give her one. She looked to her brother giving him the puppy dog look begging him to do it with her. Ash sighed, you win, I'll do it, he conceded. Yay! Molly and Richie said. Ash took the spoon from the man and held it up to his face. Molly and Richie did the same thing. Brock and Misty were curious to see if they could really do it or not. Molly stared at the spoon intently, her eyes suddenly glowing blue making it levitate in the air. Not only did she not bend the spoon but instead snapped it in half, surprising everyone, even her. She blinked a few times, her eyes going back to her normal blue color. Yay! I did it, she jumped up and down. Ursa, that was amazing. Teddy Ursa said. No way. Richie stared at the snapped spoon that was on the ground. I can't believe she managed to break it half. Misty picked up the broken spoon. Guess that means Molly's psychic. Brock stated. Molly tilted her head, I'm psychic. I guess so. Brock said. The man looked at the broken spoon in Misty's hands, I don't believe it. No one here has done that before. Not only did she levitate it with little effort but she also managed to snap it in half. She could be on the same level as Mistress Sabrina. Okay, it's Ash's turn now. Richie said, looking at his cousin with anticipation as well as the others including the man. If his sister's psychic then no doubt he is too. Ash wasn't paying attention to them because he was too busy staring at the spoon. He was surprised when Molly managed to both levitate and break hers, but was more surprised to find out that Molly's psychic. Guess that explains why Unknown and Espion felt so drawn to her. Ash didn't think there was some kind of trick to bending the spoon but he tried anyway. Closing his eyes he relaxed his mind and sure enough he felt something stir within him. It felt calm and soothing. Opening his eyes he noticed that the spoon in his hand did indeed bend but it was also surrounded in a blue flame. Catching him off guard he dropped it making the blue flame around the bent spoon disappear. Ash had to admit he was a little shaken up by the display, not at all expecting it. What was that? He thought. This wasn't good. He could feel himself about to start panicking again. Pikachu rubbed against his trainer's cheek again trying to calm him down. Pikachu Pikapi. Pika Pika Pikachu Pi Pikachu, calm down Ash. You'll have another panic attack again. Ash took a deep breath and rubbed Pikachu's head successfully calming him down. I'm okay now, thanks buddy. "Hey Ash." Misty called out to the boy who looked at her. "I'm just as surprised as you guys are," he said, "I really wasn't expecting that." She shook her head, "It's not that. You were glowing blue." Brock finished for her. Ash blinked in surprise, "I was glowing." "Me?" he pointed to himself. Molly nodded her head, "It was so pretty." "Can you do it again?" Ursa, do it again." Teddy Ursa agreed. "Yeah Ash, do it again," Richie said with excitement. Ash's sweat dropped, "And exactly how am I supposed to do that? More importantly, why are two look so excited?" The man's reaction was different from the rest of the gang's, which was evident by his facial expression. That didn't feel like psychic energy. No, it was something far different. "Just what is this, boy? Richie, did you still want to try it?" Ash asked his cousin. "That won't be necessary," the man said, getting their attention, "I'll take you to Mistress Sabrina immediately." He walked away from them, the gang following right behind him. At the battlefield. The man takes the gang to the battlefield. The first thing they noticed was that it was dark, and the only reason they were able to see the battlefield was because there were candles lighting the room. The man came to a stop, bowing respectfully. "Mistress Sabrina, you have two trainers requesting a gym battle." Instead of Sabrina, the same little girl they saw appeared. Opening her eyes, they turned red, using her telekinetic force to send the man flying into his bottom. He got back up instantly and started running out of the room. "Hey, that wasn't very nice," Misty yelled. The little girl turned her gaze towards Misty, who flinched and hid behind Brock, then turned her attention towards Ash and smiled. She teleported in front of him, startling him a little, but he didn't step back and instead just stared at the girl. She smiled, "You're so bright." "Why is that?" "What the?" She didn't even open her mouth. "So how?" Richie yelled. "Telepathy, right?" Ash guessed. She giggled, "I like you. Would you like to battle me?" He nodded, "That's why I'm here. My cousin Richie would also like to battle you." The girl looked at Richie, who stiffened under her gaze but didn't show any signs of fear, but instead determination. "Okay then, but I want a 1 versus 2 battle. Me against the two of you. And if you both lose, you have to play with me," she said, never losing her smile, but Ash could tell there was something more sinister behind that smile, but nodded anyway. "I accept your terms," Ash said. Richie nodded, "Same here." The girl teleported back from her original position, sitting down on something, or rather it was someone. It was a woman with long green hair, wearing a red jacket, black pants, white gloves, and red boots. So that's Sabrina. Ash thought out loud. The door behind them closed, sealing them inside the battlefield with Sabrina. This should be an interesting battle. Ash and Richie moved to the other side of the field, while Brock, Misty, and Molly stay on the sidelines observing the battle. Sabrina moved over to the field with telekinesis, making the arena light up some more. The little girl tosses a pokeball that appeared in her hand, and out came a Pokémon who Ash recognizes as an Abra. "So she's using an Abra, huh?" Ash said. Richie brought out his Pokédex. Abra, a psychic power Pokémon. It sleeps 18 hours a day, but employs telekinesis even while sleeping. He put his Pokédex away, so it can still send out attacks even though it's asleep. That's what the Pokédex says. "I know we have ghost types with us, but we still need to be careful," Ash told him. Richie nodded. Ash tapped his foot, "Come on out, Haunter." His shadow began to change shape, and soon enough the ghost type appeared from his shadow, smiling. "You to Jengar. Let's go," Richie said. Jengar, who was hiding in Richie's shadow, appeared with a smile on his face. Richie brought out his Pokédex to scan Jengar's moves. This Pokémon knows the moves: Hypnosis, Spite, Lick, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Shadow Punch, Payback, Shadow Ball, and Dream Eater. The Egg move Astonish had been unlocked. Richie smiled at the move set Gengar knew. Ash brought out his own Pokédex and scanned Haunter. This Pokémon knows the moves: Hypnosis, Spite, Lick, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Shadow Punch, Payback, and Shadow Ball. The egg move Astonish has yet to be unlocked. So you guys have some similar moves and egg move, huh? He put his Pokédex away. Get ready, Richie. Ash said. Right, the boy nodded. Battle begin. Sabrina said in a psychic-enhanced voice. Gengar use, Shadow Ball. Gengar's hands spark with blue electricity. Putting his hands together he formed a black ball, shooting it at Abra. Abra just sat there but soon teleported behind Gengar. Haunter, use Shadow Punch. Haunter brought his fist back with purple and black energy appears around it. He brought his fist forward and hit Abra in the face, sending it back a little. Thanks for that. Richie said. No problem, but I think this battle's about to get more difficult. Ash said. Before Richie could ask what he meant by that, a white glow caught his attention, making him look at Abra, who had now evolved into Kadabra. Richie scanned it. Kadabra, a psychic Pokémon. The evolved form of Abra. It employs powerful telekinetic attacks. Kadabras are strong psychic-type Pokémon here in Kanto. His eyes narrowed at the psychic-type Pokémon. We need to be careful. You got a plan? Richie asked. Ash smirked, try not to lose. Richie smirked back, good enough for me. Kadabra's eyes turned red, alerting Ash of its next move. It's about to use confusion. Ash told Richie. I'm on it. Richie said, Gengar use, Confuse Ray. Gengar's eyes turned blue, cancelling out Kadabra's confusion attack, making it confused. Ash then made his move, Haunter use, Shadow Ball. Haunter sends a black ball with blue electricity at the confused Kadabra, making it a direct hit. On the sidelines, Brock, Misty, and Molly were observing the battle, and so far they were doing good. They're doing good so far, but they can't let their guards down just yet. Brock said. You're right, Misty couldn't take her eyes off of that little girl in Sabrina's arms. I don't know what's creepier, the little girl or Sabrina herself. Molly shook her head. Sabrina needs help, she said, making the two teens look at her, but it's okay, because Big Brother is going to save her. Brock and Misty looked at each other confused. Save her from what? They were brought out of their musings when they saw Kadabra glow yellow and the injuries it got from Haunter's Shadow Ball were gone. What's going on? What did it just do? Richie asked. It used recovery, Ash said. It restores a Pokémon health by half. So no matter what we do, it can use recover to heal itself? Richie questioned. Probably. Ash looked over to Sabrina, noticing the little girl in her arms giggling, but Sabrina was still as a doll, not saying anything or showing any kind of emotion. Wait. That's it. Come here, Haunter. Ash called out to his friend, who came over to him in curiosity, while the others looked in confusion. Ash whispered something in Haunter's ear, making him snicker at the idea and nod his head. Haunter went back to the battlefield and told Gengar what his trainer told him to do, making Gengar snicker in amusement himself. Richie raised a brow. What was that about? He asked his cousin. Ash smiled mischievously. Richie's sweat dropped. On second thought, never mind. Who's that Pokémon? It's Haunter. Haunter. Kadabra's eyes glowed red again, then it released multicolored circles from its eyes at Haunter. Psybeam, huh? Dodge it, Haunter. Ash said. Haunter saw the attack coming and disappeared, then reappeared when the attack missed its mark. Gengar, use Sucker Punch. Gengar punched Kadabra, and since it was a dark type move it dealt some damage, but just like last time Kadabra recovered from attack, much to Richie's annoyance. Kadabra's eyes turned red and a blue outline appeared around Gengar, sending it flying back to its trainer, but it managed to stop itself before it hit the boy. You okay, Gengar? Richie asked. Gengar, I'm good. Gengar said. That move was confusion. It allowed Kadabra to take control of Jengar's body. Ash said. So what do we do? Every time we attack it just keeps recovering itself. Richie yelled in frustration. Don't worry, I have a plan that just might work. Ash said. Plan? Richie questioned. Yep, and it starts now, do it Haunter. Ash said. Hearing the signal, Haunter vanished, shocking everyone, even the little girl, but the shock didn't last long because the ghost type appears in front of Sabrina and started laughing in her face, catching her off guard. Everyone but Ash and Molly couldn't help but sweat drop. Richie looked at his cousin, Ash. Just watch. Ash smiled. Richie looked back at Haunter, who was now making funny faces at Sabrina. He even pulled out a bomb, exploding it in front of Sabrina, causing her to be covered in black soot. Brock, Misty, and Richie's mouths were hanged wide open. This was Ash's plan. But instead of getting angry like they thought she would, she instead cracked a smile, then started laughing hysterically, catching everyone but Ash and Molly off guard. She's laughing. Brock said, she's actually laughing. Misty nodded, she is, and it actually kind of cute. I see, so that was his plan. The same man that told them not to enter the gym appeared out of nowhere, scaring Brock and Misty. Hello, strange man. Molly said. The man sweat dropped. Strange man? What do you mean plan? Misty questioned. The man crossed his arms. It seems your friend Ash over there saw that every time he and his cousin landed a hit on Kadabra, she showed no emotion. Even though Kadabra used Recover to heal its injuries, a trainer should still worry about the well-being of their Pokémon. The man then smiled, so, he figured since she didn't show any sort of emotion towards Kadabra getting hurt, he decided to use humor. And it seems like it worked. It's been a long time since I've seen her smile and laugh like that. Brock and Misty looked back at the battlefield to see Sabrina still laughing happily like a little girl would. They then saw Kadabra rolling on the floor laughing, which confused them. Kadabra and Sabrina are joined telepathically, meaning that she was giving him orders telepathically, making her opponents confused as to what her next move would be. The man explained. So she was giving Kadabra orders on what attacks to use, but since she did it telepathically, we didn't know what she'd do next. Brock said. The man nodded, that's right. Molly smiled. Sabrina looks happy, doesn't she? Ursa, she does. Teddy Ursa nodded. Richie was still confused as to what's going on, but Ash put a hand on his shoulder, smiling at him. She looks like she's having fun, doesn't she? Richie looked back at the laughing woman and smiled. Yeah, she does. He looked back to his cousin. So does that mean the battle's over? It does. The man approached the boys, the others right behind him. I owe you both, but more so you, Ash. The boys shrugged. I didn't do anything. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Haunter. He was the one that got her to laugh. That may be true, but still thank you. The man bowed, making Ash blush and look away in embarrassment, making his friends laugh at his embarrassed face. No fair. The gang turned their attention to the little girl that was no longer being carried by Sabrina and instead was standing on the ground, still holding Kadabra's Pokeball in her hand. Ash's eyes narrowed at the girl. Is she really a little girl? The man smirked. You've got good instincts, boy. You're right, that's not a little girl but a doll. A doll. Brock, Misty, and Richie yelled. What a creepy one she is. Ash said. The man nodded. You're right about that. The man stood in the center of the battlefield and raised his arm in the air. Kadabra is unable to battle. Haunter and Jengar wins. The winners are Ash and Richie. You made us lose. The little girl said. And with that she disappeared, dropping Kadabra's Pokeball. Richie high-fived Jengar and Haunter appeared by Ash's side, snickering at his accomplishment, making Ash rub his head. At this point Sabrina approached and did the unexpected. She bowed politely in front of Ash. Thank you. Ash smiled and grabbed her shoulders, making her stop bowing. You really don't have to thank me, Sabrina. If anything, Haunter is who you should be thanking. Sabrina smiled, then kissed Ash's cheek, making him blush, Brock and Richie's mouths to hang wide open, Misty and Molly to giggle, and the man had a much different reaction that no one would expect. The man pulled Sabrina away from Ash. "While I'm grateful to you for you saving my daughter, I never gave you permission to have her kiss you," he growled. "Daughter?" Misty and Richie yelled. Sabrina's eyes glowed blue, lifting the man in the air. "Ash has saved me from myself, so I have an obligation to thank him in any way I please, do I not?" The man didn't seem bothered by the fact that his daughter was making him hover in the air, but... "That's enough, dear. Sabrina wants to give Ash a kiss as a way of saying thank you, so let her." A woman appeared behind the gang. She had brown hair that was in a ponytail, wearing a white shirt, orange jacket, and pink dress. Sabrina smiled at the woman. "Thank you, Mom." "Mom?" Misty and Richie yelled again. "Sabrina's mommy looks like our mommy," Molly said to Ash. "Their hairstyles are similar, but I don't think they look the same," Ash told her. Sabrina's mom approached the two boys. "Why don't you all stay for a little while? I'm sure Sabrina would love it," she giggled. Ash shrugged. "I don't see why not. I mean, we're not leaving until morning anyway." "Excellent." Sabrina's mom cheered. "Looks like your friends will be staying for a little bit. Isn't that great, Sabrina?" Sabrina smiled warmly. "Yes, it is. Now that everything's settled, why don't I go prepare lunch for all you?" She walked away. "Oh, and Sabrina, please let your father down." Sabrina stopped levitating her father, making him fall on the ground, hilariously making the others sweat drop. Ash couldn't help but smile himself. Something told him that Sabrina's not as dangerous as some people made her out to be. She's not a bad person, just a little lonely, that's all, he thought. Sabrina smiled, alerting him that she heard his thoughts. He merely shrugged, not really minding the fact that she read his mind. The gang were currently at the Natsum household having a fun conversation with the family. Ash was having a fun time talking with Sabrina, listening to her story of when she used her telekinetic powers for the first time by bending a spoon and breaking the wood that held it. Sabrina also explained that the more used her powers, the more she began to lose her humanity, and at some point she turned her mother into a doll, making the woman blush with embarrassment, but Ash could tell by her facial expression that the woman held no ill will towards her daughter. Sabrina also mentioned that her father was psychic himself, which explains where she got her powers from. "So how old were you when you became a gym leader?" Ash asked. "When I was 16. Sabrina answered. "So young," Misty said. Ash looked at her. "You became a gym leader at 10 and Brock became one at probably 15 years old, and you're surprised Sabrina became one at 16. Brock and Misty looked at him, then at each other. "Good point," they both said. "So how old are you now?" Richie innocently asked. Misty smacked him upside the head. "Don't ask her that. It's rude." "Indeed," Sabrina agreed, "you must never ask a woman how old she is, you could get hurt." Richie rubbed his head, warning her. "Sabrina, I've been meaning to ask you something," Brock said. "What's that?" "Do you by chance run a school for psychics here in your gym?" he questioned. She nodded. "Yes, the people you saw are budding psychics who have yet to control their powers. So I decided to open a school here in my gym so that I can help them control their telekinetic abilities." "So bending spoons is a way of helping them control it?" Misty questioned. Sabrina nodded. "Correct. By the way, I probed my assistant's mind and saw that you, Molly, are indeed psychic." Molly smiled. "So I really am psychic?" "Yay." Ash smiled, but then frowned when he thought back to how he had not only bent the spoon but somehow set it on fire. But that didn't make any sense. If he had burned it like he thought, then there would be scorched marks on it. "I don't think what I did was anything related to being psychic, but entirely something else. Something tells me that whatever it was I did was something more powerful and dangerous," he thought. "Not necessarily," Sabrina said, interrupting his thoughts. "What lies dormant inside of you is something that protects, not harm." Ash blinked in confusion for a minute before finally understanding her words. "Really? Then I guess I don't have to worry about it then." Sabrina smiled. "That's correct." Everyone at the table couldn't help but be confused about what the two were talking about, but then Richie got it. You're talking about how Ash managed to bend and set that spoon on fire, right? He asked. To be honest with you, I don't really think I burned it. I didn't see any scorch marks on it. Ash explained. Brock crossed his arms. I wonder what it was. I was surprised when Ash's whole body glowed blue. Misty said. It was really pretty. Big Brother was glowing like a jewel. Molly said. A jewel? Ash smiled weakly, making Sabrina at the little girl's innocent metaphor. Ash then remembered what he wanted to ask. Sabrina, by any chance have you been reading my mind since I entered your gym? Everyone looked at the psychic, who blushed at the question, and from the looks of it she didn't deny it. Yes. She said, still blushing. Her mother squealed, I'm so proud of you, Sabrina. You've connected with a boy for the first time. I'm so happy. Well, I'm not. Mr. Natsum yelled. Mrs. Natsum rolled her eyes. Oh, stop being so overprotective. I think it's cute that she's comfortable around a boy. That's never happened before. But still dash. Mr. Natsum still protested. Dear. Mrs. Natsum said sternly, making him freeze at her tone of voice and immediately shut his mouth, but he knows that his wife wears the pants in their marriage. Ash smiled, I'm not mad about it, so it's okay. And thanks for cheering me up, Sabrina. She smiled, you're welcome. Molly then thought of something important. I almost forgot, she said. Tapping her foot to the ground, she spoke to her shadow. Come one out, Ghastly. The ghost type appeared from out of her shadow, smiling cheerfully. Oh my. You have another ghost type with you? Mrs. Natsum asked. Richie scratched the back of his head, kind of. See, Ghastly decided to follow us, or Molly anyway. Molly smiled at Sabrina. Ghastly said he wanted to come here to fulfill his mission. Ash raised a brow, and that is? To be with Sabrina and make her smile every day, she said. The gang, including Sabrina's parents, looked at the ghost type, who smiled and hovered over to Sabrina, speaking to her in his own language. Turns out the ghost type could sense the girl's psychic energy from all the way in the tower and wanted nothing more than to come over to her, but it didn't want to leave its friends behind. So when Ash and company showed up needing a ghost type for her gym, it took that as an opportunity to leave with them and go to Saffron City along with its friends. Sabrina smiled and hugged the ghost type in appreciation for worrying about her. Ash smiled at the heartwarming scene. She looks so happy, I'm glad. He thought. Pokémon Center. Having left the Natsum household, they arrived at the Pokémon Center tired and exhausted, with sleep the only thing on their minds. Before they left the gym, Sabrina gave them both the Marsh badge and thanked Ash again for saving her, making him blush at her thanks. They booked some rooms to stay in for the night, so they were all set to get some sleep and head out come morning. Ash left the bathroom on his way back to the others, who were waiting in the lobby for him, when a voice called out to him, It's been a long time, Ash. The boy stopped dead in his tracks, having recognized the voice. Turning around, he saw a boy with blue eyes and blonde hair similar to Molly's approached with a smile on his face. His Growlithe faithfully by his side. Ash could feel his eyes water, but found the strength not to cry and instead began to smile. It's good to see you again, Pat. Having successfully won the Marsh badge from Sabrina, our heroes arrived at the Pokémon Center to rest up and head out for tomorrow. But who is this mysterious boy? And what's his connection to Ash and Molly? Stay tuned as the journey continues. And done. I want to thank Twilight Knight 13, who allowed me to use the OC character Patrick, nicknamed Pat, in my story. Thank you very much. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon: Pikachu, male; Braixen, female; Shiny Eevee, female; Charmander, male; Squirtle, male; Bulbasaur, male; Pidgeotto, female; Primeape, male; Haunter, male; and Gyarados, female. Molly's Pokémon: Teddiursa, male; Lilligant, female, Shiny Espion, female, and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon, Starmie, Staryu, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Shiny Vaporeon, female, Shiny Glaceon, female, and Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chasepin, male, Shiny Flareon, female, and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, Gengar, Shadow, and Eevee, Eve, female. At the ranch. Shiny Meowstic, female, Shiny Cloyster, male, Starmie, Riolu, male, Ralts, female, Ralts, male, Dratini, male, Luxray, male, Sizer, male, Slowpoke, male, Rapidash, female, Nidoqueen, female, Nidoking, male, Xatu, male, Krabby, male, Glaceon, female, Leafeon, female, Umbreon, male, Espion, female, Flareon, male, Jolteon, male, Vaporeon, male.